Write this down. Your life will never rise above the level of your thinking. Never. It is impossible. You cannot live $1 million life with a minimum wage mindset. You cannot attract excellence while tolerating mediocrity. You cannot demand respect from others when you have not first demanded it from yourself. And that is exactly what we are going to deal with today. You see, I have spent my entire life studying one thing: potential, human potential, your potential. And I have discovered that the distance between where you are and where you could be is not determined by your circumstances. It is not determined by your background. It is not determined by who your father was or where you grew up or how much money you have in your bank account right now. It is determined by one thing: the quality of your mind. And today, we are going to upgrade your mind. In the hours ahead, I am going to share with you 5 principles that, if you receive them, will transform everything. Your relationships, your career, your finances, your influence, your legacy, everything. I will show you why your future depends entirely on the thoughts you refuse to entertain. Because what you tolerate in your mind, you will eventually tolerate in your life. I will explain how raising your standards automatically raises the quality of everyone around you. I will prove to you that what people call favor is simply the result of a disciplined mind. I will teach you how to build a mind so strong that no one can manipulate you, and I will reveal how your silence will expose who truly respects you and who has been using you all along. But I need you to understand something. This is not motivation. I am not here to make you feel good for 2 hours so you can go back to the same life tomorrow. No, I am here to challenge you, to confront you, to provoke you. Because you have been living beneath your privilege. You have been accepting things you should have rejected years ago. You have been entertaining thoughts that have no right to be in your mind. And it is time to stop. Listen to me carefully. You were not born to be average. You were not created to struggle through life hoping things get better. You were designed for dominion, for leadership, for impact. But dominion requires discipline. Leadership requires a transformed mind. Impact requires standards that most people are unwilling to maintain. And that is why most people never fulfill their potential. Not because they can't, because they won't. They won't do what is required. They won't think what is required. They won't become what is required. But you are different. How do I know? Because you are still here. You did not click away. Something in you recognized that these words are for you, and that something is your potential crying out to be released. So stay with me. From the first principle to the last, because each one builds on the other. And by the end, you will not be the same person you are right now. You will think differently. You will see differently. You will live differently. Are you ready to be upgraded? Then, let us begin with the most important battlefield there is, your mind. Listen to me carefully. Right now, at this very moment, there is a thought trying to enter your mind that you must reject. I'm not talking about tomorrow. I'm not talking about next week. I'm talking about right now. And the decision you make about that thought in the next few seconds will determine whether you move forward into your destiny or remain trapped in the prison of your current circumstances. Your future is not being shaped by what you are doing. Your future is being shaped by what you are thinking. And more importantly, your future is being determined by the thoughts you have. The courage to refuse. You see, most people believe that success is about action, about doing more, working harder, pushing further. But I have discovered something that changed my entire life. Success begins with rejection. Success begins when you learn to say no to the right things in your mind. Let me tell you something that might shock you. You are not responsible for every thought that comes to your mind. Did you hear what I just said? You are not responsible for every thought that knocks on the door of your consciousness. Thoughts come from everywhere. They come from your past, from your environment, from people around you, from the media, from your fears, from your disappointments. These thoughts arrive uninvited, like strangers knocking on your door at midnight. But here is where your power lies. You may not control what thoughts knock on your door, but you absolutely control which ones you invite inside. You control which ones you give a seat at the table of your mind. You control which ones you feed and entertain and allow to stay. And I want to tell you something that will change your life if you really grasp it. The thoughts you refuse to entertain are more important than the thoughts you accept. Let me say that again, because this is the key to everything. The thoughts you refuse are more important than the thoughts you accept. Most people spend their entire lives trying to think positive thoughts. They wake up and try to pump themselves up with affirmations and motivational quotes, and that's good, that has value. But what they don't understand is that the battle is not won by what you think. The battle is won by what you refuse to think. The battle is won by the thoughts you reject before they take root in the soil of your soul. I have seen brilliant people destroy their destiny because they entertained one wrong thought for too long. I have watched talented individuals with unlimited potential end up living mediocre lives because they allowed a single destructive thought to build a home in their mind. And I have also witnessed ordinary people with average skills rise to extraordinary heights because they developed the discipline to refuse thoughts that did not serve their future. Your mind is not a garbage dump where any thought can come and settle. Your mind is sacred ground. Your mind is the garden where your future is growing right now, even as I speak to these words to you. And just like a gardener must be ruthless with weeds, you must be ruthless with thoughts that will choke the life out of your dreams. You see, a gardener does not negotiate with weeds. A gardener does not have a conversation with thorns. A gardener does not give weeds a chance to explain themselves. The moment a gardener sees a weed, he pulls it out by the root. That is exactly how you must treat toxic thoughts. The moment they appear, you pull them out. No negotiation, no entertainment, no second chances. I want to share something with you from my own journey. There was a time in my life when I almost lost everything because I entertained the wrong thoughts. I was young, ambitious, full of vision. I could see my future so clearly it was like watching a movie in my mind. But then something happened. Failure came. Disappointment knocked on my door. People I trusted betrayed me. Opportunities I counted on fell apart. And with each disappointment, a thought would come. The thought said, maybe you're not who you think you are. Maybe this dream is too big for someone like you. Maybe you should just accept a smaller life, a safer life, a more realistic life. At first, I rejected these thoughts immediately, but disappointment is persistent, and these thoughts kept coming back, knocking louder each time. And one day, I was tired, I was weary, I was wounded, and I made a mistake. I let that thought come inside. I gave it a seat. I let it speak. And once I gave it permission to speak, it started to multiply. One thought of doubt became two thoughts. 2 became 4. 4 became 8. Before I knew it, my entire mind was occupied by an army of thoughts telling me to quit, to settle, to accept defeat. And that's when I realized something profound. Asterisk, asterisk. The battlefield of destiny is always in the mind first. Asterisk, asterisk. Before you ever lose in reality, you lose in your thoughts. Before you ever quit in the physical realm, you surrender in the mental realm. The enemy knows this. That's why he doesn't attack your circumstances. First, he attacks your times, thinking times about your circumstances. I remember standing in my bathroom one morning, looking at myself in the mirror, and I heard this voice, not audible but clear as day, saying, "Who do you think you are? Look at where you came from. Look at your limitations. Look at your past failures." And in that moment, I had a choice. I could agree with that voice. I could let it define my reality. Or I could recognize it for what it was. Asterisk, asterisk, a strategic assault on my identity. Asterisk, asterisk. See, when the enemy can get you to question who you are, he can control what you attempt. When he can get you to forget whose you are, he can determine where you end up. But here's the principle that changed everything for me. Asterisk, asterisk. You don't have to entertain every thought that knocks on the door of your mind. Asterisk, asterisk. Just because a thought shows up doesn't mean you have to invite it in, offer it coffee, and let it stay for dinner. You have authority over your thought life. You were given a will. You were given the power to choose what you meditate on. The scripture says, "Cast down imaginations and every high thing that exalts itself against the knowledge of God." Notice it didn't say ignore them. It didn't say pretend they're not there. It said asterisk, asterisk, cast them down, asterisk, asterisk. That's a violent word. That's an aggressive word. That means you actively, forcefully reject thoughts that contradict your purpose. I started doing this. Every time a negative thought came, I would literally speak out loud, yes, out loud, and say, no, that's not who I am. That's not what God said about me. That thought has no authority here. People thought I was losing my mind, but I was actually finding times it. And here's the beautiful part. The more you do it, the stronger your authority becomes. It's like building muscle. The first time you lift weights, it's hard. Your arms shake. You want to quit. But you keep showing up. And eventually, what once felt impossible becomes effortless. Your spiritual authority works the same way. The first time you stand up to a negative thought, it feels awkward. You second guess yourself. Am I really doing this? Am I just talking to myself? But you do it anyway. And the next time, it gets easier. And the time after that, it becomes natural. Eventually, you don't even have to think about it. You just automatically reject anything that contradicts God's word. I remember when financial pressure tried to overwhelm me. The bills piled up, the bank account looked empty, and fear whispered, you're going under, you'll never make it. I could have agreed, I could have panicked, complained, declared poverty over my life. But instead, I opened my mouth and said, no. My God supplies all my needs according to his riches in glory. He makes a way where there is no way. I am blessed to be a blessing. I walk in abundance, not lack. Did the bills disappear instantly? No. But something shifted in the spiritual realm. Doors opened. Opportunities appeared. Provision came from unexpected places. Why? Because I exercise my authority. See, when you speak God's word over your situation, you're not just making positive affirmations, you're releasing divine power. You're aligning yourself with heaven's reality. You're giving God something to work with. Faith gives God permission to move in your life, and your words are the vehicle of that faith. The Bible says, life and death are in the power of the tongue. That's not poetry, that's physics. That's how the kingdom operates. You literally create your future with your words. Think about that. Every word you speak is a seed, and you're planting those seeds every single day. The question is, what kind of harvest are you planting for? Are you planting seeds of defeat? I'll never change, this is just how I am, nothing good ever happens to me. Or are you planting seeds of victory? I am who God says I am. I can do what God says I can do. I have what God says I have. The choice is yours. But understand this, you cannot plant corn and expect to harvest wheat. You cannot speak death and expect to live in abundance. Your mouth must match your faith. The law of the harvest operates on the principle of consistency. You see, the farmer doesn't plant his seed with doubt. He doesn't dig up the soil every morning to check if something's growing. No, he plants with expectation. He waters with faith. He protects his field with conviction. And when the appointed season comes, he reaps. Your words are your seeds, and your life is the field. What you've been speaking over yourself for the past year, that's what's about to break through the soil. If you've been saying, I'll never amount to anything, then friend, you've planted failure. If you've been declaring, I'm broke, I'm sick, I'm defeated, congratulations, you're about to harvest exactly what you planted. But here's the beautiful part. Here's where grace intersects with law. Today is a new planting season. Right now, this very moment, you can change your harvest by changing your seed. You can begin to speak life. You can begin to declare the promises that have been given to you. I've watched this principle transform nations. When I work with leaders across the globe, the first thing I address is not their economy or their policy, it's their language. Because a leader who speaks defeat will govern defeat. A president who declares impossibility will administrate impossibility. But a leader who speaks vision, who declares purpose, who pronounces destiny, that leader shapes the future, and you are the leader of your life. You are the president of your own potential. What are you declaring over your territory? Let me ask you something penetrating. When you look in the mirror in the morning, what do you say? Because that conversation, that daily dialogue with yourself is more powerful than any speech you'll hear from a stage. You are your own most influential preacher. You listen to yourself more than you listen to anyone else. And here's what I need you to understand. If you're going to be your own most influential voice, then you'd better make sure that voice is speaking truth. You'd better make sure that voice is speaking life. You'd better make sure that voice is speaking possibility and not limitation. because I've watched too many brilliant people destroy themselves with their own words. I've counseled men and women who had everything they needed to succeed, the education, the opportunity, the support system, but they talked themselves right out of their destiny. Every morning they woke up and preached a sermon of defeat to themselves. I can't do this, I'm not smart enough, I always mess things up, nothing ever works out for me. And guess what? They became living testimonies to their own negative prophecies. You see, your words don't just describe your reality, they create it. This is a fundamental principle that most people miss. We think words are just sounds we make to communicate information, but words are seeds. Every word you speak is a seed planted in the soil of your future, and whatever you plant, you will harvest. Think about a farmer for a moment. If a farmer plants corn seeds, does he expect to harvest tomatoes? Of course not. That would be insane. But we do this very thing with our words every single day. We plant seeds of doubt, fear, and negativity. Then we wonder why our lives aren't producing confidence, courage, and success. We plant criticism and complaint. Then we're surprised when we harvest bitterness and frustration. I want you to become a careful gardener of your words. I want you to examine what you've been planting. Because if you don't like what's growing in your life right now, I guarantee you it started with what you were speaking 6 months ago, a year ago, 5 years ago. And this is especially critical when nobody else is listening. This is about those private conversations, the ones you have in your car, in the shower, lying in bed at night. What are you saying to yourself in those moments? Are you rehearsing your failures or declaring your possibilities? Are you replaying every mistake or speaking your next level of growth? I learned this principle the hard way. There was a season in my life when I found myself repeating a particular phrase. I'm so tired. I'm exhausted. I can't keep up. I said it so often it became my greeting. People would ask how I was doing, and before I could think, those words would tumble out. And you know what happened? I became more tired. My body heard what my mouth was saying and agreed with it. I had to learn to stop confessing weakness and start speaking life. I had to discipline my mouth because your body is listening to your words. Your cells respond to the frequency of your vocabulary. Medical science is now catching up to what the Bible said thousands of years ago, that there is power in the tongue. Death and life are in the power of the tongue. So I changed what I said. Instead of I'm so tired, I started saying, I'm getting stronger every day. My body is renewing itself. I am full of energy and vitality. And you know what? Things began to shift. Not overnight, but gradually. Systematically, my body began to respond to a new set of instructions. Your words are programming your future. Every time you speak, you're either building or demolishing. You're either planting seeds of victory or watering weeds of defeat. And here's the critical thing most people miss. It's not just about positive thinking. This isn't some fluffy motivation. This is about aligning your words with God's word, with truth, with the design embedded in your DNA. Listen carefully. You were created in the image of a speaking God. He spoke, and worlds came into existence. You have that same creative capacity in your speech, not because you're God, but because you're made in His image. Your words carry weight in the spiritual realm. They set things in motion. They release forces you cannot see, but that are absolutely real. I've watched people heal themselves with their words. I've seen businesses turn around when the owner stopped speaking bankruptcy and started speaking abundance. I've witnessed marriages restored when couples changed their vocabulary from blame to blessing. This isn't theory. This is observable, repeatable reality. But you've got to be consistent. You can't speak life on Sunday and death all week. You can't declare victory in church and then spend the rest of your time rehearsing your problems to everyone who'll listen. Your mouth must become a disciplined instrument of your destiny, not a megaphone for your misery. I've watched people sabotage their breakthrough with their own testimonies. They'll tell you about every closed door, every rejection letter, every person who didn't believe in them. They've perfected the narrative of their struggle, but never rehearsed the script of their success. Listen to me. Your testimony should point to where you're going, not just where you've been. When someone asks how you're doing, you've got to learn to speak from your future, not just report from your past. I'm blessed and highly favored. Isn't denial, it's declaration. It's you choosing to align your mouth with God's promises rather than your present circumstances. This is not about lying or pretending problems don't exist. This is about refusing to give your problems the final word. The Bible says life and death are in the power of the tongue, and those who love it will eat its fruit. Notice it says those who love it. That means there are people who actually love death speaking. They're addicted to complaining. They feel more comfortable in conversation when they're sharing bad news. They've built their identity around being the victim, the overlooked, the struggling one. And beloved, you cannot carry that identity into your destiny. You've got to fall in love with life speaking. You've got to develop a craving for words that build, that create, that prophesy your future into existence. When you wake up in the morning, before you check your phone, before you see what's trending, before you hear the news speak life, speak to your day. Command it to align with heaven's agenda for you. I'm not talking about some mystical formula. I'm talking about practical, intentional, disciplined speech. When you look at your bank account and it's not where you want it to be, don't curse it. Speak to it. You are the seed for my harvest. Provision is coming. I am a steward of abundance. When you look at your body and it's not healthy, don't just complain about it. Speak to it. Body, you will serve me in fulfilling my assignment. Strength is being renewed. Health is manifesting. Some of you think I've lost my mind, but I'm teaching you what Jesus taught. He spoke to fig trees, to storms, to dead bodies. He understood that words are the bridge between the invisible realm and the visible one. Your words don't just describe reality, they create it. This is why the Bible says that life and death are in the power of the tongue. Not life and death are affected by the tongue. Not life and death are influenced by the tongue. They are in the power of the tongue. Your tongue holds the seeds of both outcomes, and whichever one you water with your words will grow. You see, most people use their words to describe their circumstances. I'm broke, I'm sick, I'm alone, I'm stuck, I'm limited. And then they wonder why nothing changes. You've just created a contract with your circumstances. You've just used the authority you were given to lock yourself into your current condition. But when you understand the principle of calling those things that are not as though they were, everything shifts. You stop being a reporter of your situation and become a prophet of your destiny. You start speaking what should be instead of what is. You start declaring the end from the beginning. Abraham didn't wait until Sarah was pregnant to call himself a father of many nations. God changed his name, and Abraham started speaking it over himself daily, even when his body was as good as dead. Even when Sarah was barren and beyond childbearing years, he spoke what God said, not what he saw. This is not denial. This is not ignoring reality. This is understanding which reality is more real, the temporary circumstances you see or the eternal promise God spoke. Which realm will you give your allegiance to? When you're sick, you don't deny the symptoms, but you don't give them authority over your future either. You speak healing. You speak wholeness. You speak the promise. You align your mouth with heaven instead of with your condition. When your bank account is empty, you don't lie about it. But you don't prophesy poverty either. You speak provision. You speak abundance. You speak multiplication. You call forth the resources that already exist in the unseen realm. This is not positive thinking. This is creative declaration. This is partnering with the way God designed the universe to function. He set up a system where words carry weight, where faith gives substance to things hoped for, where the invisible becomes visible through the portal of human speech aligned with divine truth. And here's what most people miss. God doesn't just want you to declare truth once and walk away. He wants you to live in a continuous state of creative declaration. This isn't a one-time prayer, it's a lifestyle. It's waking up every morning and speaking life over your circumstances before your feet hit the floor. It's looking at an empty bank account and declaring provision instead of panic. It's facing a diagnosis and speaking health instead of accepting defeat. I've watched people transform their entire existence simply by changing what comes out of their mouths. I knew a businessman who was drowning in debt, his company on the verge of bankruptcy. Everyone around him was speaking failure, his accountant, his partners, even his family. But he made a decision. Every single day, he would walk through his empty office and declare, "This business is blessed. Creativity flows through this place. Solutions are coming. I am a conduit of divine wisdom." People thought he'd lost his mind. But within 18 months, he had not only recovered, but expanded into 3 new markets. Was it just positive thinking? No. It was aligning his words with kingdom principles. It was refusing to let the visible dictate his vocabulary. It was understanding that he had been given authority to speak into the chaos of his circumstances and call forth order. You see, the enemy knows the power of your words. That's why he works overtime to get you speaking doubt, fear, limitation, and impossibility. Every time you say, I can't, you're creating barriers. Every time you declare it's impossible, you're building walls. Every time you speak defeat, you're actually partnering with the very thing that's trying to destroy you. But when you begin to speak what God says about you, when you declare that you are more than a conqueror, that no weapon formed against you shall prosper, that the same Spirit that raised Christ from the dead lives in you, you shift the entire atmosphere around your life. You're not just being optimistic. You're engaging the creative power that spoke galaxies into existence. Your words don't just describe your reality, they create it. And that's why Satan fights so hard to control your vocabulary. He knows that as long as he can keep you speaking defeat, you'll live in defeat. As long as he can keep you confessing lack, you'll experience lack. As long as he can keep you declaring sickness, you'll manifest sickness. Think about the children of Israel at the edge of the promised land. 12 spies went in to scout the territory. They all saw the same land, they all saw the same giants, they all encountered the same challenges. But 10 came back and said, we are like grasshoppers in our own sight, and so we were in their sight. Notice the progression. They saw themselves as grasshoppers first, and then the giants saw them that way too. Your self-perception determines how the world perceives you. But Joshua and Caleb had a different report. They said, we are well able to overcome it. Same land, same giants, different confession. And guess what? Only those two out of that entire generation of adults made it into the promise. Your words don't just reflect your future, they determine it. I've watched this principle play out countless times. I've seen people with terminal diagnoses outlive their prognosis because they refuse to speak death over themselves. I've seen businesses on the brink of collapse turn around because the leader changed the narrative they were speaking. I've seen marriages restored because couples stopped prophesying divorce and started declaring covenant. Here's what most people miss. You are always prophesying. Every word you speak is a prophecy. When you say, I'll never get out of debt, that's a prophecy. When you say, I always get sick during flu season, that's a prophecy. When you say, nobody in my family ever succeeds, that's a prophecy. And the tragedy is, you're anointed enough to make your prophecies come true. God has given you creative authority in the earth. Your tongue is the rudder of your life ship. James chapter 3 tells us that though the tongue is a small member, it boasts great things. A small fire kindles a great forest. Your words are creating forests of blessing or forests of destruction. The question is, what kind of forest are you planting with your mouth today? You see, I've traveled to over 70 nations, and everywhere I go, I meet people who are living beneath their words. They've spoken themselves into corners they can't escape. They've prophesied their own limitations. And here's what breaks my heart. They don't even realize they're doing it. I remember counseling a young entrepreneur in Singapore. Brilliant mind, incredible vision. But every time he talked about his business, he would say, I'm trying to make it work. Not I'm building something extraordinary. Not I'm creating solutions, just trying. That one word became a self-fulfilling prophecy. Within 18 months, his business collapsed. When we met again, you know what he said? I tried, but it didn't work out. He got exactly what he declared. Contrast that with a woman I met in South Africa. She had nothing, and I mean nothing. Living in a tin shack in one of the townships. But when she spoke about her future, fire came out of her mouth. I am an entrepreneur. I am a solution provider. I am changing my community. No trying, no hoping. She declared who she was before she had any evidence. Today, she employs 43 people and has built a manufacturing business that serves 3 provinces. Same country, different words, different destiny. This is the mystery most people miss. You don't speak about what you see. You speak to create what you want to see. Abraham didn't wait until he had children to call himself the father of nations. He started calling himself that when his body was as good as dead. That's the power of faith-filled words they create, the future they describe. Let me ask you something uncomfortable. If someone recorded every word you spoke for the past 30 days and played it back to you, would you be proud of what you heard? Would those words match the future you claim you want? Or would you discover that you've been sabotaging your own destiny with your mouth? You see, most people don't realize they're living in a prison they built with their own vocabulary. They're trapped behind bars made of I can't, I'm not, and it's impossible. And here's the tragedy. They've been in that cell so long, they've forgotten what freedom even looks like. I've watched this happen over and over again. Brilliant people, gifted people, people with incredible potential, sitting in the poverty of their own words. They'll tell you about all the reasons why their dreams can't happen. They've got a PhD in excuses and a master's degree in limitations. They can explain in eloquent detail why success is for other people, why their circumstances are different, why the odds are against them. But let me tell you what I've discovered after decades of studying successful people across every field imaginable. The ones who break through, the ones who transform their reality, the ones who leave a legacy, they all have one thing in common. They changed their vocabulary before their circumstances changed. Think about that. They didn't wait for their bank account to look different before they spoke differently. They didn't wait for opportunities to show up before they started declaring them. They understood something profound. The words you speak today are the building materials for your tomorrow. I remember working with a young man who came to me completely defeated. He'd failed at 3 businesses, lost everything. He sat in my office and said, "Dr. Munroe, I'm just not cut out for success. I'm a failure. That's who I am." I stopped him right there. I said, "No, you're not a failure. You had 3 businesses that didn't work, but you're not your results. You're still here. You're still breathing. You still have time. Now, what are you going to say about your future?" He looked at me confused, so I explained it this way. Right now, you're introducing yourself by your past. Every time you say, "I am a failure," you're inviting failure to stay in your life. You're giving it a permanent address. But what if you started introducing yourself by your future instead? That conversation changed his trajectory. He started speaking differently. Instead of "I'm a failure," he began saying, "I'm learning, I'm growing, I'm building something sustainable." Within 2 years, he had a thriving business. Not because circumstances magically changed, but because he changed the atmosphere around his life with his words. Now, I want to bring this closer to home. Let me ask you something personal. What conversation are you having with yourself right now about your own life? Not the one you have with other people, the one you have when you're alone. When the lights are off and it's just you and your thoughts, what are you saying? Are you saying, "I'll never get out of this"? Are you saying, "This is just how my family is"? Are you saying, "I'm too old, too young, too broken, too far behind"? Because if you are, you need to understand something. You're not describing your reality, you're creating it. Your words are seeds. And seeds don't care about your feelings. They don't care if you're having a bad day. They just do what seeds do. They grow, they multiply, they produce after their kind. If you plant apple seeds, you get apples. If you plant words of defeat, you get a life of defeat. It's agricultural law applied to the spiritual realm. So here's what I want you to do. Starting today, I want you to become intentional about your vocabulary. I want you to start monitoring what comes out of your mouth like you monitor your bank account. Because truthfully, your words are more valuable than your money. Money can be replaced, but years lost to negative confession, those don't come back. Stop saying you're broke. Say you're in transition. Stop saying you're stuck. Say you're being positioned. Stop saying it's impossible. Say you're waiting for strategy. Do you see what's happening? You're not lying. You're not pretending problems don't exist. You're reframing them with the vocabulary of faith. Because here's what happens when you change your vocabulary. You change your vision. And when you change your vision, you change your future. I've watched this transformation in my own life. There was a season when I would look at obstacles and my first response was to name the problem. This is impossible. The resources aren't there. The timing is wrong. And you know what? As long as I spoke that language, I remained stuck in that reality. But when I began to shift my confession, when I started saying, "This challenge has been permitted to reveal the provision that's already available to me. This delay is positioning me for a greater yes. This closed door is protecting me from a lesser destiny." Everything shifted. The circumstances didn't immediately change, but I changed. My perspective transformed, and eventually the external reality began to align with the internal declaration. You see, words create worlds. The moment you begin to speak differently about your situation, you step into a different dimension of possibility. Your mouth is the gateway between the invisible realm and the visible manifestation. Think about it. God himself created the entire universe with words. He didn't think the world into existence. He didn't wish for light. He spoke, "Let there be light," and there was light. You are made in his image. You carry that same creative authority. Your words hold generative power. When you speak life over your circumstances, you're not just being optimistic, you're partnering with the creative force that spoke galaxies into being. Now, let me address something important here. Some people hear this teaching and they think it's about positive thinking or some kind of mental trick. That's not what I'm talking about. This isn't about denying reality or pretending hardship doesn't exist. It's about accessing a higher reality, the reality of the kingdom, which supersedes natural circumstances. It's about aligning your confession with God's already established truth rather than with temporary conditions. When Peter stepped out of the boat and walked on water, the storm didn't stop. The waves were still crashing. The wind was still howling. But Peter accessed a law that superseded the law of gravity. He operated from a different reality until he shifted his focus back to the storm and began to speak the language of fear again. Your words determine which reality you occupy. Now, let me tell you something that will transform how you see every challenge, every setback, every impossible situation in your life. The kingdom operates on a principle I call the law of precedent. What does that mean? It means that every miracle Jesus performed wasn't just for the person who received it, it was establishing a legal precedent for everyone who would believe after them. When Jesus healed the blind man, he wasn't just giving sight to one individual, he was establishing in the spiritual realm that blindness has no authority over kingdom citizens. When he raised Lazarus from the dead, he wasn't just bringing back one friend, he was declaring that even death itself must bow to kingdom authority. Every miracle in Scripture is a precedent, a legal ruling that says, this is what's possible in my kingdom. You see, in earthly legal systems, when a court makes a ruling, that decision becomes a precedent for all future cases. Lawyers reference it, judges cite it, it becomes established law. The same is true in the kingdom. Jesus didn't come to perform random acts of power. He came to establish what's legally available to all who are citizens of his kingdom. This is why he said, greater works than these shall you do. Not different works, greater works. He was saying, I've established the precedent. I've shown you what kingdom authority looks like. Now you operate from that same position. But here's where most people miss it. They pray as beggars instead of operating as citizens. They come to God saying, please, if it's your will, maybe you could possibly. No, you already know his will. He's established it through precedent. When you're facing sickness, you don't beg. You remind heaven of the precedent. You declare, by his stripes I was healed. That's established law in the kingdom. I'm not talking about arrogance. I'm talking about knowing your legal position. When you walk into a bank with a check that has your name on it, you don't beg the teller to give you money. You present what's legally yours and make a withdrawal. That's how kingdom citizens operate. Let me take you deeper. The kingdom doesn't just operate on precedent, it operates on the principle of alignment. You cannot access kingdom resources while living by Babylonian principles. You can't function in two kingdoms simultaneously. Think about it, you can't have a foot in both worlds. You can't pledge allegiance to two different governments. That's treason in the natural realm, and it's spiritual schizophrenia in the kingdom realm. Many believers are trying to live with dual citizenship. They want the benefits of the kingdom, but they're not willing to surrender the mindset of Babylon. They want heaven's provision while maintaining earth's value system. And they wonder why their prayers seem to bounce off the ceiling. It's not that God isn't listening, it's that they're speaking a language he doesn't recognize as kingdom language. Let me be clear. God responds to kingdom protocol, not religious emotion. You can pray passionately. You can cry. You can fast. You can quote scripture. But if your life is not aligned with kingdom principles, if your priorities don't reflect kingdom values, if your decisions are driven by Babylonian thinking, you're essentially asking the king to endorse a rebellion. And kings don't fund rebellions against their own government. This is why Jesus said you cannot serve two masters. He wasn't being exclusive, he was being accurate. It's functionally impossible. You'll love one and hate the other, or you'll be devoted to one and despise the other. The kingdoms are mutually exclusive in their operation. Now here's where this gets practical. When you're in the kingdom, your source changes. Your entire supply chain is different. In Babylon, you depend on your job, your connections, your education, your economy. In the kingdom, you depend on your king and his resources. The job becomes a distribution point, not the source. The economy becomes irrelevant to your provision because you're connected to an economy that doesn't fluctuate with Wall Street. This is what I mean by alignment. When you align with kingdom principles, when you prioritize what the king prioritizes, when you value what he values, when you invest your time, talent, and treasure according to his constitution, suddenly you have legal access to kingdom resources. Not because you manipulated God, but because you positioned yourself under the jurisdiction where those resources flow. Let me tell you something that revolutionized my understanding of provision. I discovered that God doesn't respond to need, he responds to seed. You see, when you read the Gospels carefully, you'll notice that Jesus didn't heal everyone who was sick. There were multitudes of sick people in Israel during his ministry, but he healed those who came, who pressed through, who positioned themselves in his path. The need was everywhere. The healing went to those who engaged the principle. The same is true with kingdom economics. Your need doesn't move heaven, your seed does. When you plant according to kingdom principles, when you sow into good ground, when you give not from poverty mentality but from kingdom consciousness, you activate a law. Not a religious ritual, but a spiritual law as reliable as gravity. Give, and it shall be given unto you good measure, pressed down, shaken together, running over. That's not fundraising language. That's constitutional law in the kingdom. And here's what most people miss. The measurement you use determines the measurement you receive. If you give with a teaspoon, don't expect to receive with a shovel. If you sow sparingly, you'll reap sparingly. If you sow bountifully, you'll reap bountifully. This isn't about manipulating God into being your cosmic ATM. This is about understanding that the kingdom operates on principles, and those principles are impartial. They work for whoever works them. I've watched this principle transform communities. I've seen people who came out of poverty consciousness and entered into kingdom consciousness, and their whole economic reality shifted. Not because they learned to hustle harder, but because they learned to align differently. They stopped hoarding and started circulating. They stopped consuming and started contributing. They moved from being drains on the kingdom economy to being channels of the kingdom economy. And let me tell you something profound. This transformation didn't just change their bank accounts, it changed their identity. They stopped seeing themselves as survivors and started seeing themselves as stewards. They stopped asking, how can I get more? And started asking, what can I build with what I have? You see, most people today are living with a poverty mentality even when they have abundance in their hands. They're counting their resources instead of multiplying them. They're protecting their portion instead of expanding their influence. But kingdom citizens understand something revolutionary. Wealth is not just what you accumulate, it's what you circulate. Influence is not just what you possess, it's what you release. The early church became the most powerful economic force in the ancient world, not because they had the most money, but because they had the best distribution system. They created a network where no need went unmet, no gift went unused, no resource sat idle. While the Roman Empire was taxing people into poverty, the kingdom community was giving people into prosperity. While the world was hoarding in fear, the church was sowing in faith. And here's what history proves. Within a few generations, this small group of former fishermen and tax collectors had influenced the economic structures of entire regions. They didn't overthrow the system, they outloved it. They didn't fight the empire, they outgave it. They became so generous, so resourceful, so effective at meeting needs that even their enemies had to admit, these people have turned the world upside down. But notice something crucial. This only worked because they understood assignment. They didn't just give randomly. They didn't just throw money at every problem. They were strategic. They were intentional. They identified needs, assessed resources, and deployed assets with kingdom precision. They understood that generosity without wisdom is just waste, and compassion without strategy is just sentiment. This is what the kingdom economy demands from you today. Not just your money, your mind. Not just your resources, your resourcefulness. Not just your giving, your governing. You're not called to be a charitable reservoir. You're called to be a kingdom river. And I want to tell you something that's going to shake some religious foundations. God never called you to be a consumer. He called you to be a creator. The moment you reduce yourself to just being blessed, just being prosperous, just having more, you've missed the entire assignment. Look at Genesis again. God didn't bless Adam and Eve and then say, now go enjoy Eden, set up a nice tent, have a good life. No, he blessed them and immediately gave them work, dominion, governance. He said, be fruitful, multiply, fill the earth, subdue it, have dominion. Every single verb is active. Every instruction is about expansion, management, and influence. The blessing wasn't the destination. The blessing was the equipment for the assignment. And here's where we've gotten it twisted in the modern church. We've been taught to pray for blessing as if blessing is the goal. God bless my business. God bless my family. God bless my finances. But if you study the Hebrew concept of blessing times, Baruch times, it's not about accumulation. It's about empowerment for purpose. God doesn't bless you to make you comfortable. He blesses you to make you capable. Think about it. When God blessed Abraham, what did he say? I will bless you and you will be a blessing. The blessing had a connector. It wasn't a period, it was a comma. The blessing wasn't complete until it flowed through Abraham to the nations. His wealth, his influence, his name, it was all given with distribution built into the design. You see, a reservoir stores, but a river flows. And God is looking for rivers, not reservoirs. He's looking for people who understand that every increase is an opportunity for greater impact. Every promotion is a platform for greater influence. Every financial breakthrough is a doorway to greater distribution of the kingdom. And when you grasp this, when you really grasp this, it changes how you see everything. That new job, it's not just about your salary, it's about your access. That promotion, it's not just about your title, it's about your territory. That business breakthrough, it's not just about your account, it's about your assignment. You start asking different questions. Not how much can I get, but how much can I govern? Not what's in this for me, but who is this going to reach through me? When I was training young leaders, I used to watch them carefully during their first assignments. You could always tell who understood purpose and who was still trapped in the poverty mindset. The ones trapped in poverty would immediately ask about the budget, the salary, the benefits. But the ones who understood their assignment, they'd ask, who am I serving? What problem are we solving? How can I maximize impact with whatever resources I'm given? See, poverty makes you focus on the container. Prosperity makes you focus on the content. Poverty says, I need a bigger cup. Prosperity says, I need to become a better fountain. I remember a young man who came to me frustrated because his church wouldn't give him the title he wanted or the position he felt he deserved. He said, Dr. Munroe, I'm qualified, I've been trained. Why won't they recognize me? I asked him one question, what have you produced? He looked confused. So I said it differently, show me what you've created that's so valuable. People can't ignore you. That's the shift, you see, from recognition to production, from position to contribution, from climbing to building. When you operate from prosperity, you stop waiting to be discovered and start creating things that are undeniable. You stop campaigning for promotion and start producing results that demand elevation. You understand that true success isn't about getting to the top, it's about lifting so many people up that you end up higher by default. Think about the most successful people you know, really successful. Not just wealthy, successful. They're not constantly talking about their achievements. They're talking about their mission. They're not focused on defending their territory. They're focused on expanding their impact. They don't hoard opportunities, they create them. That's abundance thinking. That's prosperity consciousness. When God looks at you, He doesn't see your current limitations. He sees your total potential. He doesn't judge you by where you are right now. He evaluates you by what's locked inside you. And here's what breaks my heart. Most people will die with their treasure chest locked. They'll take their songs to the grave. They'll take their inventions to the cemetery. They'll bury their books, their businesses, their breakthroughs. Why? Because they believe the lies about scarcity more than they believe God's truth about abundance. Listen to me carefully. Your value is not determined by the economy. It's not determined by your boss. It's not determined by your bank account or your credit score. Your value was determined before the foundation of the world, when God invested everything He had into creating you. You are the most valuable thing in the universe because you carry God's image and His ideas. Every time you say, "I can't afford it," you're actually saying, "God didn't think this through. God made a mistake with me. God didn't give me what I need." That's not faith. That's an insult to the Creator. Instead, you need to start asking different questions. Not, "Can I afford this?" but "How can I create value that makes this possible?" Not, "Do I have enough?" but "What resources has God already given me that I haven't fully utilized?" I've watched this principle work in my own life over and over again. When I started my ministry, people said, "Myles, you don't have the connections. You don't have the funding. You don't have the platform." And they were right. I didn't have those things, but I had something more valuable. I had God's assignment. I had a message burning in my spirit. I had a willingness to serve. And you know what happened? Every time I stepped out in faith, resources appeared. Doors opened. Opportunities manifested. Not because I chased them, but because I was fulfilling my purpose. The universe, no, let me say it correctly. God Himself conspires to support your assignment. When you're walking in your divine purpose, provision follows. It has to. Because God never gives an assignment without providing the resources to complete it. That's His integrity. He's not going to call you to do something and then leave you stranded. The problem is, we're looking for the provision before we step into the assignment. That's backwards. Step into your purpose and watch provision chase you down. You see, every person who ever made a significant impact on this world had to make that leap. They had to step into the unknown with nothing but a vision and a promise from God. Abraham left everything familiar, his country, his relatives, his father's house, and he went out not knowing where he was going. The provision didn't show up until he started walking. Moses stood before Pharaoh with nothing but a stick. David faced Goliath with nothing but 5 stones and a sling. They didn't wait until they had the perfect resources. They moved when they had the right assignment. And here's what happens when you finally step into your purpose. The resources that were meant for you suddenly become visible. It's like they were there all along, but you couldn't see them because you were standing in the wrong place. You move into your assignment and doors start opening. Conversations start happening. Ideas start flowing. Money starts coming from directions you never expected. I've watched this happen over and over again. Someone finally surrenders to their calling, and within weeks, sometimes days, the provision begins to manifest. Not because God suddenly decided to bless them, but because they finally positioned themselves in the place where the blessing was already waiting. You're worried about the how. God is waiting for you to trust the who. You're calculating the cost. God already paid it. You're measuring your capacity. God is measuring your obedience. Let me ask you something. What assignment have you been running from because you don't see the resources? What has God been whispering to your spirit that you keep dismissing because your bank account doesn't match the vision? What burden has He placed in your heart that you've buried under the excuse of "I can't afford it"? Stop waiting for permission from your circumstances. Your circumstances don't give you assignments, God does. And when God assigns, God provides. But you've got to move first. You've got to step into the water before it parts. You've got to stretch out your hand before the staff becomes a serpent. You've got to throw the stone before the giant falls. Faith isn't believing God can. Faith is moving like God will. And that's why so many people never discover their true capacity. They're waiting for confirmation before they commit. They want the guarantee before they take the step. But the very structure of faith demands that you move in uncertainty. You step into the fog. You launch before you're ready. You speak the word before you see the evidence. Because here's what I've learned. Faith doesn't remove risk. It transforms your relationship with risk. It doesn't give you certainty. It gives you courage in the face of uncertainty. The person of faith isn't someone who never doubts. The person of faith is someone who acts despite the doubt. Think about it. When Jesus said to Peter, "Come," Peter didn't wait for swimming lessons. He didn't practice in shallow water first. He stepped out onto chaos. And yes, he began to sink when he looked at the circumstances instead of the one who called him. But here's what we miss in that story. 11 disciples stayed in the boat and never walked on water at all. Peter at least got out. You see, Even failed faith attempts what comfort never dares to try. Even a stumbling step is still a step. Even a shaky beginning is still a beginning. And God doesn't judge you by your perfection. He measures you by your willingness to move. This is why I tell young people all the time, stop waiting for the perfect moment. Stop waiting until you have it all figured out. Stop waiting until you feel ready. Because if you wait until you feel ready, you'll wait forever. Readiness isn't a feeling, it's a decision. It's saying, I don't have all the answers, but I have enough light for the next step. And I'm taking it. Your destiny isn't waiting for you to become something different. It's waiting for you to recognize what's already within you and act on it. The treasure is already in the field. The oil is already in the house. The giant slayer is already in the shepherd boy. The question is, will you dig? Will you pour? Will you throw? Because here's what I've learned. The greatest tragedy in life is not death. It's living without ever discovering what you carried. It's standing at the gates of eternity with your music still in you, with your book unwritten, your business unbuilt, your family untransformed, your community unchanged. You see, when you die, you won't just take yourself to the grave. You'll take someone's answer. You'll take someone's breakthrough. You'll take someone's miracle. Because what's in you was never just for you. It was for a generation waiting on the other side of your obedience. I think about the inventor who never believed in their idea, the teacher who never stepped into the classroom, the entrepreneur who played it safe, the artist who let fear silence their voice. And I wonder how many lives remain stuck because someone didn't release what they carried. That's the weight of potential. It's not just personal, it's generational. So let me ask you again, but this way, who's waiting on you? Whose life will change when you finally say yes to what's inside you? What problem will remain unsolved if you don't step up? What transformation will never happen if you keep negotiating with your calling? You are not ordinary. You weren't mass-produced. You're not generic. You are a specific solution to a specific problem. You are a customized answer to a customized question. And the world is asking that question right now. But the answer only comes when you decide, truly decide to die to who you were so you can become who you're meant to be. This is your moment. Not tomorrow, not when you feel ready, not when circumstances align. Now, today, this hour. The seed is in your hand. The grave is before you. And eternity is watching to see what you'll do with what you've been given. Will you hoard it or release it? Will you protect it or plant it? Will you bury yourself or will you let yourself be buried so the world can finally see what God hid inside you? The choice has always been yours, and the harvest has always been waiting. There's a finality to that choice that we often try to avoid. We want to negotiate with the process. We want the harvest without the burial. We want the glory without the graveyard. But that's not how the kingdom works. That's not how life works. And deep down, you know it. You've been in the ground long enough. You've been hidden long enough. You've been waiting long enough. The question is no longer whether you'll be buried. You already are. The question is whether you'll stay dead long enough to come back to life. Because here's what I need you to understand about resurrection. It's not about restoration. It's about transformation. When that seed finally breaks open, when the shell cracks and the root pushes through, it doesn't become the same seed again. It becomes something entirely new, something that didn't exist before the burial, something that couldn't exist without it. That's what God is after in your life. Not a better version of who you were, but a revelation of who you've always been underneath. The you that fear covered, the you that disappointment disguised, the you that society tried to shrink. The real you, the one God planted before the world began, is what comes up out of that ground. And when it does, when you finally emerge from the season that tried to destroy you, you won't come back the same. You'll come back multiplied. You'll come back with answers for questions you never asked. You'll come back with strength in places you used to be fragile. You'll come back carrying fruit that feeds nations, shade that comforts generations, and seeds that outlive your lifetime. That's the promise of the burial. That's the guarantee of the ground. What goes down in weakness comes up in power. What goes down alone comes up multiplied. What goes down hidden comes up as a harvest the whole world can see. So I'm asking you one final time, what are you still holding on to? What are you protecting that God is asking you to plant? What gift, what dream, what calling are you clutching in your hand when God is pointing to the ground? Because here's the truth that will set you free. That seed in your hand has an expiration date. It won't last forever. Every dream deferred too long becomes a dream denied. Every gift unused becomes a gift atrophied. Every calling ignored becomes a calling silenced. Time is not neutral. Time is either your partner in planting or your accomplice in decay. You see, when you hold that seed too long, something happens to it. It begins to shrink. It begins to harden. It begins to lose its power to germinate. And the tragedy is not just what you lose, it's what the world loses. Because inside that seed you're holding is not just your future. Inside that seed is someone's healing. Inside that seed is someone's breakthrough. Inside that seed is the answer to someone's prayer. There's a child who won't be mentored because you won't plant your gift of teaching. There's a business that won't be started because you won't plant your entrepreneurial vision. There's a family that won't be restored because you won't plant your testimony of redemption. There's a community that will remain in darkness because you won't plant your light. Your seed is not just about you. This is why God is so insistent. This is why the Holy Spirit keeps disturbing your comfort. Because what you're holding is not just your potential, it's someone else's provision. What you're clutching is not just your dream, it's someone else's deliverance. So let me end where we began, with a question that demands an answer. Will you be a keeper or a planter? Will you choose the illusion of safety or the adventure of faith? Will you die with your seed in your hand, or will you live to see your harvest in the field? The ground is waiting. The season is now. The choice is yours. But understand this. If you plant it, you'll never regret it. You might struggle, you might sacrifice, you might suffer through the winter, but when that harvest comes, and it will come, you'll look back and wonder why you ever hesitated. Plant your seed, trust the process, and watch God do what only God can do. Turn your ending into your beginning, your death into your life, your seed into your forest. I want you to think about something with me right now. I want you to pause and really consider the people you spend the most time with, the voices you allow into your mind, the energy you surround yourself with every single day. Because here's what I've discovered after decades of working with people across every continent. You never rise to the level of your dreams, you fall to the level of your standards. And the moment you decide to raise those standards, something miraculous happens. The entire atmosphere around you begins to shift. People either rise up to meet you where you are, or they naturally fall away. And I need you to understand this today, because your life is quite literally waiting on the other side of this decision. You see, most people spend their entire existence trying to fit in with everyone around them. They lower their voice when they should speak up. They dim their light when they should shine. They accept mediocrity when they were designed for excellence. And they do this because they're afraid of being rejected, afraid of standing alone, afraid of what people might say when they step into the fullness of who they were created to be. But let me tell you something that changed my life forever. The greatest tragedy is not that people reject you when you raise your standards. The greatest tragedy is that you reject yourself by refusing to raise them. I've watched it happen thousands of times. Someone finally gets tired of the drama, tired of the gossip, tired of the small thinking, and they make a decision. They say, no more. I'm worth more than this. My time is worth more than this. My future is worth more than this. And the moment they make that decision, everything changes. The people who were comfortable with them being small suddenly become uncomfortable. The relationships that were built on low standards suddenly feel the strain. But something else happens too. New doors open. New people appear. New opportunities emerge that were always there but invisible to someone operating at a lower frequency. Now, I'm not talking about becoming arrogant or thinking you're better than anyone else. That's not what raising your standards means. I'm talking about finally honoring the seed of greatness that your Creator planted inside you before you ever took your first breath. I'm talking about refusing to settle for less than what you were designed to become. And when you do this, you become a living standard for everyone around you. You become a mirror that shows people what's possible. You create permission for others to step into their greatness too. Because leadership isn't something you wear like a costume. It's something you become through daily choices. It's in the way you handle criticism. It's in the way you respond when nobody's watching. It's in the consistency between what you say and what you do. I've watched countless people with incredible potential sabotage themselves simply because they never developed self-leadership. They had the talent, the opportunities, the connections, but they couldn't lead themselves through the difficult seasons. They couldn't discipline their emotions. They couldn't manage their time. They couldn't control their tongue. And so all that potential remained dormant, locked inside a person who never learned to govern themselves. Let me be very clear about something. You cannot lead others further than you've led yourself. You cannot take people where you've never been. If you haven't conquered laziness in your own life, you cannot inspire discipline in others. If you haven't managed your finances well, you cannot teach stewardship. If you haven't learned to control your temper, you cannot model emotional intelligence. This is why self-leadership is the foundation of all leadership. It's the prerequisite. It's the non-negotiable starting point. Think about it this way. When an airplane experiences turbulence, what do the flight attendants tell you? Put on your own oxygen mask first before helping others. Why? Because you're no good to anyone if you're unconscious. You cannot serve from an empty vessel. You cannot give what you don't have. The same principle applies to leadership. You must first fill yourself with knowledge, with character, with discipline, with wisdom before you can overflow into the lives of others. You must become the change you want to see. You must embody the values you want to instill. You must live the life you want to inspire. And here's the beautiful part. When you do this authentically, leadership becomes effortless. You don't have to force it. You don't have to manipulate people or use tactics. Your life becomes the message. Your character becomes the curriculum. Your journey becomes the testimony that draws others toward their own transformation. People don't follow titles. They follow courage. They follow consistency. They follow someone who has walked the path and can show them the way. And here's the profound truth that many miss. Asterisk, asterisk, leadership is always tested in the valley, not on the mountaintop. Asterisk, asterisk. Anyone can lead when everything is going well. Anyone can stand in front of a crowd when the bank account is full, when the organization is thriving, when the applause is loud. But what happens when the funding dries up? What happens when your closest team members abandon you? What happens when the vision you've been carrying for years seems impossible? Asterisk, asterisk. That's when real leaders emerge. Asterisk, asterisk. I've watched leaders crumble under pressure because they built their authority on external validation instead of internal conviction. They needed the crowd's approval. They needed constant affirmation. And the moment criticism came, the moment opposition arose, they folded like cheap furniture. But authentic leaders, they've already died to the need for applause. They've already wrestled with their doubts in private. They've already counted the cost and decided the vision is worth more than their comfort. Asterisk, asterisk. This is why preparation is not optional, it's essential. Asterisk, asterisk. You cannot give what you do not have. You cannot lead people to a place you've never been. You cannot inspire transformation if you haven't been transformed yourself. This is why I spend time alone. This is why I read voraciously. This is why I sit in silence and allow God to shape my character when no one is watching. The platform will come. The opportunity will present itself. But if you're not ready when your moment arrives, you'll forfeit your future. I've seen gifted people, tremendously talented individuals receive opportunities they weren't prepared for, and it destroyed them. The weight of influence crushed them because their character couldn't carry what their gift attracted. Asterisk, asterisk. Leadership exposes everything. Asterisk, asterisk. It reveals what you've been building in private. It shows whether your foundation is concrete or sand. So if you're in a season of obscurity right now, don't despise it. Don't rush it. God is doing something in you that cannot be done in public. He's building your capacity. He's strengthening your resolve. He's teaching you to hear His voice above the noise of the crowd. Because when you finally step into your assignment, you won't be shaken by opposition. You won't be seduced by success. You'll know who you are and whose you are. And that knowledge, my friend, is the foundation of unshakable purpose. Let me tell you something that will challenge everything you've been taught about success. The world will measure you by what you accumulate. God measures you by what you distribute. The world celebrates what you gather. Heaven celebrates what you release. This is why so many successful people are secretly miserable. They've won the game by the wrong scorecard. I've watched billionaires break down in my office, confessing that their wealth feels empty. I've seen celebrities at the peak of fame tell me they feel invisible. Why? because they built empires on foundations that cannot hold the weight of human purpose. They optimized for applause when they were designed for impact. You see, purpose isn't about being seen. It's about seeing clearly. It's not about making a name. It's about answering to one. When Moses stood before that burning bush, God didn't ask him what he wanted to become. God revealed what he already was. I am has sent you. Your assignment isn't about self-creation. It's about self-discovery. This is revolutionary because it means you stop performing and start revealing. You stop pretending and start presenting. The real you, not the rehearsed you. The authentic you, not the airbrushed you. And I know that's terrifying, because what if the real you isn't enough? But here's the truth that will set you free. The real you is the only version of you that can fulfill your purpose. The counterfeit you might gain followers, but only the authentic you can complete your assignment. Think about it. Every seed contains the tree, but the seed must be planted in darkness, covered in dirt, and broken open before the tree emerges. You've been interpreting your struggles as evidence of failure. What if they're actually evidence of preparation? What if the breaking isn't punishment but process? What if God is developing in secret what he plans to display in public? I want you to see something remarkable in Scripture. Joseph spent 13 years in obscurity before he had one day of visibility. David spent 15 years running in caves before he sat on a throne. Moses spent 40 years in a desert before he led a nation. Paul spent 3 years in Arabia before he turned the world upside down. Do you see the pattern? The preparation was longer than the presentation. The development was more extensive than the deployment. The private training exceeded the public ministry. And here's what we miss. During those hidden years, something was happening that couldn't happen anywhere else. Joseph wasn't just surviving prison, he was learning administration, studying Egyptian culture, mastering languages, understanding systems of governance. Every day in that cell was a classroom. Every injustice was a lesson in leadership. Every betrayal was teaching him how to handle power without becoming corrupted by it. You see, if Joseph had gone straight from the pit to the palace, he would have destroyed himself. The elevation would have exceeded his character capacity. The position would have overwhelmed his maturity. God had to prepare the man before he could trust him with the mission. Listen to me carefully. Obscurity isn't God's rejection, it's God's protection. He's protecting you from a platform you're not ready to steward. He's protecting you from influence that would corrupt an unprepared character. He's protecting you from visibility that would expose your immaturity. And while he's protecting you, he's also perfecting you. In the hidden place, God is installing software that you'll need for the assignment ahead. He's building muscles you don't even know you'll use. He's teaching you languages you'll need to speak. He's giving you experiences that will become your expertise. Think about Jesus himself. 30 years of obscurity, 30 years of carpentry in Nazareth, 30 years away from the spotlight, and then 3 years of ministry that changed human history forever. The ratio speaks volumes. 10 years of preparation for every 1 year of presentation. This is why most people never reach their full potential. They rush to the platform before they've paid the price in the process. They want the microphone before they've mastered the message. They're seeking influence before they've developed integrity. But God doesn't work that way. He's far more interested in who you're becoming than in what you're doing. He knows that what you do will always be a reflection of who you are. You cannot give what you don't have. You cannot lead where you haven't been. You cannot teach what you haven't learned. I've watched it happen time and time again. Someone gets a little bit of success, a little bit of attention, and they think they've arrived. They start acting like they've mastered something they've barely begun to understand. And then, inevitably, the weight of their assignment crushes them because their character wasn't strong enough to carry it. Your preparation period is not punishment, it's protection. God is protecting you from a level of exposure you're not ready to handle. He's protecting you from opportunities that would destroy you. He's protecting your future influence by developing your present character. Think about David again. Before he ever wore a crown, he wore shepherd's clothes. Before he commanded armies, he protected sheep. Before he sat on a throne, he sat in caves hiding from a jealous king. Every betrayal, every disappointment, every moment of waiting was adding something to his character that would be essential later. The cave didn't delay David's destiny. The cave developed it. The wilderness wasn't wasted time. The wilderness was where his worship deepened, where his faith was tested, where his leadership was refined away from the spotlight, away from the applause, away from anyone who could validate him except God alone. You see, anybody can worship when they're winning. Anybody can have faith when everything is working out. Anybody can be loyal when they're being celebrated. But what happens when you're faithful and still forgotten? What happens when you're obedient but still overlooked? What happens when you're doing everything right but nothing seems to be working? That's where champions are made. Not on the platform, in the process. Not in public, in private. Not when everyone is watching. When no one is watching except the one who matters most. Because here's what I discovered about prayer and intimacy with God. It's not about performance. It's about presence. It's not about how eloquent you sound or how many people hear you. It's about whether you're real with him. I've watched people pray prayers that sounded like poetry. Words strung together like pearls on a necklace, beautiful to hear but empty of genuine connection. And I've heard prayers that were nothing but broken whispers, grammatically incorrect, theologically unsophisticated. Yet they moved heaven because they came from a heart that was genuinely seeking God's face. Jesus modeled this for us. He would dismiss the crowds. He would leave the applause behind. He would climb mountains in the darkness just to be alone with the Father. Not because he didn't love people, but because he understood that public ministry flows from private intimacy. You see, what you do in secret becomes the substance of what you do in public. Your private prayer life isn't separate from your public calling. It's the foundation of it. It's the root system that nobody sees, but that determines whether you bear fruit or just leaves. And here's where many of us get it wrong. We think that if we can just master the public presentation, if we can just learn the right words and the right posture, then we'll be spiritual. But God is looking at something else entirely. He's looking at the midnight hours when you can't sleep and you're wrestling with him about your fears. He's looking at the morning moments when you're still in your pajamas and you're asking him for wisdom before your feet hit the floor. He's watching to see if you'll seek him when there's no audience, no applause, no one to impress. Because that's where authenticity is forged. That's where character is built. That's where you discover who you really are, not who you pretend to be. I learned this principle the hard way. There were seasons in my life when I was so busy doing God's work that I forgot to spend time with God himself. I was speaking at conferences, writing books, leading initiatives, but my personal prayer closet was gathering dust. And you know what happened? I became hollow. Successful on the outside, empty on the inside. Impressive to others, disappointing to myself. Until one day, God whispered to my spirit, "Myles, I don't need your work. I want your worship. I don't need your performance. I want your presence." And this takes us to a profound truth about dominion. Asterisk, asterisk, you cannot dominate what you don't love. Asterisk, asterisk. Let me say that again. You cannot dominate what you don't love. The word dominion and the word dominate come from the same root, but they mean very different things in God's economy. When God said, have dominion, he wasn't saying go exploit, manipulate, use up, and throw away. He was saying, go manage with the care of a lover. Go steward with the tenderness of a parent. Go cultivate with the patience of a gardener who knows every seed by name. You see, true dominion requires relationship. It requires intimacy. Adam didn't just stand at a distance and bark orders at the animals. The scripture says he named them. Do you understand what that means? He spent time with them, he observed them, he learned their nature, their characteristics, their personalities. He got close enough to know them. This is why God brought the animals asterisk asterisk to Adam asterisk asterisk in the garden. Not to test his zoological knowledge, but to establish relationship. What will you call this one, Adam? What name fits its nature? This was an exercise in intimacy, not information. God was teaching Adam that leadership begins with love, not leverage. And here's what strikes me most powerfully. Asterisk, asterisk. Adam named the animals before Eve was created. Asterisk, asterisk. Think about the loneliness of that season. He's surrounded by creatures, experiencing companionship at one level, but feeling the ache of incompleteness. Yet even in his incompleteness, he doesn't abuse his authority. He doesn't lash out. He doesn't misuse his dominion. He serves, he names, he cares. This teaches us something critical. Asterisk, asterisk. Your season of preparation often comes wrapped in loneliness. Asterisk, asterisk. Before you meet your destiny, before you find your partner, before you step into your fullness, there's a season where God is testing your character in obscurity. Can you love what He's given you to manage even when it's not what you ultimately desire? Can you be faithful in the small assignments when you're dreaming of larger ones? Joseph understood this. He served faithfully in Potiphar's house even though he was destined for Pharaoh's palace. David shepherded sheep with the same devotion he would later give to shepherding a nation. The size of your current assignment is never an excuse for mediocre stewardship. Your faithfulness in the small things is the only proof God needs that you can be trusted with greater things. You see, the problem with most people is they want to be trusted with millions before they've proven themselves trustworthy with hundreds. They want to manage a corporation before they've learned to manage their own bedroom. They want to be leaders of thousands before they've learned to lead themselves through a single day with discipline and integrity. Let me tell you something powerful. God is watching how you treat the assignment you despise to see if you're ready for the assignment you desire. Every small task is a test. Every hidden moment is an examination. Every mundane responsibility is God asking you a question: can I trust you with more? I've watched people pray for years asking God for bigger opportunities, better positions, greater platforms, and God keeps saying, I've already given you an opportunity. It's called your current situation. Master that first. You want to preach to nations? Start by being faithful to speak words of life to your family. You want to manage a business empire? Start by showing up on time for the job you have now. You want to be a famous worship leader? Start by worshiping with all your heart when nobody's watching and there's no applause. The principle is unchanging. Faithfulness in obscurity qualifies you for visibility. Excellence in private prepares you for exposure in public. Your secret discipline becomes your public reward. This isn't just spiritual theory, it's the architecture of destiny. It's how the kingdom of God operates. And here's what you need to understand. The wilderness seasons, the waiting rooms, the small beginnings, these aren't interruptions to your destiny. They are your destiny being formed. The cocoon isn't delaying the butterfly, it's creating it. The pressure isn't preventing the diamond, it's producing it. Your current limitation isn't blocking your future, it's building it. So stop despising the day of small things. Stop being embarrassed by humble beginnings. Stop apologizing for where you are. Instead, dig deep right where you're planted. Bloom with everything you've got in the garden you're in, not the garden you wish you were in. Because here's what I've discovered. The moment you fully commit to your current position, that's when transformation begins. Not when you escape it. Not when you finally get promoted. Not when you move to a different city. But when you say, I'm going to extract every ounce of purpose from right here. You see, too many people are waiting for perfect conditions to start living purposefully. They're saying, when I get that degree, then I'll make an impact. When I have more money, then I'll start that business. When I move to a better neighborhood, then I'll be happy. But that's backwards thinking. Your purpose doesn't activate when your circumstances change. Your circumstances change when your purpose activates. I've watched people turn minimum wage jobs into launching pads. I've seen individuals transform broken relationships into testimonies. I've witnessed folks take the most mundane, overlooked positions and create such excellence there that opportunity couldn't help but notice them. Why? Because they understood a fundamental principle. You're never just working a job. You're always cultivating a character. That cashier position, it's teaching you patience and people skills. That entry-level role, it's building your work ethic and attention to detail. That difficult boss, they're developing your emotional intelligence and conflict resolution abilities. Every single place you find yourself is a classroom, and you're either passing or failing based on your attitude, not your title. Let me tell you something powerful. The fastest way out of where you are is to do where you are with excellence. The quickest route to promotion is to outgrow your current position by mastering it so completely that keeping you there becomes impossible. Stop looking for the exit door and start looking for the lesson. Stop hunting for the escape route and start searching for the growth opportunity. When you bloom where you're planted, you're not settling, you're preparing. You're not giving up on your dreams. You're building the foundation for them. You're not accepting mediocrity. You're practicing excellence in obscurity so you can handle visibility later. And I'm telling you, most people miss their moment because they didn't prepare in private. They show up to the big opportunity sloppy, unprepared, half committed, and they wonder why the door closed. God is watching what you do when nobody else is watching. He's observing your faithfulness in the small things before he releases you into the big things. That's why Jesus said, if you're faithful with little, you'll be given much. Not might be given, will be given. Your private discipline determines your public reward. Let me give you a real-world example. There was a young man I mentored years ago, brilliant guy, full of potential, and he kept complaining that nobody was giving him a platform. Dr. Munroe, when is my opportunity coming? When will people recognize my gift? And I said to him, show me what you're doing when nobody's recognizing you. He couldn't answer. You see, he wanted the spotlight, but he wasn't willing to work in the shadows. He wanted the applause without the rehearsal, the promotion without the preparation. And that's not how the kingdom works. That's not how life works. I told him, go home. Start serving somewhere nobody knows your name. Volunteer in your local community. Build something with your hands. Create content. Write. Study. Develop your craft in secret. And when you're faithful with that, when you've proven you're not doing it for recognition, but because you're called to it, then your gift will make room for you. 2 years later, that same young man had built something extraordinary. Not because he got a big break, but because he stopped waiting for permission and started working in obscurity. And guess what happened? People started noticing. Opportunities opened. Doors swung wide that he didn't even knock on. Because promotion doesn't come from the east or the west. Promotion comes from the Lord. And God promotes those who've been faithful in the hidden place. That's why I'm not intimidated by people who seem to be ahead of me. I'm not jealous of those who got promoted faster. Because I know something they may not know. Their promotion came from man, but mine is coming from God. And what man gives you, man can take away. But what God gives you, no man can remove. See, when you understand this principle, you stop politicking for position. You stop schmoozing with the boss, trying to get noticed. You stop manipulating circumstances to make yourself look good. You just do excellent work in secret, and you trust God to bring you out at the appointed time. Joseph didn't send his resume to Pharaoh. He didn't campaign for the position of prime minister. He was faithful in prison, interpreting dreams for people who would forget him. But when Pharaoh had a dream that needed interpretation, suddenly everybody remembered Joseph. Suddenly, the prison became a palace. Suddenly, the forgotten became the famous. That's how God works. He's been watching you in the secret place. He's been monitoring your faithfulness when nobody else was looking. And he's preparing a platform that matches the character you've been developing in private. But here's what most people miss. The blessing isn't just for you. God has been preparing you in secret so you can serve others in public. Every season of obscurity is a season of preparation for the people you're going to impact. Your gift is not about you. Your anointing is not for your glory. Your promotion is not for your ego. It's all about positioning you to solve problems, meet needs, and transform lives on a scale you couldn't have reached from where you were. So stop rushing the process. Stop complaining about the waiting season. God is not withholding your blessing. He's perfecting your character so you can handle the blessing without it destroying you. You see, the Bible says in Ecclesiastes 3:11, He has made everything beautiful in its time, not in your time, not when you think you're ready, in His time. And that word beautiful doesn't just mean pretty, it means perfect, complete, lacking nothing. God is arranging your life in such a way that when the blessing comes, it will fit perfectly into the season you're in. I've watched people pray for wealth, and when they got it, it destroyed their families. I've seen people beg God for a platform, and when they received it, they couldn't handle the criticism and they fell apart. Why? Because they weren't ready. The gift arrived, but the character wasn't there to sustain it. Listen carefully. God will never give you something that requires a level of character you haven't developed. That would be cruelty, not love. A good father doesn't hand car keys to a 5-year-old. It's not because he doesn't love the child, it's because he does. The child must first grow, mature, learn responsibility, understand consequences. The father is waiting for the child's capacity to match the gift. And this is what breaks my heart. So many of you are angry at God for making you wait. when he's actually protecting you from yourself. You're praying, God, why haven't you opened that door? And he's saying, because you'd walk through it and fall off a cliff, I'm teaching you to fly first. The wilderness isn't punishment, it's preparation. David didn't go from the shepherd's field straight to the throne. He went to the wilderness. He was anointed as a teenager, but he didn't wear the crown until he was 30 years old. 15 years of waiting. 15 years of running from Saul. 15 years of hiding in caves, leading broken men, learning to trust God when everything looked impossible. What was God doing? He was building a king, not just giving a title, but forging a man who could carry a nation. David learned worship in the wilderness. He learned warfare. He learned that God was his only source. When he finally sat on that throne, he didn't sit there as a shepherd boy with a title. He sat there as a transformed man with the capacity to lead God's people. You want the throne? Then embrace the cave. You want the promise? Then honor the process. Stop despising the season you're in and start asking, God, what are you teaching me right here? Because I promise you, every season has a curriculum. And if you don't learn what you need to learn in this season, God will keep you here until you do. He's not cruel. He's committed to your completion. He's not punishing you. He's preparing you. I've watched people cycle through the same season over and over again, wondering why nothing changes. And it's because they never stopped long enough to extract the lesson. They were too busy complaining about the desert to notice the manna on the ground. Too busy resenting the pruning to realize it was producing fruit they couldn't carry before. Listen to me carefully. Your character must match your calling. Your integrity must be equal to your influence. And God will not release you into the next dimension until he knows you can handle it without it destroying you. That's why some of you are still in the waiting room. Not because God forgot about you, but because he loves you too much to promote you prematurely. He knows what premature success does to unprepared people. He's seen what happens when someone gets the platform before they have the foundation, the microphone before they have the message, the title before they have the testimony. And so he holds you, not to hurt you, but to help you, not to limit you, but to complete you. Because the process isn't just about getting you to something, it's about getting something out of you. The impatience, the pride, the need to control, the fear of obscurity, the addiction to applause. God's trying to deliver you from you before he delivers you to your promise. And that takes time. That takes pressure. That takes seasons you didn't sign up for and struggles you didn't expect. Because transformation doesn't happen in comfort. It happens in the crushing. It happens when the pressure is so intense that everything falls away and only what's real remains. You see, the real you isn't who you are when everything's going well. The real you shows up when the money's low, when the door closes, when the relationship fails, when nobody's watching, when the praise stops. And God needs to know who shows up in that moment. Because the promise he's taking you to will require the version of you that only the process can produce. So don't rush it, don't resent it, don't run from it. Embrace where you are right now, knowing that every delay is developing you, every setback is setting you up, and every no is protecting you from something you're not ready for yet. Because here's what I've learned through years of study and observation. The greatest leaders in history were all misunderstood in their own time. Moses was called a murderer. David was called too young. Nehemiah was called a troublemaker. Jesus was called a blasphemer. Martin Luther King Jr. was called an agitator. Nelson Mandela was called a terrorist. Why? Because they saw what others couldn't see. They heard what others couldn't hear. They felt a burden that others couldn't feel. And when you carry a vision that's ahead of its time, you will always be misunderstood by people living in their time. Let me tell you something that will change how you see rejection forever. When people reject your vision, they're not rejecting you, they're rejecting what they cannot yet comprehend. And that's okay. Noah preached for 120 years and couldn't convince anyone to get on the ark. But guess what? The ark still sailed. The vision still manifested. The purpose still prevailed. You don't need everyone to believe in your dream. You just need to believe in it yourself. Because belief isn't meant to be democratic. Vision isn't meant to be validated by a vote. Purpose isn't meant to be approved by a committee. It's meant to be confirmed in your spirit and worked out through your obedience. I'm talking to someone right now who's been waiting for permission from people who will never give it. You've been waiting for your parents to understand. You've been waiting for your friends to support you. You've been waiting for your circumstances to be perfect. Stop waiting. Start walking. The permission you need doesn't come from people, it comes from purpose. I've watched people sit in waiting rooms for decades, waiting for their turn, waiting for approval, waiting for someone to recognize their talent, and they die there. Not physically, but spiritually. The dream withers. The passion fades. The potential gets buried under layers of disappointment and maybe next time. But here's what I discovered. Asterisk, asterisk, the people who change the world don't wait for permission. They take responsibility. Asterisk, asterisk. You see, permission is something you ask for when you doubt your assignment. Responsibility is what you grab when you know your purpose. There's a massive difference. When you're waiting for permission, you're essentially saying, I need you to validate my existence. When you take responsibility, you're declaring, I was built for this, and I'm moving forward, whether you understand it or not. Let me tell you about a young woman I met in Africa. She had a vision to build schools in her village. No degree in education, no funding, no government backing. Just a burning conviction that children deserve better. She started teaching under a tree. 5 children showed up the first day. The elders laughed at her. They said, who gave you authority to do this? Where's your certification? She didn't argue. She just kept teaching. 10 children came, then 20, then 50. Within 2 years, the government came to her asking how they could support what she'd built. They gave her the permission after she took the responsibility. That's the pattern throughout history. Rosa Parks didn't wait for permission to keep her seat. Martin Luther King Jr. didn't wait for approval to march. The Wright brothers didn't wait for the aviation board to authorize flight. There wasn't one. They took responsibility for their vision, and the world adjusted. Asterisk, asterisk. You have been waiting for a door to open, but you are the door. Asterisk, asterisk. Stop looking for someone to hand you the keys. You were born with them. The resources, the connections, the opportunities, they don't come to waiters, they come to walkers. They chase people who are already in motion. Because here's what most people don't understand about provision. God doesn't just provide for your needs when you sit still. He provides times along the path, times He's called you to walk. The manna didn't fall inside their tents. It fell on the journey. The water didn't spring up in Egypt. It came from the rock in the wilderness. Times after times they left. You see, when you step out, you trigger divine provision that was already prepared but dormant. You activate blessings that were waiting for your obedience. There are resources assigned to your assignment, but they only release when you move toward that assignment. Think about the widow who went to Elisha. She had nothing but a little oil. And the prophet didn't say, sit tight and pray for more oil. He said, go borrow vessels. Not a few. He put her in motion. And the oil didn't multiply until she started pouring. Action released the miracle. Movement activated the provision. That's the principle. Asterisk, heaven finances motion, not meditation. Asterisk, I'm not saying don't pray. I'm not saying don't seek God. But I am saying that at some point, faith has to have feet. Trust has to translate into steps. And when it does, you'll find that what you need shows up exactly when you need it, not before. I've seen this in my own life more times than I can count. Resources I didn't have when I started the project, connections I couldn't have predicted, doors that opened only after I was already walking toward them. Because God doesn't show you the whole staircase, He shows you the first step. And when you take it, the next one appears, and then the next, and then the next. But if you're sitting at the bottom demanding to see the entire staircase illuminated before you move, you'll wait your whole life. That's not how faith works. Faith is taking the step you can see, trusting that the next one will be there when you need it. And it always is. Always. Someone needs to hear this today. Someone's been waiting for the perfect moment, the perfect plan, the perfect circumstances. But perfection is the enemy of progress. Excellence is achievable. Perfection is an illusion that keeps you frozen. I learned this watching the great leaders of our time. None of them waited until they felt ready. None of them had it all figured out. Martin Luther King Jr. was 26 years old when he led the Montgomery bus boycott. 26. He didn't have decades of experience. He didn't have a complete roadmap for the civil rights movement. He had a calling, a conviction, and the courage to take the first step. Moses had a speech impediment and a criminal record. David was a teenager with a slingshot. Mary was an unwed mother in a culture that could have stoned her. God doesn't call the qualified. He qualifies the called. You know what I've discovered? The moments that changed my life weren't the moments when I felt most prepared. They were the moments when I felt most inadequate but moved forward anyway. When I accepted my first speaking invitation, I was terrified. My notes were shaking in my hands. My voice was trembling. But something happened when I opened my mouth and began to speak. The words came, the strength came, the clarity came. Not before, during. That's how purpose works. It doesn't give you everything up front. It gives you what you need when you need it. Manna in the wilderness came daily. Remember that. Not weekly, not monthly, daily. Because God wants you to stay dependent, stay connected, stay trusting. Stop demanding to see the whole staircase before you take the first step. Stop requiring a detailed map before you begin the journey. Faith doesn't work that way. Faith is spelled R-I-S-K. Every single time. And here's what's beautiful. Every step you take makes the next step clearer. Every door you walk through reveals another door. Every challenge you overcome prepares you for the next level. You're not going backwards. You're not standing still. You're being prepared, even when it doesn't feel like it. Let me tell you about a young man named Joseph. You remember Joseph? Sold into slavery by his own brothers, falsely accused by a woman scorned, thrown into prison for a crime he didn't commit, forgotten by the very people he helped. Years passing in that dungeon, years of wondering, God, where are you? Did you forget about me? Was the dream even real? But here's what Joseph didn't know in that moment. Every single injustice, every betrayal, every lonely night in that prison cell was positioning him for a palace. The waiting wasn't punishment, it was preparation. God was developing in him the character he would need to manage an entire nation's economy. He was learning languages, understanding Egyptian culture, building relationships, developing wisdom, learning how to maintain integrity when no one's watching. See, if Joseph had gone straight from the pit to the palace, he would have destroyed himself. The promotion would have killed him. But the process made him ready. And when Pharaoh finally called for him, Joseph didn't come out bitter. He came out better. He didn't come out angry. He came out anointed. He didn't come out broken. He came out with a solution that would save millions of lives. That's what the waiting does. It doesn't just test you, it transforms you. It prepares you for a level of responsibility you couldn't handle in your current state. You think you're ready now, but God sees what you don't. He sees the weight of what He's about to put in your hands. He sees the pressure you're about to face. He sees the attacks that are coming. And in His love, He's saying, not yet. Not because I don't love you, but because I do. I need you to understand something crucial. The size of your waiting determines the size of your assignment. Small assignments come quickly, but the assignments that will change generations, those require preparation. Moses waited 40 years in a desert before he could lead a nation out of bondage. David was anointed king as a teenager but didn't sit on the throne until he was 30. Jesus himself waited 30 years before 3 years of ministry that changed all of human history. Your waiting is not wasted time. It's preparation time. It's character building time. It's foundation laying time. And I need you to understand something that will completely change how you view this season. God is more interested in who you're becoming during the wait than He is in what you're going to do after the wait. Because if He gives you the promise before you're ready for it, the promise will destroy you. Think about it this way. If you give a child the keys to a Ferrari, you haven't blessed that child, you've endangered that child. The car itself isn't the problem. The problem is the mismatch between the gift and the maturity level of the recipient. And so many of us are angry at God for withholding things from us that would actually kill us if we received them prematurely. Joseph needed those years in prison because he was being transformed from an arrogant dreamer into a humble administrator. When he finally stood before Pharaoh, he didn't say, I can interpret dreams. He said, it is not in me. God will give Pharaoh a favorable answer. That's maturity. That's humility. That's what the waiting produced in him. You see, immaturity focuses on the gift. Maturity focuses on the giver. Immaturity asks, when will I get what I want? Maturity asks, who do you want me to become? And the waiting season is designed to transition you from immaturity to maturity, from focusing on your agenda to surrendering to God's agenda, from trying to use God to get what you want to allowing God to use you to accomplish what He wants. Here's another critical insight about waiting. During this season, God is not just working on you, He's working on your environment. He's positioning people. He's removing obstacles. He's opening doors that need to be opened and closing doors that need to be closed. He's orchestrating circumstances that are completely beyond your control or awareness. You see, while you're focused on the visible battle, God is fighting the invisible war. While you're trying to figure out plan A, God is already implementing plans B through Z. You don't need to see the whole picture, you just need to trust the artist who's painting it. And here's what fascinates me about God's behind-the-scenes work. He never wastes anything. Every delay has a purpose. Every detour is actually a divine appointment. Every closed door is God's protection from something that would have harmed you. You were angry because that job didn't work out. But God knew that company was going to collapse 6 months later. You were frustrated because that relationship ended. But God knew that person would have derailed your destiny. I've learned that God's no is just as much a blessing as His yes. Sometimes the greatest miracle is what God prevents from happening rather than what He makes happen. You don't celebrate the accidents you never had, the diseases you never contracted, the wrong decisions you almost made but something stopped you at the last minute. God's protection is working overtime in your life and you don't even realize it. Think about it like this. You only see the front side of the tapestry where the threads look random and chaotic, but God sees both sides. He sees the beautiful picture that's emerging from what looks like a mess to you. Your confusion is actually confirmation that something bigger than your understanding is taking place. This is why anxiety is so unnecessary for the believer. You're worried about things that God has already handled. You're trying to solve problems that God solved before you even knew they existed. You're carrying burdens that were never meant for your shoulders. Jesus said, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." That's not just a nice quote for a greeting card. That's a practical invitation to shift the weight from your back to His. Here's the shift I want you to make. Stop trying to be God's advisor and become God's student. Stop trying to inform Him of your situation and start asking Him to inform you of His perspective. Stop presenting Him with your plans for approval and start asking Him to reveal His plans for your obedience. This is the prayer posture that changes everything. Lord, teach me. Lord, show me. Lord, open my eyes to what I cannot see. Lord, give me understanding beyond my natural comprehension. When you pray this way, something remarkable happens. You stop wrestling with God and start walking with God. You stop demanding outcomes and start discovering opportunities. You stop trying to change your circumstances and start allowing your circumstances to change you. I've watched this transformation happen countless times. I've seen people who were desperate, anxious, fighting in prayer suddenly become peaceful, confident, surrendered. Not because their situation changed overnight, but because their perspective shifted. They stopped seeing God as someone who needed to be convinced and started seeing Him as someone who needed to be consulted. Let me give you a powerful example. There was a businessman in our congregation who lost everything during an economic crisis. Everything. His company collapsed. His investments disappeared. His reputation was damaged. He came to me angry, frustrated, questioning God. Why would God let this happen to me, he demanded. I've been faithful. I've been generous. I've served Him. I looked at him and said, maybe God is trying to teach you something you couldn't learn any other way. He didn't like that answer. He wanted sympathy. He wanted agreement that God had made a mistake. But I told him, go back and ask God what He's trying to show you. Stop telling Him what He should do for you and start asking Him what He's trying to do in you. 6 months later, that same man came back to me with tears in his eyes. Dr. Munroe, he said, losing everything was the best thing that ever happened to me. I was building my own kingdom and calling it God's work. I was serving my own ambition and calling it ministry. God had to strip everything away so I could see what I'd become. Now He's rebuilding me from the foundation up, and this time it's really His work, not mine. That's the power of changing your prayer posture. When you shift from demanding to declaring, something supernatural begins to happen in your spirit. You start to see with different eyes. You begin to hear with different ears. The things that once consumed you, the approval of others, the fear of failure, the need to prove yourself, they lose their grip. I've watched this transformation happen in people's lives over and over again. There was a young entrepreneur in our church who came to me exhausted. He'd built a successful business, but he was miserable. Every morning he'd pray, God, help me make this deal. God, give me this contract. God, let this investor say yes. His entire prayer life was about getting God to support his agenda. Then one day I challenged him. Stop asking God to bless your business. Start asking God what business he wants you in. That question wrecked him. For 3 months, he wrestled with it. He discovered that God had never called him to that industry at all. The business was profitable, but it was outside of his purpose. He eventually sold everything and started over in a completely different field, one that aligned with the burden God had placed in his heart years before, a burden he'd ignored because it wasn't as glamorous or immediately profitable. Today, he has less money, but infinitely more peace. And ironically, that less profitable calling is now impacting thousands of lives and generating more income than his first venture ever did. That's what happens when you stop trying to get God to endorse your plans and start discovering his. You find the place where your deepest fulfillment meets the world's greatest need. You find the intersection where your gifts, your passion, and God's purpose collide. But here's what most people miss. Changing your prayer posture isn't a one-time event. It's a daily discipline. Every morning you have to make the conscious choice to surrender again, because your flesh will try to take the throne back. Your ego will whisper, you've got this figured out now. You don't need to surrender today. That's when you're most vulnerable. This is why the greatest saints in history, the men and women who walked in extraordinary power, never stopped being beginners. They never graduated from surrender. Paul, after decades of ministry, after writing half the New Testament, still said, I die daily, not I died once, daily. Every single morning, he laid himself down again. You see, maturity in the kingdom isn't measured by how much you know. It's measured by how quickly you surrender. A spiritual infant fights for control. A mature believer releases it before the struggle even begins. They've learned that the fight itself is the problem. The moment you're wrestling for control, you've already lost because you're operating in your own strength instead of his. And here's what makes this so challenging in our culture today. We've been trained to believe that independence is the goal, that self-sufficiency is success. The entire system around you is designed to make you believe you don't need anyone, including God. Financial independence, emotional independence, the self-made man, the self-help industry generates billions, telling you that you have everything you need inside yourself. But kingdom thinking is the exact opposite. Kingdom thinking says you have nothing inside yourself that matters eternally. Everything of value comes from connection to the source. A branch doesn't develop independence from the vine. That's called death. The branch's entire identity, its purpose, its fruit-bearing capacity, all of it flows from staying attached. So when you wake up tomorrow and you feel that resistance, that voice saying surrender is for the weak, recognize it for what it is. The world's programming trying to keep you from your destiny. Because the world needs you weak. It needs you exhausted, striving, running on fumes, measuring yourself by metrics that mean nothing in eternity. But God is calling you to something different. He's calling you to the supernatural rest that comes from letting him carry what you were never meant to hold. And when you do, when you finally release that crushing weight of self-management, you'll discover something remarkable. The abundant life Jesus promised was never on the other side of your achievement. It was always on the other side of your surrender. Because here's what most people miss about surrender. It's not a one-time event. It's a daily practice. It's a moment-by-moment choice to trust God instead of trusting yourself. You don't just surrender once and you're done. You surrender your morning when you wake up anxious. You surrender your afternoon when the plans fall apart. You surrender your evening when the emotions threaten to overwhelm you. The disciples had to learn this. After the resurrection, after Pentecost, after seeing miracles with their own eyes, they still had to choose daily surrender. Paul, the great apostle, said he died daily. What was he dying to? His own way, his own wisdom, his own control. And this is where the real transformation happens, my friend. Not in the big dramatic moments of faith, but in the small, quiet decisions to let go. When you choose to surrender your worry instead of rehearsing it for the 100th time, When you choose to surrender your offense instead of building a case in your mind. When you choose to surrender your timeline instead of forcing doors that God has closed. The yoke wasn't just an invitation for tired people, it was a revelation of how God's kingdom operates. In the world's kingdom, you fight for position. In God's kingdom, you surrender to find it. In the world's kingdom, you protect yourself. In God's kingdom, you yield and discover divine protection. In the world's system, rest is what you earn. In God's system, rest is where you start. Think about a child learning to swim. At first, they panic, they thrash, they try to control every movement, and that's exactly when they sink. But the moment they relax, the moment they trust the water and the instructor, they begin to float. They discover that the water was designed to hold them all along. That's the yoke. That's the partnership Jesus offers. You stop thrashing in your own effort, and you discover that His grace was designed to carry you. His strength was meant to uphold you. His wisdom was always sufficient for your journey. This is why rest isn't weakness, it's revelation. When you finally stop trying to prove yourself, you start to discover yourself. When you cease striving for significance, you begin to recognize the significance already placed within you before you took your first breath. I've watched this transformation happen countless times. A businessman who collapsed under the weight of his empire, only to rebuild on the foundation of divine rest rather than human ambition. A mother who stopped trying to be perfect and discovered she was already enough in God's eyes, and that realization made her more present, more patient, more powerful in her parenting than all her striving ever did. The shift happens when you realize that Sabbath isn't about stopping work, it's about starting from a different place. It's about operating from rest rather than working toward rest. The world teaches you to labor until you earn a break. Kingdom principles teach you to break first, then labor from that place of wholeness. Think about it this way. God didn't create Adam and Eve and then tell them, work for 6 days and on the 7th day you can rest. No. Their very first full day of existence was a Sabbath. They woke up to rest. They began in completion. They started their human journey by watching God work, by receiving from His hand, by learning that their value wasn't in their productivity, but in their position as His beloved creation. This is revolutionary. You don't work to earn God's approval, you work from a place of already having it. You don't strive to become worthy, you rest in the worthiness He's already declared over you. Every assignment, every task, every calling flows from this fountain of rest, not toward it. And here's what happens when you finally embrace this truth. Your work becomes worship instead of warfare. Your efforts become expressions of gratitude rather than attempts at validation. You stop performing for an audience and start partnering with your Creator. The burden lifts not because the load got lighter, but because you finally let the right shoulders carry it. I can tell you from personal experience, the most productive seasons of my life didn't come from working harder. They came from resting deeper. I want you to understand something profound. Rest is not the absence of activity. Rest is the presence of peace in the middle of your activity. You can be still and stressed, or you can be moving and at rest. The condition of your soul matters more than the condition of your schedule. Jesus showed us this perfectly. He spent 40 days in the wilderness, not because He was escaping work, but because He was preparing for it. He withdrew to pray before every major decision. He rested before storms, not after them. He understood something most of us miss. The strength you bring into the battle is determined by the rest you experience before it. I've watched people burn out chasing things God never assigned them. They're exhausted, not because they're doing too much, but because they're doing the wrong things with the wrong people at the wrong time. They've confused motion with mission, activity with anointing. And the saddest part, they think their exhaustion is a badge of spirituality. They believe God is impressed by their weariness. Let me tell you what impresses God: obedience. And sometimes obedience looks like stopping. Sometimes the most radical thing you can do is rest when everyone else is rushing. Sometimes faith sounds like, no, I'm not available that day. Sometimes strength looks like a closed door, a silent phone, and a peaceful Sunday afternoon with nothing to prove to anyone. The reason why most people can't rest is because they're afraid of what they'll discover in the silence. As long as you're busy, you don't have to face the questions. As long as you're moving, you don't have to feel the emptiness. As long as you're producing, you don't have to confront your worth. But rest forces you to be still, and in that stillness, you either meet God or you meet yourself. And honestly, both can be terrifying until you realize they've been waiting to heal you all along. This is why the enemy doesn't mind if you're busy. He'll even applaud your productivity. Because busy people don't ask dangerous questions. Busy people don't sit long enough to hear God's voice correcting their direction. Busy people mistake motion for progress and noise for purpose. But when you rest, you create space for recalibration. You create room for God to redirect you before you waste another decade building the wrong thing. You give the Holy Spirit permission to whisper, "That's not your assignment anymore," or "You're carrying someone else's burden," or "I never asked you to prove yourself this way." And here's something that'll challenge you. Rest exposes what you've been using work to avoid. Some of us stay busy because we're running from difficult conversations. Some of us overwork because we're afraid to grieve what we've lost. Some of us refuse to slow down because silence brings up the pain we've been medicating with achievement. Rest doesn't just reveal your exhaustion. It reveals what you've been exhausting yourself to escape. This is why true rest requires courage. It takes bravery to stop performing long enough to feel what you've been postponing. It takes faith to release control and trust that everything won't fall apart without your constant intervention. It takes humility to admit that you're not the glue holding everything together God is. And when you finally surrender to that rest, something miraculous happens. The things you thought would collapse without you don't. The people you thought needed your constant rescue find their own strength. The ministry you thought depended on your burnout continues because it was never about you in the first place. Rest reveals that you were never the savior. You were always the servant. And servants are most effective when they're connected to the source, not disconnected from it through exhaustion. So let me leave you with this final truth. The seventh day wasn't a suggestion. It was a pattern. It was God modeling for you what sustainability looks like. Even he who never grows weary chose to rest. Not because he needed to, but because he wanted to establish a rhythm that would protect you from destroying yourself in his name. You know, I've learned something profound in my years on this earth. Most people look at successful people and whisper one word, lucky. They see someone building businesses that flourish, relationships that thrive, opportunities opening like flowers in spring, and they shake their heads and say, they've got favor. And you know what? They're partially right. But here's what they're missing, and this might shake everything you've ever believed about success, blessing, and destiny. What they call luck, what they call favor, what they call blessing, I call something else. I call it the inevitable result of a disciplined mind. Now, before you close this video thinking this is another lecture about willpower and grinding harder, stay with me. Because what I'm about to share with you isn't about working harder. It's about thinking differently. It's about understanding that your mind, that magnificent 3-pound universe sitting between your ears, operates by laws just as real as gravity. And when you learn these laws, when you apply them with consistency and discipline, what others call miracles becomes your normal. I want you to imagine something with me right now. Imagine two farmers. Both have the same size land, same soil, same access to water, same seeds. One plants his seeds with discipline, waters them consistently, removes weeds daily, protects the young shoots from birds. The other plants randomly, waters when he feels like it, ignores the weeds, and gets distracted by other things. 6 months later, one farmer is harvesting abundance. The other is wondering why nothing grew. Now here's my question to you. Does the successful farmer have favor or does he have discipline? You see, we've been taught to pray for favor, to wait for blessing, to hope for breakthrough. But what if I told you that favor isn't something that falls from the sky randomly? What if favor is the natural response of the universe to a disciplined mind? What if everything you've been calling lucky is actually lawful? That's what this conversation is about today. Not motivation, not hype, not temporary excitement that fades by tomorrow morning. This is about understanding the hidden architecture of reality itself and how your disciplined mind becomes the key that unlocks what everyone else is begging for. Let me take you somewhere personal for a moment. I want you to picture something with me. Imagine two men standing at the base of a mountain. Both want to reach the summit. Both have the same dream. Both can see the peak clearly from where they stand. The first man looks up and feels a surge of emotion. He's excited. He starts running up the path, fueled purely by that initial burst of feeling. His heart is racing, his adrenaline is pumping, and for the first 100 yards, he's unstoppable. The second man, he looks up at that same mountain, and yes, he feels something too, but he doesn't move yet. Instead, he sits down. He studies the terrain. He counts the switchbacks. He calculates how much water he'll need. He sets markers in his mind, this tree, that rock, that clearing, and he decides that emotion will not be his fuel. Discipline will be. Now, fast forward 3 hours. Where's the first man? He's sitting halfway up, exhausted, confused, wondering why his motivation disappeared. The feelings that pushed him forward have evaporated like morning mist. He's questioning whether he even wants the summit anymore. That's what happens when you build your life on emotion. It's unreliable. It's seasonal. It comes and goes like the weather. But the second man, he's still climbing. Not because he feels like it. In fact, his legs are burning, his lungs are screaming, and if you asked him how he feels, he'd probably say terrible. But he's moving, step after disciplined step. Because he made a decision that wasn't tied to his feelings, he committed to a system, not a surge. This, my friend, is the difference between people who dream and people who build, between those who start and those who finish, between those who wish and those who possess. Discipline doesn't ask you how you feel. It doesn't negotiate with your moods. It doesn't care if you woke up on the wrong side of the bed or if circumstances aren't perfect. Discipline simply says, we agreed to do this, so we're doing it. And here's what most people miss entirely. Discipline is actually a form of self-love, not self-punishment. When you're disciplined, you're telling your future self, I care about you enough to do what's hard today so your tomorrow will be better. That's not restriction, that's liberation. You're not denying yourself. You're investing in yourself. Think about it this way. When a farmer plants seeds, he doesn't wake up the next morning expecting a harvest. He knows that between planting and reaping, there's a season of watering, weeding, protecting, and waiting. He doesn't get emotional about it. He doesn't motivate himself every single day to walk out to that field. He just does it because that's what farmers do. That's discipline. The problem is, we've been conditioned to believe that if something requires effort, something must be wrong. We think success should feel easy, that purpose should flow effortlessly, that if we're struggling, we're off track. But that's a lie sold to you by people who've never built anything of value. Everything worth having requires discipline. Your health requires discipline. Your marriage requires discipline. Your finances require discipline. Your relationship with God requires discipline. There's no area of life where you can be undisciplined and still expect excellence. Now, let me take you deeper. Discipline is the bridge between your current reality and your desired destiny. Without it, you can have all the vision in the world, all the dreams, all the prophecies spoken over your life, and you will die with them still inside you. I've seen it happen too many times. People with enormous potential, extraordinary gifts, incredible opportunities, they had everything except discipline. And so they ended up as a footnote in someone else's success story. Here's the question that will change your life if you answer it honestly. What would happen if you treated your purpose with the same level of discipline that a surgeon treats an operation? A surgeon doesn't operate based on how he feels. He doesn't cancel surgery because he didn't sleep well or because he's not feeling it today. Lives depend on his discipline. Well, guess what? Lives depend on your discipline too. Your children are watching you. Your community needs what's inside you. The next generation is waiting for what only you can give them. Your lack of discipline doesn't just affect you, it robs the world of what you were born to contribute. When you lack discipline, you're not just hurting yourself, you're creating a vacuum in the space where your contribution should be. Think about it. Every person who was supposed to benefit from your expertise, they're now settling for second best. Every problem you were uniquely equipped to solve remains unsolved. Every door you were supposed to open for others stays locked. This is the tragedy of undisciplined potential. It's not loud. It's not dramatic. It's silent devastation. I've seen it too many times. Young people with fire in their eyes, vision in their hearts, ability in their hands, but no discipline in their habits. And 5 years later, 10 years later, they're still talking about what they're going to do, still explaining why the timing isn't right, still waiting for motivation to strike like lightning. But here's what I need you to understand. Discipline isn't the enemy of freedom, it's the pathway to it. The most liberated people I know are the most disciplined. They've disciplined their time, so they're not enslaved to distraction. They've disciplined their finances, so they're not imprisoned by debt. They've disciplined their words, so they're not trapped by reputation damage they can't undo. Discipline creates freedom. Lack of discipline creates bondage. You see someone who can't control their appetite, they're not free. They're enslaved to every craving. You see someone who can't control their schedule, they're not free. They're enslaved to every interruption. You see someone who can't control their emotions, they're not free. They're a hostage to their feelings. The disciplined person makes decisions once. The undisciplined person makes the same decision every single day. Let me give you an example. A disciplined person decides once, I'm going to exercise 3 times a week. That's it, decision made. Now they just execute. But an undisciplined person, they make that decision every Monday. Should I go to the gym today? And they negotiate with themselves. And they lose that negotiation most of the time. This is exhausting. This is why undisciplined people are always tired. They're spending emotional energy on decisions that should have already been settled. Discipline simplifies your life. It removes the daily debate. It eliminates the constant negotiation with yourself. You already decided. Now you simply obey your own decision. This is why Jesus said, let your yes be yes and your no be no. He wasn't just giving moral instruction. He was revealing a leadership principle. He was teaching you how to eliminate the energy drain of indecision. Look at David in the Psalms. He made declarations. I will bless the Lord at all times. Not I'll try to bless the Lord when I feel like it. Not I'll bless the Lord when things are going well. He locked in his decision. He removed future negotiation from the equation. You see, most people wake up every morning and start the negotiation process all over again. Should I pray today? Should I read? Should I exercise? Should I keep my word? Every single decision becomes a debate. And here's what happens. The debate itself exhausts you before you even begin. This is the science behind habits, by the way. A habit isn't just repeated behavior. A habit is a pre-made decision that your mind no longer questions. When you brush your teeth, you don't debate whether or not you should. You don't weigh the pros and cons. You simply do it because the decision was made long ago. That's the power of commitment. But we've been taught that flexibility is always good. We've been told that keeping your options open is wise. And yes, there's a place for wisdom and discernment. But there's a difference between wisdom and indecision. Wisdom chooses the right path. Indecision refuses to choose any path. I've watched people destroy their potential because they refused to commit. They wanted to be an entrepreneur, but they also wanted the security of a job. They wanted to build a ministry, but they also wanted to avoid criticism. They wanted to write a book, but they also wanted to wait until conditions were perfect. So they spent their entire lives in the valley of decision, and they died there. The valley of decision is a graveyard. It's full of dreams that were never pursued, gifts that were never developed, and destinies that were never fulfilled. Why? Because the person refused to commit. And let me tell you something that will shake you to your core. The graveyard doesn't discriminate. It doesn't care about your education level, your economic background, or your social status. Rich and poor alike take their potential to the grave. The only difference is that some people bury their dreams in expensive caskets. I've seen brilliant minds waste away in comfortable jobs that never challenged them. I've watched talented artists spend their entire lives talking about what they're going to do someday. I've observed gifted leaders remain followers because commitment required more than they were willing to give. You see, commitment transforms everything. It turns a casual interest into a burning passion. It converts a good idea into a world-changing invention. It changes a person with potential into a person with impact. Let me paint you a picture. Imagine 2 people standing at the base of a mountain. Both have the same dream, to reach the summit. Both have the same resources, the same abilities, the same opportunity. The first person says, I'm interested in climbing this mountain. I'll try it and see how it goes. The second person says, I am committed to reaching that summit. Whatever it takes, however long it requires, I will get there. Now, when the weather turns bad, who continues climbing? When the path becomes steep and muscles start screaming, who keeps moving forward? When doubt whispers that maybe this isn't worth it, who pushes through? the committed person, every single time. Because you see, interest is about convenience. Commitment is about conviction. Interest operates on feelings. Commitment operates on decision. Interest asks, what's in it for me right now? Commitment asks, what will this require of me? And am I willing to pay that price? And here's what most people don't understand. Commitment actually creates the resources you need. When you fully commit to something, your mind begins to work differently. You start seeing opportunities that were invisible before. You develop skills you didn't know you had. You attract people and resources that align with your purpose. And here's what's remarkable. When you operate in alignment with your purpose, you don't just succeed, you create significance. There's a difference. Success is about you. Significance is about what outlives you. Success is measured in what you accumulate. Significance is measured in what you contribute. You see, most people are climbing ladders only to discover they've been leaning against the wrong wall. They reach the top and realize they've wasted years building someone else's dream, fulfilling someone else's vision. But when you understand your why, when you're crystal clear about your purpose, every step you take is intentional. Every decision is filtered through the lens of your calling. Let me tell you about a woman I met years ago. She was a successful corporate attorney, making 6 figures, respected in her field, but she was miserable, absolutely miserable. She came to one of my seminars, and during a break, she confessed, "Dr. Munroe, I've achieved everything I thought I wanted, but I feel empty inside." I asked her one question, "What breaks your heart?" She immediately teared up and said, "Children in the foster care system. I was one of them." That was her purpose, trying to get her attention. Within 2 years, she had transitioned out of corporate law and started a non-profit organization that places foster children in loving homes. Her income dropped significantly, but I saw her 5 years later, and she was radiating life. She told me, "I finally feel like I'm doing what I was born to do." That's the power of alignment. When your daily actions align with your divine assignment, you experience a fulfillment that money can't buy and circumstances can't steal. You wake up with energy. You go to bed with satisfaction. You live with intention instead of just existence. But let me warn you, discovering your purpose will disrupt your comfort zone. It will challenge relationships that are built on your old identity. It will require you to release some things that feel safe but aren't serving your destiny. I've watched people stay in jobs they've outgrown simply because they fear the unknown. I've seen individuals remain in toxic relationships because the pain of staying feels more predictable than the uncertainty of leaving. But here's what I need you to understand. Your purpose is not found in your comfort, it's found in your courage. When you begin to live according to your design, you'll notice something remarkable happening. Opportunities that were always there but invisible to you will suddenly become apparent. It's not that the world changed, you changed. Your awareness shifted. You began to see through the lens of purpose rather than through the lens of survival. Think about it like this. A seed doesn't struggle to become a tree. It doesn't attend seminars on how to be a better tree. It simply responds to the design embedded within it. Given the right environment, soil, water, sunlight, it naturally becomes what it was created to be. The struggle only comes when the environment resists the seed's purpose. You are that seed. And right now, you may be planted in concrete, wondering why growth feels so painful. The pain isn't because something's wrong with you, it's because you're trying to fulfill your purpose in an environment that wasn't designed to support it. This is why some of you feel exhausted even though you're not doing much. You're spending enormous energy trying to be someone you're not. You're working hard to maintain an image, to meet expectations that were never yours to meet, to chase dreams that belong to someone else's blueprint. Let me be direct with you. Copying someone else's assignment is academic fraud in school, but it's spiritual suicide in life. You cannot fulfill your purpose by imitating another person's journey. You can learn from them, yes. You can be inspired by them, absolutely. But you cannot become them, and you shouldn't want to. The world doesn't need another version of someone who already exists. The world needs the original version of you, the you that heaven designed. The you that carries a unique combination of gifts, experiences, perspectives, and passions that no one else in history has ever possessed or ever will possess again. Your fingerprints don't match anyone else's. Your DNA is unique to you. Your retinal pattern is yours alone. Even your voice has a distinctive frequency that can't be perfectly replicated. God didn't accidentally make you different. He intentionally made you irreplaceable. And if your physical body carries that level of uniqueness, how much more unique is the purpose stamped into your spirit? I've watched people spend decades trying to become someone else. They study another person's mannerisms, copy their style, imitate their approach, replicate their methods. And you know what happens? They become really good imitations. But an imitation, no matter how skillful, is always worth less than an original. A replica of the Mona Lisa might look impressive, but it will never carry the value of the authentic painting. You weren't created to be a replica. You were created to be a masterpiece. Let me tell you something that might shake you. The person you're trying to become is also struggling with their own insecurities. The life you're envying from a distance is being questioned by the person living it. We see people's public success, but we don't see their private struggles. We see their highlight reel, but we don't see the hundreds of hours of footage that got cut. And while you're busy wishing you had their life, someone else is looking at your life wishing they had what you take for granted. This comparison trap doesn't just waste your time, it insults your Creator. When you reject who you are, you're essentially telling God that He made a mistake with you. You're telling the master designer that His design was flawed. You're telling the potter that he didn't know what he was doing when he formed you. That's not humility, that's arrogance disguised as insecurity. True humility is accepting that God knew exactly what He was doing when He made you, and then stewarding that design with excellence. When you step into the fullness of who you were created to be, something remarkable happens. You stop competing and start completing. You understand that your gift isn't meant to replace someone else's, it's meant to complement the larger picture. The eye doesn't compete with the ear. They're both essential, both valuable, both irreplaceable in their function. I've watched so many people exhaust themselves trying to be someone they were never designed to be. They see someone else's success and think, I need to do what they're doing. But that's like a violin trying to sound like a trumpet. You'll only produce noise instead of music. Your assignment is not to duplicate another person's sound, it's to perfect your own. Here's what I need you to grasp. Comparison is the assassin of destiny. The moment you start measuring your chapter 1 against someone else's chapter 20, you abort your own process. You don't know what that person went through to get where they are. You don't see the nights they cried, the doors that slammed in their face, the years they invested when nobody was watching. You only see the harvest, not the seasons of planting and watering. God never compares you to anyone else. He doesn't say, why can't you be more like Peter? Or look at how Mary does it. He calls you by your name. He sees you as a unique expression of His infinite creativity. When He evaluates your life, He's not checking whether you match someone else's accomplishments. He's checking whether you became the fullest version of yourself. And here's the part that will set you free. Your uniqueness is your competitive advantage. In a world of copies, originality is priceless. When you show up as authentically you with your quirks, your perspective, your unusual way of processing things, you offer something the marketplace has never seen before. People are tired of reruns. They're hungry for the original broadcast that only you can transmit. But you have to make a decision. You have to choose authenticity over acceptance. You have to be willing to stand alone if necessary, to be misunderstood if required, to be different even when it's uncomfortable. Because here's what I've learned. The people who try to keep you small will eventually celebrate your bigness, but only after you stop asking for their permission. The family members who doubted your dreams will one day brag about your accomplishments, but only after you stop seeking their approval. The friends who called you crazy will eventually ask how you did it, but only after you stop explaining yourself to them. You don't need everyone to understand your journey. You just need to stay committed to it. I remember a young man who came to me years ago, broken and confused. He said, Dr. Munroe, everyone in my life is telling me to be practical. They say my dreams are too big, my faith is too radical, my plans are unrealistic. Maybe they're right. Maybe I should just settle. I looked at him and I said, tell me something. When you think about giving up on your dream and living the safe life they're prescribing for you, how does that make you feel? His eyes filled with tears. It feels like dying, he said. Then don't do it, I told him. Because a life lived for someone else's comfort is not a life at all. It's a slow death dressed up as safety. That young man went on to build something extraordinary. But first, he had to divorce himself from the opinions of people who loved him but didn't understand him. He had to create healthy distance from voices that meant well but saw small. And this is crucial. Creating distance doesn't mean you don't love them. It doesn't mean you're disrespectful or rebellious. It means you're finally respecting yourself enough to protect your purpose from people who can't comprehend it. Some of you have been carrying other people's doubts like they're your own. You've been wearing their limitations like a coat that doesn't fit. You've been shrinking yourself to make them comfortable, and in the process, you've become uncomfortable in your own skin. It's time to take that coat off. It's time to return their fears to them. It's time to say, with love but with firmness, I honor you, but I cannot abandon myself to please you. Because here's what I've learned, and maybe you're learning it too. The people who truly love you will adjust. They will learn to love the real you. And the ones who can't, they were never supposed to stay for the whole journey. That's a hard truth, but it's a liberating one. I've watched people grieve the loss of relationships when they finally stepped into their truth. And yes, there is grief. Real grief. Because even a cage can feel like home if you've been in it long enough. Even dysfunction can feel like family if it's all you've known. But on the other side of that grief, freedom, authenticity, peace. I remember a woman who came to me, tears streaming down her face. She said, Dr. Munroe, I finally told my family I wasn't going to medical school. I told them I'm going to start a nonprofit for foster children, and they stopped talking to me. She was devastated. Absolutely devastated. But 6 months later, she came back. Different woman, same face, different light in her eyes. She said, I miss them, I do. But I don't miss who I had to be around them. I don't miss pretending. I don't miss dying a little every day. And then she said something I'll never forget. I'd rather be lonely as myself than surrounded as someone else. That's the choice. That's always the choice. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't hurt. I'm not saying you won't have moments where you question everything, where you wonder if maybe you should have just kept quiet, just played along, just worn the coat a little longer. But those moments pass. And what remains is something far more valuable than comfort, integrity. You cannot build a genuine life on a foundation of pretense. You cannot construct authentic relationships while wearing a mask. You cannot fulfill your purpose while living someone else's script. And here's the beautiful twist. When you stop performing for approval, you actually become more lovable. Not to everyone, but to the right ones. To your people, to your tribe. Because authenticity is magnetic. There's something about a person who knows who they are and isn't apologizing for it that draws the right people close. And I want to tell you something about authenticity that most people miss. When you're being authentic, you're not just attracting people, you're actually giving others permission to be themselves too. You become a safe space in a world full of pretenders. You become the person someone else looks at and says, if they can be real, maybe I can too. That's leadership. That's influence. Not through force, not through manipulation, but through the quiet courage of simply being who you were designed to be. Now, here's where it gets even more interesting. When you align yourself with your tribe, your authentic community, you create something I call collective momentum. You see, one person pursuing their purpose is powerful. But when you have a group of aligned individuals moving in the same direction, supporting each other's assignments, that's when you become unstoppable. Think about geese flying in formation. Scientists have discovered that when geese fly together in that V shape, they can travel 71% farther than if they were flying alone. Why? Because each bird creates an uplift for the bird behind it. They're drafting off each other's energy. They're working smarter, not harder. Your tribe does the same thing for you. When you're tired, they carry you. When they're struggling, you lift them. When one person breaks through to a new level, it creates a path for everyone else to follow. That's the power of authentic community. It multiplies your effectiveness. But here's what you need to understand. This only works when everyone is being authentic, when everyone is clear about their purpose, when everyone is operating from their true identity. Because fake community, forced community, community built on obligation or guilt or social pressure that doesn't create uplift, that creates drag. That slows everyone down. So the question isn't just, do I have community? The question is, do I have authentic community? Am I surrounded by people who know me, truly know me, and still choose to stand with me? Am I that person for someone else? Because here's the truth. You were never meant to do this alone. The lone wolf mentality that society celebrates, it's a myth. Even wolves travel in packs. Every great achievement in human history has been the result of collaboration, of people coming together around a shared vision. You see, the Wright brothers didn't just build an airplane, they built a partnership. While others were working in isolation, hoarding their secrets, the Wright brothers shared everything with each other. They questioned each other. They challenged each other. And when one would get discouraged, the other would lift him up. That's the power of relationship. That's the power of connection. I've watched this principle play out over and over again in my own life. The moments when I tried to do everything myself were the moments I struggled the most. But when I opened myself up to collaboration, when I allowed others into my process, that's when miracles started happening. There's a reason why Jesus sent his disciples out in pairs, not alone, in pairs. Because there's strength in partnership. There's accountability in relationship. There's multiplication in collaboration. And here's what most people don't understand about networking and building relationships. It's not about what you can get. It's about what you can give. The people who are most successful at building powerful networks are the people who approach every relationship asking, how can I serve this person? How can I add value to their life? When you shift from a mindset of taking to a mindset of giving, everything changes. People are drawn to givers. People want to collaborate with givers. And here's the beautiful paradox. The more you give, the more you receive. But you have to be intentional about it. You can't just wait for relationships to fall into your lap. You have to cultivate them. You have to nurture them. You have to invest in them. I make it a practice to reach out to people regularly. Not just when I need something, but just to check in, just to encourage them, just to see how I can support their vision. And you know what happens? When I do need help, when I do need advice, when I do need a connection, those people are there because I've made deposits into the relationship before I made withdrawals. This is wisdom that will take you further than talent alone ever could. You see, there are people who only call you when they need something. They only reach out when they're in trouble. They only remember your name when there's a problem they can't solve alone. And you know what happens? People begin to recognize that pattern. They begin to see that you're only a friend in seasons of desperation. And eventually, even if they can help you, they won't want to. Not because they're cruel, but because you've established a pattern of taking without giving. I've watched this destroy careers. I've watched this isolate gifted people. They had everything: talent, charisma, credentials, but they burned every bridge through selfish relating. They treated people like tools instead of treasures. And when their season of need came, and it always comes, they found themselves alone. Listen carefully. Your success is not just about what you know or what you can do. Your success is also about who will stand with you when things fall apart. And the people who stand with you in crisis are the people you stood with before the crisis came. This brings me to something that's going to challenge many of you. Stop measuring people by what they can do for you. Stop categorizing relationships by their immediate utility. You meet someone and your first thought is, what can this person give me? What door can they open? What favor can they provide? That's poverty mentality dressed up in networking language. Wealthy people, and I'm not just talking about money, I'm talking about people rich in relationships, rich in influence, rich in peace. They think differently. They ask, how can I add value here? What can I bring to this person's life? How can I serve before I need to be served? And here's the beautiful mystery of this principle. When you genuinely invest in people without a transactional agenda, when you give without keeping score, when you serve without expecting immediate returns, you create a network of goodwill that becomes your greatest asset. Doors open that you didn't even knock on. Opportunities find you that you didn't chase. Help arrives from directions you never anticipated, but you cannot manufacture this. You cannot fake generosity. People sense authenticity. They can tell the difference between someone who cares about them and someone who cares about what they can extract from them. Your motives will always eventually be exposed by your patterns. So examine your relationships today. Are you a withdrawer or a depositor? Are you known for taking or for giving? When people see your name on their phone, do they think, oh no, what does he want now? Or do they smile because they know you genuinely care? You see, the quality of your relationships will determine the quality of your life. Show me your friends and I'll show you your future. Show me who you spend time with and I'll tell you who you're becoming. This isn't just philosophy, it's practical wisdom that has proven true throughout human history. Think about the 5 people you spend the most time with. Now be honest with yourself. Are they lifting you higher or pulling you down? Are they challenging you to grow or enabling you to stay comfortable? Are they speaking life into your potential or validating your excuses? This matters more than you realize, because you don't just spend time with people, you exchange spirits with them. You absorb their attitudes, their language patterns, their belief systems, their expectations. I've watched this principle play out thousands of times. A young person with tremendous potential gets surrounded by mediocre thinkers, and within months, their dreams start shrinking. Their vocabulary changes. Their ambitions diminish. They start saying things like, "That's just not realistic," or "People like us don't do things like that." The vision dies, not because it was impossible, but because the environment couldn't sustain it. But I've also seen the opposite. I've seen average people get connected to extraordinary relationships, and suddenly they're doing things they never imagined possible. Why? Because someone believed in them. Because someone invested in them. Because someone saw what they couldn't see in themselves and refused to let them settle. That's what great relationships do. They call forth the giant that's sleeping inside you. They speak to your potential, not just your performance. They see your future, not just your past. And that kind of relationship is worth more than gold. Now, here's what most people miss. They're waiting for these kinds of relationships to find them. They're passively hoping that mentors will appear, that encouragers will show up, that supporters will materialize. But relationship building is active, not passive. You don't find great relationships, you build them. You cultivate them. You invest in them consistently and intentionally. And here's what most people miss. The quality of your relationships determines the quality of your life. Not your bank account, not your career title, not the car you drive or the house you live in. Your relationships. I've seen billionaires who are relationally bankrupt. I've counseled executives who conquered industries but couldn't connect with their own children. I've watched people climb to the top of every ladder that matters to society, only to discover they've been leaning that ladder against the wrong wall the entire time. Because at the end of your life, you won't be counting your trophies. You'll be counting the people who truly knew you, the ones who showed up when you had nothing to offer them, the ones who loved you not for what you could do, but for who you were. Let me tell you about another principle that transforms relationships. Asterisk, asterisk, the principle of presence. Asterisk, asterisk. We live in the most distracted generation in human history. We're physically present but mentally absent. You're sitting across from someone, but your mind is scrolling through tomorrow's agenda. Your child is talking to you, but you're reading emails. Your spouse is sharing their heart, but you're already formulating your response instead of truly listening. Presence is the greatest gift you can give another human being. Not presence, your undivided attention, your full awareness, your complete engagement in this moment with this person. I learned this the hard way. Early in my ministry, I was so focused on reaching the masses that I missed the individuals right in front of me. I was so busy preparing messages for thousands that I didn't have time for conversations with the ones closest to me. I had to learn that impact isn't just measured in reach, it's measured in depth. Here's a practice that will revolutionize your relationships. Asterisk, asterisk. When someone is speaking to you, put everything down. Turn toward them. Look them in the eyes. Listen not just to their words, but to their heart. Listen for what they're not saying. Listen for the emotion beneath the information. Asterisk, asterisk. Because people don't just want to be heard, they want to be understood. They want to be seen. They want to know that they matter enough for you to stop everything else and be fully present with them in that moment. And when you do that, when you give someone the gift of being truly understood, you unlock something powerful in them. You disarm their defensiveness. You open their heart. You create a space where real connection can happen. I've watched marriages transform when one partner finally learns to listen with their heart instead of just their head. I've seen parents reconnect with teenagers who'd been silent for months, all because someone finally asked the right questions and then had the courage to be quiet and actually listen to the answers. Asterisk, asterisk. Here's what most people miss. Listening is an act of love. Asterisk, asterisk. It's saying, you are worth my full attention. Your thoughts matter. Your feelings are valid. Your experience deserves to be honored. And in a world where everyone is screaming to be noticed, The person who knows how to truly listen becomes a sanctuary. They become the safe harbor where people can finally put down their masks and be real. Now, let me give you the fifth dimension, and this one might surprise you because it's rarely talked about but absolutely critical. Asterisk, asterisk. Fifth, master the courage to speak hard truths wrapped in love. Asterisk, asterisk. Stay with me on this, because this is where most people fail. They either speak hard truths without love and destroy relationships, or they choose silence to keep the peace and destroy trust. Neither works. True communication, the kind that builds deep, lasting relationships, requires you to develop the skill of loving confrontation. And yes, I said loving, because confrontation without love is just cruelty. But love without confrontation is just cowardice disguised as kindness. Think about it. How many relationships are slowly dying because people are too afraid to say what needs to be said? How many marriages are suffocating under the weight of unspoken resentments? How many friendships are dissolving because no one has the courage to address the elephant in the room? Asterisk, asterisk. Silence is not always golden. Sometimes silence is just fear wearing a disguise. Asterisk, asterisk. And here's what fear does. It pretends to be protecting the relationship when it's actually poisoning it. Because every time you choose silence over honesty, you're building a wall. Every time you swallow words that need to be spoken, you're creating distance. Every time you avoid a difficult conversation, you're choosing temporary comfort over lasting intimacy. And here's what breaks my heart most. Relationships don't end with a bang. They end with a whimper. They die from 1,000 small silences. They suffocate under the weight of unspoken resentments, unexpressed needs, unaddressed wounds. I've counseled couples who sat in my office, strangers to each other after 20 years of marriage. And when I asked them, when did you stop talking? They couldn't even remember. It happened so gradually. One avoided conversation led to another. One suppressed feeling led to a dozen more. Until one day, they woke up next to someone they didn't know anymore. But let me tell you something powerful. It doesn't have to be this way. Communication isn't just about talking. It's about creating a safe space where truth can live. It's about building a relationship where vulnerability isn't punished, where honesty isn't met with defensiveness, where difficult conversations are seen as investments, not threats. You want to know what the strongest couples do differently? They fight well. They don't avoid conflict. They navigate it with respect. They don't suppress their feelings. They express them with wisdom. They don't run from hard conversations. They run toward them because they understand that temporary discomfort leads to permanent connection. Think about it this way. Your relationship is like a garden. Communication is the water. You can't just water it once and expect it to thrive forever. You can't neglect it for months and wonder why everything's withered. You have to tend to it daily, consistently, intentionally. And sometimes that means having conversations that feel awkward. It means saying, this hurt me, even when it's easier to pretend it didn't. It means asking, are we okay, even when you're afraid of the answer. It means speaking your truth even when your voice shakes. Because here's what I've learned after decades of ministry and counseling. The pain of a difficult conversation is temporary, but the pain of years lived in silence, that's permanent. That's soul-crushing. That's what turns love into loneliness, even when you're sharing the same bed. So I'm asking you today, what conversation have you been avoiding? What words have been sitting on your tongue, too scared to come out? What truth needs to be spoken in your relationship? Because here's what I've learned. Silence doesn't preserve relationships. Silence destroys them slowly from the inside out. You think you're keeping the peace, but you're really just postponing the war. And when it finally comes, and it always comes, it's 10 times worse because you've added years of resentment to the original issue. I've counseled couples who sat in my office, strangers to each other after 20 years of marriage. And when I asked them what happened, they'd say, we just grew apart. But when I dug deeper, I'd find hundreds of conversations they never had. Hundreds of moments where they chose silence over honesty. Hundreds of times where they swallowed their truth to avoid discomfort. And over time, those unspoken words became walls. Brick by brick, silence by silence, they built a prison that separated them. Listen to me. Difficult conversations are not the enemy of your relationships. Avoiding them is. The people who have the strongest relationships aren't the ones who never argue. They're the ones who learn how to communicate through conflict. They're the ones who develop the courage to be uncomfortable for a moment so they could be connected for a lifetime. And yes, it's scary. Yes, you might say it wrong the first time. Yes, they might not receive it well initially. But you know what's scarier? Living a lie. Pretending everything's fine when your soul is screaming. Watching your relationships crumble because you were too afraid to fight for them with truth. So start today. Start small if you have to. But start. Call that friend and have the conversation you've been rehearsing in your head for 6 months. Sit down with your spouse and talk about that thing that keeps you up at night. Tell your children the truth they need to hear, even if it's hard. Because communication isn't just about exchanging information. It's about building bridges. It's about creating understanding. It's about saying, I value this relationship enough to risk discomfort for the sake of authenticity. And I want to tell you something powerful about what happens when you start speaking this kind of truth. When you stop accommodating silence and start embracing honest conversation, you don't lose people, you discover who was really there all along. See, some relationships are built on a foundation of pretense. They're held together by what's not said rather than what is said. And yes, when you start introducing truth into those spaces, some of those relationships will shift, some will change form, some might even end. But here's what I've learned. A relationship that cannot survive. Truth was never really a relationship at all. It was a performance. It was an arrangement. It was a convenience. Real relationships, the kind that add value to your life, the kind that help you become who you were created to be. Those relationships grow stronger when you introduce truth. They deepen. They become more resilient. They become more authentic. I've watched this happen in my own life. I've watched friendships that I thought were solid dissolve when I started being honest about my boundaries, about my values, about what I could and couldn't accept. And you know what? In hindsight, I'm grateful because those relationships were costing me more than they were giving me. They were draining my energy, compromising my integrity, and keeping me small. But I've also watched other relationships transform completely when I stopped accommodating silence. Friendships that were surface level became profound. Professional relationships that were transactional became partnerships. Family dynamics that were tense and awkward became honest and healing. Truth has a way of doing that. It separates the authentic from the artificial. It reveals what's real and what's just ritual. And here's something that might surprise you. When you stop accommodating silence, when you start speaking truth with grace, you actually give other people permission to do the same. You model something they've been afraid to do themselves. I've had so many people tell me, after I watched you have that difficult conversation, I finally found the courage to have mine. Your honesty becomes a catalyst for someone else's breakthrough. Your courage becomes their permission slip. And here's something I need you to understand about breakthrough. It's rarely just about you. When you break through, you create openings for your entire community. Think about the 4-minute mile. For centuries, people believed it was impossible for a human being to run a mile in under 4 minutes. It was considered a physical impossibility, a barrier that couldn't be broken. Then Roger Bannister did it in 1954. And you know what happened next? Within 3 years, 16 other runners had also broken the 4-minute mile. Within a decade, it became almost routine for competitive runners. The barrier wasn't primarily physical, it was psychological. Once one person proved it could be done, others found the belief to accomplish it themselves. Your breakthrough doesn't just change your life, it redefines what's possible for everyone watching. When someone in your family becomes the first to graduate college, they don't just change their own trajectory. They create a new narrative of what's possible for their siblings, their cousins, their children. They break a generational pattern. When someone in your workplace stands up against a toxic culture and survives, even thrives, they give everyone else permission to stop accepting what's unacceptable. When someone in your church or community chooses healing over pretending, they create space for others to stop performing and start recovering. Your breakthrough becomes their roadmap. Your testimony becomes their proof. But I have to warn you about something. Some people won't celebrate your breakthrough. Some people who claim to love you will actually feel threatened by your growth. Why? Because your transformation holds up a mirror to their stagnation. Your courage exposes their comfort. Your movement highlights their paralysis. And instead of being inspired by you, they'll try to discourage you. They'll say you've changed, and they won't mean it as a compliment. They'll accuse you of thinking you're better than them. They'll remind you of who you used to be, trying to pull you back into an old identity that no longer fits. But here's what you must understand. When people resist your growth, it's not really about you, it's about them. Your transformation holds up a mirror to their stagnation. Your courage exposes their comfort. Your decision to chase purpose makes their choice to settle feel uncomfortable. You're not attacking them by growing, but your growth challenges the excuses they've been telling themselves about why they can't change. This is why crabs in a bucket pull each other down. It's not malice, it's fear. If one escapes, it proves escape is possible. And that means everyone else has to confront the fact that they're choosing to stay. Let me be clear. You cannot sacrifice your future to make other people comfortable with their present. You cannot dim your light so that others don't feel bad about their darkness. That's not love, that's collective suicide. Real love sometimes means growing anyway, even when it hurts those who aren't ready to grow with you. Jesus faced this. His own family thought he'd lost his mind. His hometown rejected him because they couldn't see past the carpenter's son. The religious leaders of his day despised him because his truth dismantled their traditions. Even his disciples struggled to understand his mission until after he was gone. Purpose will often be lonely before it's celebrated. So what do you do when the resistance comes? You keep walking. You honor the relationships that can grow with you, and you release with love the ones that can't. You don't argue. You don't justify. You don't shrink. You simply continue becoming who you were created to be, knowing that the right people will recognize and celebrate your growth while the wrong ones will resent it. And here's what will happen over time. Some of those who resisted you will eventually come around. When they see that your growth wasn't about abandoning them, but about becoming your true self, some will be inspired. Some will apologize. Some will even follow the path you pioneered. But you can't wait for their permission to start. You can't pause your purpose until everyone approves. They'll catch up when they see where you're going. They'll understand when they witness what you've built. But right now, in this moment, your assignment is more important than their approval. And here's what I've learned about pioneers. The landscape always looks different from the front than it does from the back. When you're breaking new ground, when you're the first one pushing through the wilderness, it's supposed to feel lonely. It's supposed to feel difficult. That's not a sign you're on the wrong path. That's confirmation you're on the right one. Jesus himself said, a prophet has no honor in his own country. The people closest to you often have the hardest time seeing your potential because they're still seeing your past. They remember when you were struggling. They remember your mistakes. They can't reconcile the person you're becoming with the person they've always known. But that's their limitation, not yours. You cannot shrink back into old versions of yourself just to make others comfortable with your new level. You cannot dim your light because it makes their darkness more obvious. You cannot abort your assignment because it challenges their complacency. I want you to understand something crucial. The opposition you're facing is actually proportional to the impact you're about to make. Small purposes attract small resistance. Significant callings attract significant opposition. If what you're carrying wasn't threatening to the kingdom of darkness, if what you're building wasn't going to shift something in the earth, you wouldn't be facing this level of warfare. The fact that you're being resisted means you're carrying something worth resisting. The fact that you're being discouraged means you're doing something worth stopping. The fact that you're being criticized means you're building something worth noticing. Don't interpret opposition as evidence you're off track. Many times it's evidence you're right on target. Now, here's where wisdom comes in. I'm not telling you to be reckless. I'm not telling you to be foolish. I'm not telling you to ignore wise counsel or refuse to learn from others. What I'm telling you is to distinguish between constructive feedback and destructive criticism, to recognize the difference between people who are correcting you and people who are simply trying to control you. Constructive feedback says, I believe in you and here's how you can be even better. Destructive criticism says, you'll never be good enough, so why even try? One builds you up while tearing down your limitations. The other tears you down while building up their own ego. You see, when God gives you a vision, He also gives you the resilience to withstand opposition. But you have to activate that resilience by choosing what voices you will allow into your inner circle. Not every opinion deserves a seat at the table of your destiny. I've watched people abort their assignments because they listened to the wrong voices. Brilliant men and women who had everything they needed to succeed, but they allowed the negative opinions of others to become louder than the voice of God within them. They exchanged their divine mandate for human approval. And let me tell you something, that's a transaction you will regret for the rest of your life. The truth is, some people are not qualified to speak into your life. They haven't been where you're going. They don't understand your assignment. They haven't paid the price you've paid or seen the vision you've seen. Their perspective is limited by their own experience, and their advice, though well-meaning, can be absolutely poisonous to your purpose. This is why you must guard your mind like you guard your home. You wouldn't let just anyone walk into your house and start rearranging your furniture. You wouldn't hand your keys to a stranger and say, "Here, make yourself at home." Yet we do this with our minds every single day. We give access to people who have no business speaking into our future, and then we wonder why we feel confused, discouraged, and stuck. Let me be clear. Your mind is the gateway to your destiny. Whatever you allow in will eventually manifest in your life. If you allow negativity, doubt, and limitation to take root, that's exactly what you'll produce. But if you guard your mind and only permit voices that align with your divine assignment, you'll find yourself moving forward with confidence and clarity. This is why successful people are so selective about their environment. They don't just happen to succeed, they create the conditions for success. They understand that your environment is not neutral. It's either pushing you forward or pulling you back. It's either reinforcing your purpose or undermining it. Think about the people you spend the most time with. Are they speaking life into you or death? Are they encouraging your dreams or mocking them? Are they challenging you to grow or comfortable with your stagnation? These questions matter more than you realize. Because you cannot rise above the collective consciousness of your inner circle, you will eventually conform to the expectations of those closest to you. I've watched people with extraordinary potential waste their lives because they refused to change their associations. They had the gift, they had the calling, they had the opportunity, but they stayed connected to people who didn't believe in their future. And slowly, imperceptibly, their vision dimmed, their passion cooled, their dreams adjusted downward until they matched the expectations of their environment. This is not about being arrogant or thinking you're better than others. It's about being responsible for what you're becoming. You have a stewardship over your own development. God gave you a seed of greatness, and you're accountable for whether that seed grows or dies. And one of the most important factors in that growth is the climate you create around yourself. Let me say this plainly. You may need to distance yourself from certain people, not because they're bad people, but because they're not your people for this season. They may have been important in your past, but they're not aligned with your future. And holding on to relationships that no longer serve your purpose is not loyalty, it's sabotage. I know that sounds harsh, but I've learned that you cannot be committed to everyone and still fulfill your destiny. Jesus himself didn't take everyone with him everywhere. He had the multitudes, the 70, the 12, the 3, and then John, different levels of intimacy based on assignment and readiness. He understood that proximity determines influence, and influence determines outcome. You must develop the same wisdom. Not everyone deserves access to your inner world. Not everyone has earned the right to speak into your decisions. Not everyone should know your next move. Learn to guard your gates, protect your peace, and preserve your focus for those who truly understand where you're going. And let me tell you something else about this journey. There will come a moment when you realize that your greatest opposition didn't come from strangers. It came from those who knew you before your transformation. They'll remind you of your past failures, your old limitations, your previous weaknesses. They'll say, "You've changed," as if that's an accusation. But you must understand, change was always the assignment. You see, when you begin to walk in purpose, you become a living reminder to others of what they're not doing with their own lives. Your progress becomes their conviction. Your discipline highlights their complacency. And instead of being inspired, some people become intimidated. That's not your burden to carry. I've watched leaders abort their destiny trying to bring everyone along. They slow down, they dim their light, they apologize for their growth, all in the name of keeping people comfortable. But here's what I need you to understand. You cannot sacrifice your future on the altar of someone else's insecurity. When Jesus began his ministry, even his own family thought he'd lost his mind. They came to take him away because they couldn't reconcile the carpenter's son with the miracle worker standing before them. David's brothers mocked him when he stepped onto the battlefield. Joseph's siblings sold him into slavery because they couldn't handle his dreams. The pattern is clear throughout history. Those closest to you will often be the last to celebrate your elevation. Why? Because they're still relating to who you were, not who you're becoming. And that's where you must make a choice. Will you stay small to make them comfortable, or will you step fully into what God has called you to be? This is about legacy now. This is about generations who will never know your name but will benefit from your obedience. This is about breaking cycles that have held your family bound for decades. You cannot afford to be distracted by people who don't understand the weight of what you're carrying. So yes, some relationships will change, some will end. Some people will walk away, and you'll have to let them. Not with bitterness, not with anger, but with understanding that everyone isn't assigned to every season of your life. Guard your vision like you guard your children. Protect your purpose like you protect your home. And remember this, the right people won't distract you from your destiny. They'll confirm it. I want to tell you something that might disturb you at first, but I promise you, it will set you free. Right now, as you're listening to my voice, there are invisible hands reaching into your mind. They're not physical hands. They're the hands of systems, of cultures, of people who've convinced you that their opinion about you is more important than God's original intention for you. And the most terrifying part? You've been cooperating with them. You've been opening the door, rolling out the welcome mat, and inviting these thieves to come in and rearrange the furniture of your thinking. Let me be very direct with you. Every single day, someone is trying to control how you think. Your employer wants to control your time. The media wants to control your emotions. Your culture wants to control your values. Even well-meaning family members want to control your decisions. And here's what nobody tells you. The moment you allow another human being to define your reality, you have surrendered the most sacred gift God ever gave you, your mind. I'm not talking about being rebellious or arrogant. I'm talking about something far more profound. I'm talking about understanding that you were created with an internal navigation system, a divine consciousness, a manufacturer's manual written into the fabric of your soul, and when you ignore that to follow the crowd, you don't just lose your way, you lose yourself. You see, manipulation isn't always obvious. It doesn't always come with a villain's mustache and an evil laugh. Most of the time, manipulation comes disguised as concern. It comes dressed up as tradition. It whispers to you in the voice of people you love and says things like, "This is just how we do things here," or "Who do you think you are to be different?" or my personal favorite, "You're being too sensitive, too intense, too much." But let me ask you something, and I want you to really think about this. If God created you as an original, why are you working so hard to become a copy? If the creator of the universe placed specific dreams, specific gifts, specific visions inside of you, why are you asking permission from people who can't even see what you see? I've watched it happen thousands of times. Brilliant minds reduced to echoes. Powerful voices silenced by doubt. World changers sitting in corners because somebody convinced them they weren't qualified, weren't ready, weren't enough. And today, right now, in this moment, I want to teach you how to build a mind so strong, so anchored, so unshakable that manipulation cannot find a foothold. Not because you're stubborn, but because you're certain. Not because you're closed-minded, but because you know who you are and whose you are. This isn't just motivation, this is liberation. This is about taking back the territory of your mind and defending it like your life depends on it. Because it does. Now here's where most people get stuck. They think freedom from negativity means running away from the world. I'll just avoid negative people. I'll just stay away from bad news. I'll just isolate myself until everything feels better. No, that's not strength. That's fear dressed up as wisdom. Real mental freedom isn't about hiding. It's about building immunity. It's about developing such a strong internal environment that when negativity does show up, and it will, it can't take root. It bounces off. It has nowhere to grow. Think about your physical body for a moment. You don't become healthy by living in a sterile bubble, do you? No. You build your immune system. You expose yourself strategically. You strengthen from the inside out. Your mind works the same way. Every single day, you're building either immunity or vulnerability. Every thought you entertain, every conversation you engage in, every piece of content you consume, you're either strengthening your mental defenses or weakening them. And here's the key you get to choose. I'm not talking about positive thinking. I'm talking about purposeful thinking. There's a massive difference. Positive thinking says everything is fine, everything is wonderful, nothing bad exists. That's denial. That's dangerous. Purposeful thinking says, I see the challenge. I acknowledge the difficulty, but I refuse to let it define my reality or dictate my response. You see the distinction? One is pretending, the other is power. When you think with purpose, you're not ignoring the storm. You're building a foundation that can withstand it. You're not denying the existence of negativity. You're denying it permission to control you. This is what separates people who survive from people who thrive. Survivors react, thrivers respond. Survivors are tossed around by every negative circumstance. Thrivers have an anchor. They have a center. They have a mental framework that holds steady when everything around them is chaos. And that framework, it's built thought by thought, decision by decision, boundary by boundary. Let me give you something practical. Starting today, I want you to conduct what I call a thought audit. For the next 24 hours, just notice, don't judge yourself, just observe. How many times do you replay a criticism? How many times do you rehearse a worst-case scenario? How many times do you allow someone else's mood to hijack yours? Just notice. Because awareness is the first step to authority. You cannot change what you don't acknowledge. You see, most people think acknowledgement is about beating yourself up. They think, oh, I have to admit I'm a failure. I have to confess I'm weak. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Acknowledgement is simply saying, this is where I am right now, not where I should be, not where I wish I were, not where others think I ought to be, but where I actually am. There's tremendous power in that honesty. Because when you stop pretending, you stop wasting energy. Think about it. How much mental and emotional energy do you burn every day maintaining a facade? How exhausting is it to keep up appearances, to project confidence you don't feel, to smile through the pain, to act like you've got it all together when inside you're falling apart? That energy could be redirected. That energy could be invested in actual growth, in real change, in genuine transformation. But as long as you're using it to maintain the illusion, you remain stuck. I've watched this happen over and over again. I've counseled leaders who were privately desperate but publicly invincible. I've mentored ministers who were spiritually dry but still preaching water. I've coached entrepreneurs who were financially broken but still flashing the symbols of success. And in every case, the breakthrough didn't come until they got honest. Not honest with everyone. You don't need to broadcast your struggles to the world. But honest with yourself, honest with God, honest with at least one trusted person who can walk with you through the process. Because here's what happens when you acknowledge your current reality. You create space for something new. You see, as long as you're denying the problem, you're also blocking the solution. The solution can't get in because there's no room. You've filled that space with pretense. But the moment you say, I acknowledge this pattern, I see what I've been doing, I recognize how I got here. In that moment, you've just opened a door. You've created a gap. And into that gap, wisdom can flow, strategy can enter, divine guidance can come, help can arrive. This is why the scripture says, confess your faults one to another that you may be healed. Not that you may be condemned, not that you may be judged, that you may be healed. Acknowledgement is the beginning of healing. You know, I've watched people carry wounds for decades that could have been healed in moments if they had just been honest about them. I've seen marriages dissolve not because the offense was too great, but because the acknowledgement came too late. I've watched ministries crumble, businesses fail, friendships end, not because reconciliation was impossible, but because someone chose pride over honesty. Let me tell you something powerful. The wound that you expose is the wound that God can heal. The wound you hide becomes infected. It becomes toxic. It poisons everything around it. I remember counseling a man once, successful businessman, pillar of his community, respected in his church. But there was this distance between him and his adult son. You could feel it in the room. 20 years of coldness, 20 years of formal conversations and obligatory phone calls. And when I asked him what happened, he said, nothing happened, we just grew apart. But that's never really true, is it? People don't just grow apart. Something happens, always. It took 3 sessions before he finally admitted it. His son had wanted to be an artist, and he had mocked that dream. called it foolish, forced his son into business school, withheld approval until the boy conformed. And the son did conform outwardly, but inwardly something broke. Something died. The relationship became a transaction, professional, polite, empty. And here's what struck me. The father knew this. He had known it for 20 years, but he had never said the words, "I was wrong, I hurt you, I'm sorry." Why? Because acknowledgement feels like weakness. Acknowledgement feels like losing. But here's the truth. Acknowledgement is actually strength. It takes more courage to say "I was wrong" than to defend yourself for a lifetime. When I finally got him to acknowledge it, not to me, but to his son, everything changed. I watched a 70-year-old man weep in his 50-year-old son's arms. I watched decades of ice melt in an afternoon, all because someone finally told the truth. The truth didn't destroy their relationship. The lies were already doing that. The truth gave them something to rebuild on. And that's what most people don't understand about truth-telling. They think it's the nuclear option. They think it's the thing that ends relationships. But I've watched lies end more relationships than truth ever could. Because here's what lies do. They create distance. They create what I call the space between. You're sitting right next to someone, but there's this invisible canyon between you. You're talking, but you're not connecting. You're together, but you're alone. And you can feel it. Both of you can feel it. But nobody names it. Nobody acknowledges it. You just keep pretending that everything's fine while the space between you grows wider every single day. I've counseled marriages where husband and wife haven't had a real conversation in 20 years. 20 years of living together, sharing a bed, raising children, but they're strangers. Why? Because somewhere along the way, they stopped telling the truth. They started managing each other's feelings. They started protecting each other from reality. And in trying to protect each other, they lost each other. You cannot build intimacy on a foundation of lies. You just can't. Intimacy requires truth. It requires vulnerability. It requires the courage to show up as you actually are, not as you think the other person wants you to be. And that's terrifying. Because when you show up as you actually are, they might not like what they see. They might reject you. They might leave. And that's the risk. That's always the risk. But here's the alternative. You hide who you really are. You pretend. You perform. And they fall in love with your mask. They fall in love with your performance. They fall in love with the person you're pretending to be. And now you're trapped because you got what you wanted. You got their love, but you didn't get what you needed. You didn't get to be known. You didn't get to be seen. You got their love, but you know it's not really for you. It's for the character you're playing. And that's the loneliest place in the world. To be loved for who you're not. To be celebrated for a life you're not actually living. To be admired for achievements that are slowly crushing you. I've watched people work themselves into hospital beds chasing validation. I've sat with leaders who built empires but lost their souls. I've counseled individuals who achieved everything society told them to want, only to realize they sacrificed everything God designed them to be. And here's what breaks my heart. Some of you are doing it right now. You're reading this, and somewhere deep inside you feel it. That exhaustion, that quiet desperation, that sense that you're living someone else's dream while your own purpose dies in silence. Let me tell you something that might sting but could also set you free. Your pretending isn't just hurting you, it's robbing the world of what only you can give. Because listen carefully, when you abandon your true self to become what others expect, you don't just lose yourself. You deprive humanity of a unique expression of divine purpose that can never be replicated. Your authentic contribution gets buried under layers of performance and pretense. Think about it. How much creativity dies because people are afraid it won't be conventional enough? How many innovations never happened because someone was too busy maintaining an image to take the risk? How many relationships remain shallow because both people are too afraid to be real? The world doesn't need another copy. We have enough people trying to be the next somebody else. What we desperately need is the first you, the real you. The you that God invested with specific gifts, particular passions, unique perspectives that no one else can offer. I've seen this in my own journey. Early in my ministry, I tried to sound like the preachers I admired. I copied their cadence, their phrases, their style. And you know what happened? My impact was limited. My message felt hollow. People could sense something was off. It wasn't until I found my own voice, my own way of communicating truth, that things changed. Not because I became better than those I admired, but because I became authentically me. And authenticity always carries more power than performance. Now, let me tell you something that most people never realize. Asterisk, asterisk. Your uniqueness is not an accident, it's an assignment. Asterisk, asterisk. The very things that make you different, the experiences that shaped you, the perspective that only you carry, these aren't obstacles to overcome. They're the tools you've been given for the work only you can do. When you spend your life trying to sound like someone else, move like someone else, think like someone else, you're actually stealing from the world. You're withholding the one thing nobody else can offer. Asterisk, asterisk you, asterisk, asterisk. I've watched countless people suffocate their own potential because they were too busy studying someone else's success formula. They read every book, attend every seminar, memorize every principle, and then wonder why it doesn't work for them the same way. Here's why. Asterisk, asterisk. You can learn principles, but you cannot clone purpose. Asterisk, asterisk. You can adopt strategies, but you cannot duplicate destiny. Think about it this way. If I take a seed from an oak tree and plant it in the ground, what am I going to get? An oak tree. Not a pine tree with oak characteristics. Not an oak tree trying to be a maple. A full, complete, unapologetic oak tree. Why? Because the oak seed contains oak information. Everything it needs to become what it was designed to be is already encoded within it. You are the same way. Before you ever picked up a book or listened to a teaching, you already carried within you a divine blueprint. The question isn't, how can I become like them? The question is, asterisk, asterisk, what am I carrying that the world is waiting for? Asterisk, asterisk. I remember speaking to a young minister once who was deeply discouraged. He said, Dr. Munroe, I've been preaching for 3 years and nothing's happening. I studied the great preachers. I copied their cadence, their structure, even their gestures. But the anointing just isn't there. I looked at him and said, asterisk, asterisk. Stop trying to be anointed like them. Start being obedient as you. Asterisk, asterisk. 6 months later, he called me with tears in his voice. His ministry had exploded not because he became a better copy, but because he finally had the courage to be an original. That phone call reminded me of something crucial. Asterisk, asterisk. The graveyard is not just full of unused gifts. It's full of unused originals. Asterisk, asterisk. It's full of people who spent their entire lives rehearsing someone else's lines instead of writing their own story. And here's what breaks my heart. Many of you watching this right now are doing the exact same thing. You're not times living times your life. You're times auditioning times for it. You're waiting for someone to give you permission to be who God already made you. Let me tell you something that might sting a little. Asterisk, asterisk. Nobody is coming to validate you. Asterisk, asterisk. Nobody is going to tap you on the shoulder and say, okay, now you can start being yourself. That validation, it has to come from within. It has to come from knowing times, truly knowing times, that your assignment was settled before you took your first breath. I remember meeting a young woman who had a revolutionary idea for helping homeless families. She'd mapped it out, researched it, even had potential donors interested. But she kept waiting. Waiting for what? I'm waiting for a sign, she told me. I'm waiting to feel ready. I said to her what I'm saying to you right now. Asterisk, asterisk. The graveyard is full of people who died waiting to feel ready. Asterisk, asterisk. Readiness is not a feeling. It's a decision. It's action in the face of uncertainty. You see, the enemy's greatest weapon isn't opposition, it's delay. He doesn't have to stop you if he can just get you to stop yourself. If he can get you to wait 1 more year, attend 1 more seminar, get 1 more degree, lose 10 more pounds, asterisk, then times you'll start. But I'm here to tell you that mindset is the greatest trap the enemy has ever laid. Because you know what that is? That's the spirit of delay. That's the spirit of procrastination. That's the spirit of perfectionism. And none of those spirits are from God. God didn't call the perfect. He called the times willing asterisk. He didn't choose Moses because he was eloquent. Moses had a speech impediment. He didn't choose David because he was battle ready. David was a shepherd boy with a slingshot. He didn't choose Peter because he was stable. Peter was impulsive and emotional. God doesn't wait for you to be perfect. He waits for you to be times available asterisk. And here's what breaks my heart. While you're sitting on the sidelines saying, I'm not ready, someone else is out there living the life you were supposed to live. Someone else is writing the book you were supposed to write. Someone else is starting the business you were supposed to start. Someone else is mentoring the young person you were supposed to reach. Your delay is not just affecting you, it's affecting times, generations, asterisk. Because everything God planted in you was designed to be a solution for somebody else. Your gift, your talent, your idea, your story, it's not just for you. It's for the single mother who needs encouragement. It's for the young man who's about to give up. It's for the community that's waiting for someone to step up. And while you're waiting to feel ready, they're still waiting for their answer. That's heavy. I know that's heavy, but it's true. So what do? How do we break this cycle? We start by redefining what readiness actually means. See, readiness is not about having everything figured out. Readiness is about being times responsive times to God's voice right now. It's not, do I have all the resources? It's, am I willing to take the first step with what I have? It's not, do I feel confident? It's, do I trust the one who called me? And let me tell you something, readiness looks different than you think. You think readiness means you're polished. God says readiness means your times pliable asterisk. You think readiness means you've arrived. God says readiness means your times available asterisk. You think readiness means you have no questions. God says readiness means you trust Him times through times the questions. I've watched people wait their entire lives for the perfect moment to step into their purpose. And you know what happened? The moment passed them by. Not because God changed His mind, but because they confused times preparation times with times paralysis asterisk. There's a difference between wisdom and fear dressed up as wisdom. There's a difference between patience and procrastination disguised as spirituality. See, the enemy doesn't mind you knowing your purpose. What he fears is you times, walking times in it. So he'll whisper, not yet, you're not ready yet. Wait until you have more education, more money, more connections, more confidence. And before you know it, decades have passed and you're still waiting. But God is saying to someone watching this right now is your time. Not when you feel ready. Not when circumstances are perfect. Not when people finally believe in you. Now. Because here's what I've learned. God doesn't call the equipped, He equips the called. Your adequacy doesn't come from your resume. It comes from your times, relationship times with the one who authored your assignment. Moses had a speech impediment. God used him to deliver the most powerful message to the most powerful man on earth. David had no military training. God used him to defeat the giant that paralyzed an entire army. Esther was an orphan with no political power. God positioned her to save an entire nation. Your lack is not disqualifying you. Your weakness is the very place where God's strength shows up most clearly. So stop waiting to feel adequate. Stop waiting for permission from people who can't see what God has placed inside you. The clock is ticking. Not to pressure you, but to awaken you. This is your season. This is your moment. And readiness isn't something you achieve, it's something you times choose asterisk. Right now, you can choose to be ready. You can choose to say, yes, Lord, I don't have it all figured out, but I'm available. Use me. When you make yourself available, God begins to work with what you have, not with what you don't have. He doesn't wait until you're perfect. He doesn't wait until you have all the resources. He starts right where you are. Remember Moses at the burning bush? God asked him, what's in your hand? Moses looked down and saw a simple shepherd's staff, nothing special, just a stick he used every day to guide sheep. But when Moses surrendered that ordinary stick to God's extraordinary purpose, it became the rod that divided the Red Sea, brought water from a rock, and demonstrated God's power before Pharaoh. What's in your hand right now? What ordinary thing are you holding that God wants to transform into something extraordinary? Maybe it's a skill you think is too common. Maybe it's a relationship you've overlooked. Maybe it's a passion you've dismissed as impractical. God specializes in taking the ordinary and making it holy, taking the common and making it consecrated. You see, availability is more valuable than ability in God's economy. The most gifted person who refuses to be used accomplishes nothing. But the willing heart, even with limited skill, becomes a channel for divine power. I've watched this principle play out countless times. I've seen people with basic education transform communities because they were available. I've seen individuals with stammering speech inspire thousands because they said yes to God. The world is not waiting for your perfection, it's groaning for your participation. And here's what happens when you make yourself available. God begins to enlarge your capacity. He stretches you. He takes you beyond your comfort zone, because purpose always requires growth. If you could accomplish your assignment with your current knowledge and skills, it wouldn't require faith. God deliberately calls you to things that are bigger than you so that when it succeeds, everyone knows it was him, not just you. Think about it. If David had fought Goliath with Saul's armor and sword, people might have credited Saul's equipment. But when a shepherd boy defeated a giant with a sling and a stone, everyone knew God showed up. This is why inadequacy can be a gift. Your weakness becomes the stage for God's strength. Your inability becomes the canvas for his ability. When you're stripped of everything you thought would help you succeed, the credentials, the connections, the confidence, that's when God gets the glory he deserves. I've watched this pattern repeat itself throughout history and in my own life. Every time God promoted me to a new level, I felt completely unqualified. When I was asked to speak to world leaders, I thought, I'm just a kid from the Bahamas. What do I know about advising presidents and prime ministers? But that's precisely why God chose that moment. Because when those leaders listened and transformation happened, nobody could credit my eloquence or my credentials. They had to acknowledge God's hand. You see, God doesn't need your ability. He's looking for your availability. He doesn't need your perfection. He needs your permission. He's not calling the qualified. He's qualifying the called. And that changes everything about how you view your current limitations. When Moses stood at the Red Sea with Pharaoh's army behind him and water in front of him, he had no solution. He had no military training for this moment. He had no engineering degree to build a bridge. He had nothing but a rod in his hand and a promise from God. And that was enough. Because God specializes in showing up where man runs out. Here's what I need you to understand. Your inadequacy is not a disqualification, it's an invitation. It's God saying, step aside and watch what I can do with your yes. The moment you say, God, I can't do this, but I'm willing to try, you've positioned yourself for a miracle. You've created space for the supernatural to invade the natural. I meet so many people who are waiting to feel ready before they obey God. They say, when I'm more qualified, when I have more experience, when I'm more confident, then I'll step out. But that day never comes, because growth doesn't happen in the waiting room. It happens in the arena. You don't get stronger by avoiding the weight. You get stronger by lifting it, even when it feels too heavy. God gave you a dream that requires him because he wants a relationship with you, not just results through you. And that's the part most people miss. They want the blessing without the relationship. They want the provision without the presence. They want the miracle without the intimacy. But God says, I'm not just interested in what you do for me, I'm interested in doing it with you. You see, the journey to your dream is actually more important than the destination. Because on the journey, you discover who God is. You learn his character. You experience his faithfulness. You develop the capacity to carry what he promised. Think about the children of Israel. God could have taken them to the promised land in 11 days. 11 days. But instead, it took them 40 years. Why? Because the journey wasn't just about getting to Canaan. It was about transforming slaves into a nation. It was about removing Egypt from their hearts. It was about teaching them to trust a God they couldn't see instead of depending on a Pharaoh they could. The same is true for you. God isn't delaying your dream to frustrate you. He's developing you in the delay. Every closed door is teaching you discernment. Every financial struggle is teaching you dependence. Every rejection is teaching you that your identity isn't in people's approval, it's in his acceptance. I remember when I was trying to build our first ministry facility, we had the vision, we had the plans, we had the excitement, but we didn't have the money, and doors kept closing, loans denied, donors backed out. I was frustrated. I told God, why did you give me this vision if you weren't going to provide? And in that quiet moment, he spoke to my spirit. Myles, I'm not withholding provision. I'm building your faith. Because when this building finally stands, I want you to know beyond doubt that I did it. Not your connections, not your cleverness, but me. That's when I understood. God doesn't just want to give you your dream. He wants you to know him as the dream giver. He wants you so dependent on him that when the breakthrough comes, you can't take credit for it. You can only worship him for it. So when your dream feels delayed, don't get discouraged. Get curious. Ask God, what are you trying to teach me in this season? What part of my character are you developing? What dimension of your nature are you revealing? Because when you understand the lesson in the wait stops feeling like a prison and starts feeling like preparation. I've watched people waste their waiting seasons. They waste them on bitterness. They waste them on distractions. They waste them binge-watching series, scrolling endlessly through social media, numbing themselves with entertainment that adds nothing to their purpose. And then they wonder why, when their breakthrough finally comes, they're not ready for it. You cannot afford to waste your waiting season. Joseph didn't waste his. In prison, he developed a reputation. He became known as a man of integrity, a man who interpreted dreams, a man who carried the presence of God even in the darkest places. So when Pharaoh needed someone, Joseph's name came up. The waiting season made him famous in the right circles before his promotion made him famous to the world. David didn't waste his. In the wilderness, he built a mighty army. He learned leadership. He wrote psalms that would encourage billions. He developed a relationship with God so intimate that God called him a man after my own heart. Your waiting season is your most valuable season if you know what to do with it. This is the season to read the books you've been putting off. This is the season to develop the skills your dream requires. This is the season to heal from the wounds you've been ignoring. This is the season to build the character that your calling demands. Because here's what most people don't realize. God often delays our breakthrough not because we're not ready for the blessing, but because we're not ready for the weight that comes with it. Every promotion comes with new pressure. Every new level comes with new devils. Every elevation comes with increased responsibility. And if your character hasn't been developed in private, you will embarrass yourself in public. I've seen it happen too many times. People pray for years for a certain position, and when they finally get it, they lose it within months because they weren't prepared for it. They had the skill but not the character. They had the talent but not the temperament. They had the gift but not the discipline. The waiting season is where God develops the internal capacity for external opportunity. So stop rushing it. Stop trying to microwave what God is slow cooking. Stop trying to force doors that God has purposely kept closed for your protection. Because here's what I've discovered. The delay is not a denial. The waiting is not wasted time. Every single day that you feel like nothing is happening, God is doing something profound beneath the surface. You know what farmers understand that we've forgotten? They know that you can't rush a harvest. You plant in one season, you water faithfully, you protect the soil, and then you wait. You don't dig up the seed every week to check if it's growing. You don't stand in the field screaming at the ground, "Why aren't you producing yet?" You trust the process. You trust the seasons. You trust that what's happening underground is preparing for what will eventually break through above ground. And that's exactly where you are right now. You're in the underground season. The seed of your promise has been planted. The potential is there. The DNA of your destiny is encoded in that seed. But it needs time. It needs the right conditions. It needs the darkness of the soil before it can handle the brightness of the sun. Listen to me. Everything that grows too fast dies too fast. Bamboo that shoots up overnight has shallow roots and falls in the first storm. But the oak tree spends years developing its root system before it ever shows impressive growth above ground. And once it's established, it can withstand anything. Hurricanes, droughts, centuries of seasons, it remains standing. God is not building your life for temporary applause. He's building it for lasting impact. He's not developing you for a moment of fame. He's developing you for generations of influence. And that kind of foundation cannot be rushed. I remember talking to a young minister years ago who was frustrated because his church wasn't growing fast enough. He looked at mega churches and thought God had forgotten about him. I told him, "Son, you're not ready for what you're asking for." He didn't like hearing that, but it was true. 3 years later, he came back to me with tears in his eyes. He said, "Dr. Munroe, if God had given me what I was praying for back then, it would have destroyed me. I didn't have the character to handle it. I didn't have the wisdom to sustain it. I didn't have the spiritual maturity to steward it." That's the revelation. God's delays are protecting you from blessings you're not yet ready to carry. Let me tell you something that will change the way you see your waiting season forever. God is not withholding from you. He's times preparing, times you. There's a massive difference. When my children were young, I didn't let them handle sharp knives in the kitchen. Was I being cruel? Was I denying them? No. I was protecting them until their hands were strong enough, their judgment mature enough, their coordination developed enough to handle what could either feed them or harm them. The same knife that feeds a mature person can wound a child. And beloved, the same is true with the blessings of God. The same business that would prosper a prepared person would bankrupt someone with poor character. The same platform that would amplify a humble person would destroy someone still struggling with pride. The same wealth that would empower a wise steward would enslave someone who hasn't dealt with their appetite for material things. So when you're crying out, God, why not now? Why not me? Understand this. He's not saying no. He's saying not yet, because I love you too much to give you something that would destroy you. I've watched it happen too many times. I've seen people get what they prayed for, only to lose everything because the blessing arrived before the character did. I've seen ministries explode in growth, then implode in scandal, not because God wasn't with them at the beginning, but because they never developed the integrity to sustain what God initiated. I've seen marriages people beg for turn into nightmares because they never dealt with their own brokenness first. I've seen financial breakthroughs become traps because people never learned the discipline of stewardship. The crisis isn't in the delay. The crisis is in premature arrival. Think about fruit for a moment. If you pick an apple before it's ripe, it's bitter. It looks like an apple, but it doesn't have the sweetness it was designed to carry. Timing doesn't just affect when you get something, it affects times what times you get. A premature blessing is a bitter blessing. And here's the tragedy, most people don't know the difference between a premature blessing and a mature one until it's too late. They bite into that green apple and wonder why their mouths are full of bitterness. They rush into the marriage and wonder why there's no peace. They grab the promotion and wonder why they're drowning in responsibilities they can't handle. You see, God doesn't withhold blessings to punish you. He delays them to protect you. He's not keeping good things from you. He's keeping you times for times the good things. There's a maturity that must happen in you before certain blessings can happen times through times you. Think about a woman who's pregnant. That baby is a blessing, yes? But what if she decided she was tired of waiting and wanted to deliver at 5 months? I'm ready now. I don't want to wait anymore. You would call that insanity. Why? Because you understand that there's a biological timing that cannot be violated without consequence. That baby needs 9 months, not because God is being mean, but because that's what's required for the blessing to be fully formed. Your destiny works the same way. There's a gestation period. There's a season of formation that you cannot skip, no matter how impatient you become. And if you force your way out of the womb of preparation prematurely, you won't just be underdeveloped, you might not survive at all. I've watched too many people abort their destiny because they wouldn't wait for God's timing. They saw the promise, they felt the calling, but they couldn't endure the process. So they manufactured their own opportunity. They created their own platform. They opened their own door. And yes, they got times, but it wasn't the times, fullness times of what God had prepared. You can have the right thing at the wrong time and it becomes the wrong thing. Listen to me carefully. Times, even a God-given vision can become an idol if you pursue it outside of God's timing, asterisk. Even the promise can become a trap if you grab it before you're ready to steward it. That's why so many people are frustrated with blessings they prayed for. They begged God for that business, but when they got it, they weren't prepared for it. They cried out for that marriage, but when it came, they didn't have the character to maintain it. They wanted the platform, but when they received it, they didn't have the message mature enough to sustain it. And now they're trapped by the very thing they thought would liberate them. I've watched people lose themselves in the pursuit of their promise. They become so obsessed with the destination that they bypass the preparation. They skip the wilderness because it doesn't look like progress. They avoid the fire because it feels like failure. But let me tell you something that will revolutionize how you see your life times the wilderness. Is the promise in development, asterisk. The fire is, the vision being refined. The delay is, the preparation being perfected. You're not being punished, you're being prepared. You're not being denied, you're being developed. You're not being overlooked. You're being overseen by a God who loves you too much to give you something that would destroy you. See, God is more committed to your maturity than your comfort. He's more interested in your character than your convenience. And sometimes the greatest gift He gives you is not what you ask for. It's the time you spend waiting for it. Because in that waiting room, transformation happens. In that holding pattern, humility is developed. In that season of silence, sensitivity to His voice is sharpened. Let me give you another principle. Asterisk. The quality of your preparation determines the capacity of your manifestation. Asterisk. If God gives you $1 billion vision, but you only have $1,000 character, that vision will crush you. If He entrusts you with a multinational influence, but you haven't mastered faithfulness in your local assignment, that influence will corrupt you. I'm telling you this because I need you to stop despising the small beginnings. Stop being ashamed of the hidden years. Stop apologizing for the season where nobody knows your name. David wasn't ready to be king the day Samuel anointed him. He was ready the day Saul died after years of running, hiding, worshiping in caves, and leading broken men with a pure heart. God doesn't waste your winters. He uses them. Every cold season, every silent night, every moment when heaven seemed closed and your prayers bounced back. Those weren't accidents. Those were appointments. You were being processed. See, preparation and promotion are not the same thing. Preparation happens in private. Promotion happens in public. But you cannot handle public promotion without private preparation. This is why so many people get the opportunity and lose it quickly. They wanted the platform without the process. They wanted the stage without the schooling. They wanted the crown without the character development. Let me tell you something that will shift your perspective. Your current limitation is not your punishment, it's your protection. God is hiding you until you become who you need to be to sustain what He's about to give you. The treasure is too valuable to trust to an immature version of you. I know people right now who are angry at God because their business hasn't blown up yet. They see others with less skill making more money and they're frustrated. But what they don't realize is that if God gave them that level of exposure right now, it would destroy them. Their character can't carry that weight yet. Their integrity hasn't been tested at that altitude. Their humility hasn't been refined in that fire. Think about lottery winners. Statistics show that most of them end up broke within a few years. Why? Because they got wealth without the wisdom to manage it. They got the reward without the responsibility training. Money simply amplified who they already were, and who they were wasn't ready for what they received. This is why God makes you wait. Not because He's cruel, but because He's careful. He's developing in you the internal capacity to handle the external opportunity. He's building furniture in your soul that can hold the weight of your destiny. Moses spent 40 years in the wilderness learning to lead sheep before God, trusted Him with leading people. Jesus spent 30 years in obscurity before 3 years in ministry. Paul spent years in Arabia after his Damascus Road experience before he started his missionary journeys. Every giant you're called to face requires a specific weapon that can only be forged in a specific season. David couldn't kill Goliath with Saul's armor. He needed the sling, and that sling was mastered during the lonely, unnoticed years of shepherding. The very thing that seemed like wasted time was actually weapon preparation. So when you look at your life right now and feel like you're behind, I need you to reframe that thought. You're not behind, you're being prepared. Think about the seed again. Before it produces fruit, it must be buried. Before it produces a harvest, it must be hidden. Before it brings forth life, it must first appear to die. That's not punishment, that's process. That's not rejection, that's preparation. And what's happening in the darkness of that soil is more important than what's visible above ground. The roots are developing. The foundation is being established. The strength is being built. And when that seed finally breaks through the surface, it doesn't come up apologizing for taking so long. It doesn't compare itself to the tree that's been there for years. It simply begins its journey with everything it developed underground. Your delay has been your development. Your waiting has been your strengthening. Your silence has been your classroom. And now I need you to shift from feeling punished to feeling privileged. Because not everyone gets this level of preparation. Not everyone receives this depth of training. Not everyone is being groomed for what you're being groomed for. See, God doesn't waste time on small assignments. He doesn't invest years of preparation for minor purposes. The length of your preparation is directly proportional to the size of your assignment. If he's taking this long to prepare you, it's because what he's preparing you for requires this level of readiness. Joseph spent 13 years between the pit and the palace. Moses spent 40 years in the wilderness before leading a nation. Paul spent 3 years in Arabia after his conversion. Jesus spent 30 years in obscurity before 3 years of ministry. Your preparation period is not an indication of God's forgetfulness, it's a revelation of your assignment's significance. So I'm asking you today to change your perspective. Stop looking at your waiting as wasted time. Stop viewing your preparation as punishment. Stop comparing your chapter 1 to someone else's chapter 20. Your story is unfolding exactly as it should. Your timing is perfect for your purpose. Your season is aligned with your assignment. And while you're waiting, you're not idle, you're being filled. While you're delayed, you're not forgotten, you're being fashioned. While you're hidden, you're not abandoned, you're being fortified. Everything you need for where you're going is being developed in where you are. The place of preparation is sacred ground. It's where God does his most important work, not in you, but times on times you. See, most people want the platform before they've developed the character. They want the position before they've cultivated the integrity. They want the influence before they've built the foundation. But God doesn't operate that way. He's not interested in your reputation, he's interested in your character. Because reputation is what men think you are, but character is what God knows you are. And here's what I've learned. The size of your assignment determines the length of your preparation. If God has called you to something small, the preparation is brief. But if he's called you to something significant, something that will impact generations, the preparation will be extensive. It will be thorough. It will be uncomfortable. Because God refuses to put his glory on display through a vessel that hasn't been properly prepared. You see this pattern throughout Scripture. Moses spent 40 years in the wilderness before he could lead for 40 years. Joseph spent 13 years in obscurity before he could reign for 80. David was anointed king as a teenager, but didn't wear the crown until he was 30. The gap between your anointing and your appointing is called preparation. And that gap is not wasted time, it's invested time. Think about it. Jesus himself spent 30 years in preparation for 3 years of ministry. The Son of God, who had nothing to learn and nothing to overcome, still submitted to the process of preparation. Why? To teach us that rushing the process produces immature leaders. Shortcuts create weak foundations. And when the storms come, and they will come, only those who've been properly prepared will remain standing. So if you're in a season where nothing makes sense, where doors keep closing, where you feel stuck in the same place, understand this: you're not stuck, you're planted. And there's a profound difference. Stuck things die in their position. Planted things grow in their position. The question is not where you are, but times what you're becoming, times where you are. You know, I've watched people all over the world, in Africa, in Europe, in Asia, in the Caribbean, and I've noticed something fascinating. The people who never move physically often become the most creative, the most innovative, the most spiritually deep. Why? Because they had no other option but to dig where they were. When you can't run to another location, you start mining the location you're in. When you can't change your address, you start changing your attitude. When you can't relocate your body, you start renovating your mind. This is why some of the greatest inventions came from people in limiting circumstances. This is why some of the most powerful ministries emerged from people who couldn't travel. This is why some of the deepest philosophies were written by people in prison cells. Paul wrote most of the New Testament from prison. John received the book of Revelation on an isolated island. Joseph interpreted dreams that would change nations from a prison cell. Moses got the 10 Commandments on a mountain he never wanted to climb. Their location didn't determine their revelation. Their confinement didn't limit their assignment. Their restriction became the very womb of their contribution to humanity. And here's what I need you to understand today. Asterisk. Your restriction is not your rejection, asterisk. God has not forgotten you because you're still in the same place. He has not overlooked you because others have moved on. He has not abandoned you because your circumstances haven't changed. In fact, the opposite might be true. He trusts you enough to keep you there until you've extracted everything that location has to teach you. He values you enough to root you deeply before he promotes you publicly. He loves you enough to develop your character in private before he displays your gift in public. You see, shallow roots produce quick results, but short legacies. Deep roots produce slow growth but lasting impact. And deep roots require time. They require seasons. They require you to stay long enough in one place that your roots can push through the hard soil, wrap around the hidden rocks, and tap into the underground streams. I've watched people uproot themselves every time things get uncomfortable, every time the pressure mounts, every time growth starts to hurt, and then they wonder why they never bear lasting fruit. Friend, you cannot keep transplanting yourself and expect to flourish. There's a principle in nature that applies to destiny. What you keep moving, you keep shallow. Your roots grow deep not when everything is perfect, but when you decide to stay planted even when the soil feels hard, even when the season feels long, even when you can't see what's happening beneath the surface. The strongest trees aren't the ones that grew in ideal conditions. They're the ones that had to push their roots deeper to find water during the drought. This is why instant success is often a curse in disguise. It robs you of the deep root system you need to sustain long-term impact. I've seen ministries explode overnight and collapse just as quickly. I've watched businesses boom without foundation and crumble under their own weight. Why? Because there was fruit without roots. There was visibility without depth. There was platform without preparation. God is not impressed by your speed. He's committed to your depth. He would rather you arrive late with character than early with talent alone. He would rather build you slowly and thoroughly than promote you quickly and watch you fall. The wilderness wasn't wasting Moses, it was rooting him. The prison wasn't destroying Joseph, it was deepening him. The shepherd's field wasn't limiting David, it was grounding him. So when you feel stuck, ask yourself, am I being buried or am I being planted? Because they look remarkably similar in the beginning. Both involve darkness, both involve pressure, both involve being covered by circumstances you didn't choose. But burial ends in death, while planting ends in harvest. The difference isn't in the situation, it's in the purpose. And if God is the one who positioned you there, then friend, you're not buried, you're planted. And what's happening in the darkness is more important than anything people can see in the light. Stop measuring your progress by what's visible above ground. Some of the most critical growth in your life is happening in secret, in the unseen places, in the character development nobody's applauding, in the obedience nobody's recording, in the faithfulness that doesn't trend on social media. That's where your real legacy is being built. You see, I've watched people chase platforms their entire lives. They go from conference to conference, from stage to stage, from opportunity to opportunity, thinking that's where their authority is being established. But they never stop long enough to let God build something deep inside them. They never stay in one place long enough for roots to go down. They're always looking for the next big break, the next viral moment, the next chance to be seen. And they wonder why their influence evaporates the moment the cameras turn off. Let me tell you something about real authority. Real authority is built in obscurity. It's forged in the furnace of faithfulness when nobody's watching. It's developed in the discipline of doing the right thing over and over again, even when there's no immediate reward. Jesus spent 30 years in obscurity before 3 years in ministry. 30 years of carpentry. 30 years of just being the son of a carpenter. 30 years of what looked like wasted potential to everyone around him. Can you imagine the Son of God, the Savior of the world, making tables and chairs in a small town that nobody cared about? But those 30 years weren't wasted. Those 30 years were necessary. They were building something in his character that the 3 years of ministry would require. They were developing a capacity that the assignment would demand. Moses spent 40 years in the wilderness tending sheep before he could lead God's people. 40 years of obscurity. 40 years of what looked like failure. He went from being a prince in Pharaoh's house to being a shepherd in the middle of nowhere. That looked like a demotion, didn't it? That looked like his life was over. But God was preparing him. God was breaking the Egypt out of him. God was teaching him patience with sheep so he could lead people. God was developing in him the capacity to hear the voice of God in solitude so he could speak the word of God to a nation. David spent years in caves running from Saul before he sat on a throne. Years of hiding. Years of being hunted, years of feeling like God's promise would never come to pass. He had been anointed king, but he was living like a fugitive. He had the title, but he was in a cave. But those cave years were essential. Those years of waiting taught him dependence on God. Those years of running developed in him a worship life that would sustain him through the challenges of kingship. The caves didn't just hide David, they transformed him. When he entered those caves, he was running for his life. When he emerged, he was ready to run a kingdom. Here's what I want you to see. God will use your waiting room as a classroom. The very place where you feel stuck is where God is developing the character you'll need for your assignment. David learned to worship in the caves. He learned to lead misfits and turn them into mighty men. He learned to inquire of the Lord before making decisions. These weren't lessons he could have learned in Saul's palace. Think about it. If David had become king immediately after Samuel anointed him, he would have been a teenager with a title but no testimony. He would have had authority without the internal infrastructure to sustain it. The caves gave him both a history with God and a maturity that made him dangerous to the kingdom of darkness. Your delay is not your denial. Your waiting is not your wasting. God is working even when you can't see it, especially when you can't see it. I've watched this principle play out again and again. The entrepreneur who couldn't get funding for 5 years, that delay forced them to refine their business model until it was bulletproof. The person who kept getting passed over for promotion that season developed in them a work ethic and expertise that eventually made them irreplaceable. The single person waiting for marriage, that time alone with God created a spiritual depth that would become the foundation of their future family. You see, God isn't just interested in getting you to your destination. He's committed to making sure you're the right person when you arrive. He's more concerned with who you're becoming than with where you're going. Because the wrong person in the right position creates chaos, but the right person in any position creates transformation. David's caves were his seminary. His wilderness was his university. His years of running were his residency program. And when he finally sat on the throne, he was ready not just positionally, but internally. So if you're in a cave season right now, don't despise it. Don't waste it wishing you were somewhere else. Extract every lesson, develop every gift, deepen every spiritual discipline, because God is preparing you for something that requires exactly what you're learning right now. That's why delays aren't denials, they're developments. Every season where you feel like nothing's happening is actually the season where everything is being formed. The roots are growing deeper, the foundation is being secured. The character is being refined in the furnace of patience and perseverance. I've watched this principle play out in my own life countless times. Seasons when I thought God had forgotten me were actually seasons when He was preparing me for assignments I couldn't yet imagine. Delays that frustrated me were protection from opportunities I wasn't mature enough to steward. Waiting periods that tested my faith were actually establishing the very foundation upon which my future would be built. And here's what I've learned. You cannot rush your preparation. You cannot microwave maturity. You cannot shortcut the process that produces genuine character. The tree that grows slowly in challenging conditions develops stronger wood than the tree that shoots up quickly in perfect conditions. One can weather the storms. The other breaks at the first strong wind. So if you're in a season of delay right now, shift your perspective. Stop asking, when will this end? And start asking, what am I meant to learn here? How is this season shaping me? What gift is God developing in me right now? Because I promise you, nothing is wasted. Not one prayer, not one tear, not one moment of faithfulness in obscurity. Every act of obedience in secret is being recorded in heaven. Every choice to maintain integrity when no one was watching has been building your capacity for influence when everyone will be watching. God is getting you ready. The question is, are you cooperating with the process or resisting it? Are you staying faithful in the preparation? Or are you so focused on the promise that you're missing the point of the present? Your destiny isn't just about what you'll do, it's about who you'll become. And becoming requires time. It requires testing. It requires the kind of preparation that can only happen in the hidden place, in the waiting room, in the seasons that don't make sense yet, but one day will make perfect sense. Keep growing. Keep learning. Keep developing. Your preparation is not in vain. You know, I learned something powerful while sitting in absolute silence for 3 days. I didn't plan it. I simply stopped talking. And in that silence, people began to reveal themselves. Some grew uncomfortable. Others respected the space. A few got angry. And then I realized something that changed my life forever. Your silence is not weakness. It is a mirror. And that mirror will show you exactly who in your life truly respects you and who has simply been tolerating you because you gave them what they wanted. Let me tell you something that nobody wants to hear, but everyone needs to understand. Most people don't respect you. They respect what you do for them. And until you learn to be silent, you'll never know the difference. I want to take you on a journey today. Not just an intellectual journey, but a journey into the deepest part of who you are. Because what I'm about to share with you has the power to completely transform every relationship in your life. Your friendships, your family dynamics, your workplace interactions, even the relationship you have with yourself. And it all begins with understanding one simple truth that most people will go their entire lives without discovering. Silence is the most powerful communication tool you will ever possess. Now, I need you to really hear me on this. When I say silence, I'm not talking about being quiet because you're shy. I'm not talking about biting your tongue because you're afraid of conflict. I'm talking about strategic, intentional, powerful silence. The kind of silence that comes from a place of self-knowledge, self-respect, and self-control. This is the silence that separates children from adults. This is the silence that separates people who are being used from people who are being valued. This is the silence that will reveal the true nature of every single person in your circle. You see, most of us have been trained since childhood to fill every gap with words. We've been taught that silence is awkward, that silence means something is wrong, that if we're not constantly explaining ourselves, defending ourselves, entertaining others, or filling the space with our voice, then we're somehow failing at connection. But that's a lie. That's a devastating lie that keeps you trapped in relationships where you're performing instead of being present, where you're auditioning for acceptance instead of expecting respect. Let me ask you something, and I want you to be honest with yourself. How many times have you walked away from a conversation feeling drained? How many times have you given advice that wasn't asked for simply because silence felt uncomfortable? How many times have you explained yourself to someone who had already made up their mind about you? How many times have you poured your energy, your words, your wisdom, your time into people who never once asked how you were doing? If you're nodding right now, then you already know what I'm talking about. You've been filling silence with your substance, and people have been taking that substance without ever giving you the one thing you deserve: respect. Here's what I discovered during those 3 days of silence. The people who truly loved me didn't need me to entertain them. They didn't need me to fix their problems. They didn't need me to fill their emotional gaps or validate their existence. They simply enjoyed my presence. They respected my space. They honored my silence. But there were others who became agitated, others who suddenly disappeared, others who sent messages dripping with manipulation, trying to pull me back into my role as their emotional supplier. And that's when I understood. Some people don't love you. They love what you do for them. And when you stop doing it, their true character emerges like darkness when the light goes out. Your silence will reveal who's addicted to your words and who's committed to your worth. Your silence will expose who sees you as a person and who sees you as a resource. Your silence will separate the authentic from the transactional. And yes, it will hurt, because you're going to discover that some people you thought were close to you were actually just close to your benefits. But that pain is necessary. That pain is productive. That pain is the price of freedom. Now let me go deeper. I want you to understand the mechanics of this. Why does silence have such revealing power? It's because silence creates space. And in that space, people have to confront themselves. When you're constantly talking, explaining, giving, doing, showing up, you're essentially doing the emotional work for both people in the relationship. You're carrying the conversation. You're creating the connection. You're generating the value. You're maintaining the bond. But when you become silent, all of that work stops, and suddenly the other person has to decide whether they're willing to do their part. Whether they're willing to reach out, not because they need something, but because they value someone. You. Think about it this way. Imagine you have a friend who only calls you when they have a problem. They never ask about your life. They never celebrate your wins. They never check on you during your difficult seasons. But the moment they're in crisis, your phone rings. Now, as long as you keep answering and keep giving, that pattern continues. But what happens when you don't answer? What happens when you stop being available on demand? What happens when you become silent? One of two things will occur. Either they'll become curious about you as a person and reach out with genuine care, or they'll become angry that their resource is no longer accessible and they'll disappear. Both outcomes are a gift. One gives you a real relationship. The other frees you from a fake one. But here's where most people fail. They use silence as a weapon instead of as a tool. They go silent to punish, to manipulate, to make others feel guilty, to create drama. And that's not what I'm teaching you. That's emotional immaturity, wearing the costume of wisdom. True silence is not about control, it's about clarity. It's about creating the space to see what's real. It's about stepping back so the truth can step forward. It's about giving people the opportunity to show you who they are when you're not doing all the work. I remember a season in my life when I was pouring into everyone around me, teaching, counseling, encouraging, supporting. I was everyone's go-to person. And I felt good about it because I thought I was being valuable. I thought I was being loving. I thought I was fulfilling my purpose. But then I got sick. Nothing life-threatening, but enough to knock me down for a few weeks. Enough to force me into silence. Enough to make me unavailable. And you know what I discovered? Out of the dozens of people I had been pouring into, only a handful checked on me. Only a few asked if I needed anything. The rest simply moved on to the next source. And that hurt. It hurt deeply, but it also freed me. Because I realized I had been giving my best to people who saw me as a convenience, not as a person worthy of reciprocal care. That's when I learned this truth. Your silence doesn't push people away. It simply stops pulling them toward you. And the ones who stay, the ones who lean in, the ones who pursue the relationship even when you're not performing, those are your people. Those are the ones who respect you. Not because of what you do, but because of who you are. And once you know the difference, you can't unknow it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Your entire life changes when you stop filling silence with your worth and start using silence to reveal who truly values your worth. So today, I'm going to walk you through the complete understanding of this principle. I'm going to tell you stories that will make this real for you. I'm going to give you practical lessons that you can apply immediately. And I'm going to show you exactly how to practice strategic silence in a way that brings clarity, healing, and transformation to your relationships. But more than that, I'm going to show you how silence will transform you. Because the greatest revelation won't be about other people. It will be about yourself. It will be about the ways you've abandoned yourself to please others. The ways you've silenced your own needs to amplify theirs. The ways you've made yourself small so others could feel big. And when you see that, when you really see it, everything changes. Are you ready? Because once you hear this, once you truly understand this, you cannot go back to the way things were. You cannot return to performing for acceptance. You cannot return to auditioning for respect. You cannot return to filling every silence with your substance while others take and never give back. So take a deep breath. Open your heart. And let's begin this journey into the power of silence and the revelation it brings. Let me tell you a story. There was a man who worked in a company for 15 years. Every single day, he was the first one in and the last one out. He helped his colleagues with their projects. He covered shifts when people called in sick. He brought solutions to problems that weren't even his responsibility. He was known as the dependable one, the reliable one, the one you could count on. And he felt proud of that identity. He felt needed. He felt valuable. Until one day he decided to take his first real vacation in 15 years. 2 full weeks. He didn't check emails. He didn't answer calls. He simply went silent. And when he returned, do you know what he discovered? The office had functioned perfectly without him. Nobody missed him. Nobody even asked where he'd been. Oh, they were polite when he came back, a few casual welcomes, but there was no depth, no genuine curiosity, no real connection. And that's when he realized something devastating. He had spent 15 years being useful, but he had never become valuable. He had made himself available, but he had never made himself respected. That story breaks my heart every time I think about it, because it's the story of millions of people who confuse busyness with purpose, people who confuse being needed with being valued. People who confuse filling space with occupying a meaningful place in someone's life. And the tragedy is that they never discover the truth until they go silent, until they stop performing, until they stop filling every gap with their presence, their words, their energy, their gifts. And when they finally do, when they finally step back, the silence reveals what was always true. They were never truly respected. They were simply useful. Now, I need to clarify something crucial here because I don't want you to misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not telling you to become cold. I'm not telling you to withhold love. I'm not telling you to stop being generous or kind or helpful. What I'm telling you is that your generosity should flow from a place of wholeness, not from a place of desperation for acceptance. Your kindness should be a choice, not a strategy to earn respect. Your help should be freely given, not transactionally offered in exchange for validation. And the only way to know the difference is through silence, through stepping back, through creating space to see if the relationship can stand on mutual respect or if it only functioned because you were doing all the work. Let me give you another example. I knew a woman who was the peacemaker in her family. Every conflict, every argument, every tension, she was the one who smoothed it over. She called everyone. She organized the gatherings. She remembered the birthdays. She sent the gifts. She was the glue holding everyone together. And she believed that was her role, her purpose, her contribution, until one year she decided to stop. Not out of anger, but out of exhaustion. She simply went silent. She didn't organize the holiday gathering. She didn't make the phone calls. She didn't send the reminders. She just waited. And guess what happened? Nothing. No one called her. No one organized anything. The family simply drifted apart. And at first she felt guilty. She felt like she had failed them. But then she had a revelation. She hadn't failed them. They had failed her. Because a real family, a healthy family, doesn't fall apart when one person stops doing all the work. A real family is built on mutual effort, mutual respect, mutual love. And her silence revealed that she had been in a one-sided relationship with people who took her for granted. Now here's where it gets deep. When you go silent, you're not just revealing who respects you, you're also revealing who you've been. You're revealing the patterns you've created, the roles you've played, the ways you've taught people to treat you. Because here's a hard truth. People treat you the way you teach them to treat you. If you've trained people to expect your constant availability, they'll become upset when you're unavailable. If you've trained people to expect your constant problem solving, they'll become frustrated when you stop solving their problems. If you've trained people to expect your constant emotional labor, they'll become distant when you stop laboring. And that's not their fault. That's the dynamic you created. But the beautiful thing about silence is that it gives you the opportunity to reset those dynamics, to teach a new pattern, to establish new boundaries, to create new expectations. And yes, some people won't like it. Some people will resist it. Some people will leave. But the ones who stay, the ones who adjust, the ones who rise to meet you in a healthier place, those are the ones worth keeping. I want to talk to you about respect for a moment because I think this word has been deeply misunderstood. Most people think respect is about admiration, about looking up to someone, about holding someone in high regard because of their achievements or their status or their position. But let me tell you something that might shake your understanding. That's not respect, that's admiration, that's esteem, that's appreciation. And while those things are good, they're not respect. Respect is something far more profound, far more fundamental, far more universal. You see, admiration is conditional. It depends on what someone does. It depends on their talent, their skill, their accomplishments. You admire the athlete because they can do things with their body you can't do. You admire the musician because they create beauty with sound. You admire the entrepreneur because they built something from nothing. But what happens when the athlete gets injured? What happens when the musician loses their ability to perform? What happens when the entrepreneur's business fails? Does your admiration remain? Usually not, because admiration was never about who they were. It was about what they could do. Respect, on the other hand, is unconditional. It's not based on achievement. It's based on existence. It's based on the simple fact that someone is human, that they bear the image of God, that they have inherent worth that cannot be earned and cannot be lost. This is why you can respect someone you don't admire. You can respect someone you don't even like. You can respect someone you completely disagree with, because respect isn't about their performance. It's about their personhood. Think about it this way. When you respect someone, you're not responding to what they've done. You're responding to what they are. You're acknowledging that they have value simply because they exist, that their thoughts matter, that their feelings matter, that their boundaries matter, that their dignity matters. This is why true leaders understand respect while manipulators only understand admiration. The manipulator wants you to look up to them, to be impressed by them, to see them as superior. The true leader wants you to recognize your own worth while they recognize yours. The manipulator says, I'm important because of what I've accomplished. The true leader says, you're important because of who you are. Do you see the difference? One requires you to perform. The other requires you simply to be. And here's what's beautiful about this understanding. When you realize that respect is about inherent worth rather than earned admiration, everything changes. You start treating people differently. The janitor gets the same respect as the CEO. The child gets the same respect as the elder, because you understand that every human being carries the image of God within them. That image doesn't increase with bank accounts. It doesn't decrease with job titles. It's constant. It's sacred. It's non-negotiable. I remember walking through the streets of Nassau one morning, and I saw a street sweeper doing his work. Most people walked past him like he was invisible, but something in my spirit said, stop. So I walked up to him, looked him in the eye, and I said, sir, thank you for what you do. This city is beautiful because of your faithfulness. You should have seen his face. This man straightened his shoulders, his eyes filled with tears. He said, in 20 years, you're the first person who ever said thank you. 20 years. That's not just sad, that's criminal. That's what happens when people don't understand identity. Now here's where it gets even more powerful. When you understand your identity, you stop comparing yourself to others. Because comparison is the thief of joy and the assassin of purpose. You cannot walk in your destiny while you're busy measuring yourself against someone else's journey. See, God didn't make you to be the next anybody. He made you to be the first you. There's never been another you. There will never be another you. Your fingerprints are unique. Your DNA is unique. Your voice pattern is unique. Even your thoughts, the way you process information, nobody thinks exactly like you. That means you have something to contribute to this world that nobody else can contribute. You have a perspective that nobody else has. You have a combination of gifts, experiences, talents, and passions that is uniquely yours. And when you try to be somebody else, you rob the world of what only you can give. I've watched too many people die with their music still in them because they spent their whole lives trying to sing somebody else's song. They watched someone else succeed and said, I want to do that. But they never asked, what did God put in me? What's my unique contribution? Your identity isn't found in imitation, it's found in revelation. God has to reveal to you who you are. And when God reveals who you are, nobody can talk you out of it. Nobody can discourage you. Nobody can make you feel inferior. Because you're not operating from opinion anymore, you're operating from revelation. I remember years ago I was invited to speak at a conference where some of the most celebrated speakers in the world were present. Names you would recognize. Ministries with millions of followers. And I'll be honest with you, there was a moment backstage where I felt that old familiar whisper, who are you to be on this platform? But then the Holy Spirit reminded me, I didn't call you to compete with them. I called you to complete the picture. They have their piece of the puzzle. You have yours. Without your piece, the picture is incomplete. That changed everything for me. I walked onto that stage, not trying to be better than anyone, not trying to prove anything, just committed to delivering what only I could deliver. And you know what happened? People didn't compare me to the other speakers. They received what God had placed in me as a unique gift to them. That's what happens when you stop comparing and start contributing. See, comparison is the thief of joy, but it's also the killer of creativity. When you're constantly measuring yourself against others, you can't create. You can only copy. And copies are always inferior to originals. God is not interested in producing copies. He's interested in originals. He broke the mold after he made you. There will never be another you. That's not motivational talk. That's biological fact. That's spiritual truth. That's divine intention. The tragedy is that most people die with their uniqueness still locked inside them. They spend their whole lives trying to fit in when they were designed to stand out. Not stand out for attention, stand out for contribution. There's a difference. Standing out for attention is ego. Standing out for contribution is purpose. Your uniqueness is not for you, it's for the world. It's your gift to humanity. And when you withhold it because you're afraid of being different, you're robbing the world of something it desperately needs. Think about the people who changed your life. Were they the ones who blended in? Or were they the ones who had the courage to be exactly who God made them to be? Let me tell you something about the greatest leaders, the greatest influencers, the greatest world changers I've ever studied. Every single one of them had something in common. They stopped pretending. They stopped performing for the crowd. They stopped trying to be the person everyone expected them to be. Martin Luther King Jr. could have been a safe preacher. He could have stayed comfortable in his pulpit, collecting his salary, keeping people happy with nice sermons. But something inside him wouldn't let him blend in. His uniqueness demanded to be expressed. His voice had to be heard. And when he stopped conforming to what was safe and started living out his true assignment, the world shifted. The same goes for Mother Teresa. She could have remained a comfortable teacher in a nice school, but her uniqueness was calling her to the streets. Her assignment was with the dying, the forgotten, the invisible. When she embraced what made her different, when she stopped conforming to conventional expectations of what a nun should do, she changed the face of compassion forever. You see, your difference is not your disadvantage. Your uniqueness is not your weakness. It's your weapon. It's your signature. It's the thing that will make you unforgettable. But here's what happens to most people. They look around and they see what's working for someone else and they think, I need to do that too. They see someone else's success and they try to duplicate it. They try to copy someone else's style, someone else's gift, someone else's approach. And you know what happens? They become a cheap imitation instead of an original masterpiece. God doesn't need another copy. He needs the original you. The world doesn't need another version of someone who already exists. The world is waiting for the version of you that only you can be. I remember watching young preachers try to copy me early in my ministry. They would mimic my gestures, my phrases, my style. And I would tell them, stop trying to be me. Be the best you that you can be, because the world already has a Myles Munroe. What we need is you, fully expressed, fully alive, fully committed to your unique assignment. The tragedy I've witnessed in my travels around the world is not that people fail, it's that they succeed at things that don't matter. They climb ladders only to discover they were leaning against the wrong wall. They win races they were never meant to run. And at the end of their lives, they look back with a haunting question. Was that it? Was that all I was meant for? Let me tell you something that will change how you see your life. Your existence is not random. You are not an accident waiting for purpose to find you. You were created with intentionality. Before you took your first breath, there was already an assignment with your name on it. The question is not whether you have purpose. The question is whether you will discover it and live it fully. I remember counseling a young woman who came to me in tears. She said, Dr. Munroe, I feel like I'm wasting my life. I have a good job, a nice apartment, but I wake up every morning feeling empty. I asked her one question. What did you dream about as a child? Her eyes lit up. I wanted to teach children who couldn't afford school. I wanted to give them hope. I looked at her and said, then why are you working 12 hours a day, making rich people richer, while poor children go without the gift that's trapped inside you? 6 months later, she quit that job. Today, she runs a network of schools in 3 countries. She's not wealthier in monetary terms, but you should see her face. She's alive. She found her why. And when you find your why, you'll find a way. Here's what I need you to understand. Purpose is not something you invent. It's something you discover. It was placed in you before you were placed on earth. Your job is to excavate it, to dig through the layers of other people's expectations, societal pressure, and personal fears until you find that original blueprint. And when you find it, everything changes. Your energy shifts. Your priorities realign. What used to excite you suddenly feels hollow, and what you once overlooked becomes magnetic. That's not confusion, that's awakening. That's your spirit recognizing its assignment. Now, let me address something crucial. Many of you are waiting for permission to step into your purpose. You're waiting for someone to validate your dream, to tell you it's okay to pursue what burns inside you. But here's the truth. The people whose permission you're seeking are often living unfulfilled lives themselves. They're projecting their fears onto your future. They call it being realistic, but it's really being restrictive. Let me tell you something about the crabs in the barrel. You've probably heard this story. When you catch crabs and put them in a barrel, you don't need a lid. You know why? Because the moment one crab tries to climb out, the others pull it back down. Not because they're evil, not because they hate the one trying to escape. They pull it down because if they can't get out, why should you? This is what happens in families, in communities, in circles of friends who've made peace with mediocrity. The moment you try to rise above the limitations they've accepted, they'll reach up and pull you back. They'll remind you of every time you failed. They'll list all the reasons why people like us don't do things like that. They'll weaponize your past mistakes as proof of your future impossibility. And here's what breaks my heart. Most people yield to this pressure. They climb back down into the barrel. They apologize for dreaming. They shrink themselves to fit into other people's limited vision of what's possible. They spend the rest of their lives wondering what if, because they chose approval over assignment. But let me ask you something. Would you take financial advice from someone who's broke? Would you ask someone who's never been married how to build a successful marriage? Would you let someone who's never written a book tell you that you can't write one? Then why are you letting people who've never pursued their purpose tell you that you can't pursue yours? The graveyard is full of approval seekers. People who had books in them but never wrote them because someone said they weren't smart enough. People who had businesses in them but never started them because someone said it was too risky. People who had inventions in them but never built them because someone said it wouldn't work. They died with their music still in them, and the world is poorer for it. You don't need permission to be who you were created to be. You need permission from only one source, the one who created you. And let me tell you, he already gave you that permission when he placed the dream inside you. You see, most people spend their entire lives waiting for someone to tell them it's okay to pursue their dreams. They wait for their parents' approval, their spouse's blessing, their friend's encouragement, their pastor's confirmation. And while all of those things are beautiful when they come, they are not required for you to begin. The approval you need is already written in your DNA. It's encoded in the very fact that you're breathing right now. God doesn't make mistakes. He doesn't create extras. He doesn't manufacture people just to fill up space on the planet. Every single person born has a distinct purpose, a unique assignment, a specific contribution that only they can make. Think about this. Before you were born, God already saw everything you would accomplish. He saw the lives you would touch, the problems you would solve, the innovations you would create, the love you would give. He saw all of it. And he said, yes, this is good. Let this person be born. That's your permission slip right there. You were approved before you arrived. But here's what happens. We get here and the world starts telling us a different story. Society starts imposing its limitations. Culture starts defining what's possible based on your background, your education, your economic status, your race, your gender, your age. And slowly, systematically, we begin to believe those lies more than we believe the truth God spoke over us. I want to challenge you today. Stop waiting for the world to validate what God has already ordained. Stop seeking permission from people who don't even understand their own purpose, let alone yours. Stop allowing the limitations of others' imaginations to become the boundaries of your destiny. You are not here by accident. You are here on assignment, and that assignment is waiting for you to accept it. It's waiting for you to say yes. It's waiting for you to stop making excuses and start making progress. Now, let me address something that might be running through your mind right now. You might be thinking, but Dr. Munroe, you don't understand my situation. You don't know what I've been through. You don't know the mistakes I've made. You're absolutely right. I don't know your specific story, but I know this. Your past does not disqualify you from your future. Your mistakes do not cancel your purpose. Your failures do not define your destiny. In fact, let me tell you something that might shock you. Sometimes your greatest failures are actually preparation for your greatest assignments. Peter denied Jesus 3 times. 3 times. The man who walked on water, who declared, "You are the Christ," who swore he'd never abandon Jesus. He crumbled under pressure from a servant girl, not a Roman soldier, not the high priest, a servant girl. That's humiliating. But here's what most people miss. After the resurrection, Jesus specifically asked Peter 3 times, "Do you love me?" 3 denials, 3 affirmations. Jesus was giving him the opportunity to restore what he broke. And then Jesus said to him, Feed my sheep. The assignment came after the failure, not in spite of it. Moses murdered a man and ran away for 40 years. 40 years! He went from prince of Egypt to shepherd of sheep. That's not upward mobility. That's rock bottom. But God met him at a burning bush in the middle of nowhere and said, now you're ready. Now I can use you to deliver my people. David committed adultery and murder. He abused his power in the worst way possible. But after genuine repentance, God still called him a man after my own heart. His greatest psalms were written after his greatest sins. Paul murdered Christians. He dragged families from their homes. He gave approval to Stephen's stoning. His hands were stained with blood. But Jesus met him on the Damascus road and said, you're going to carry my name before the Gentiles. Do you see the pattern? God doesn't wait for perfect people. He transforms available people. Your mistakes have given you experience. Your failures have given you empathy. Your wounds have given you wisdom. The very things you're ashamed of, God wants to redeem them and use them as your greatest ministry. The question is not, have I failed? We all have. The question is, will I let my failure be the end of my story or the beginning of my redemption story? There are people who need to hear from someone who's been where they are. There are people who will never listen to someone who hasn't struggled. Your scars give you credibility. Your comeback gives others hope. So stop disqualifying yourself. Stop rehearsing your failures and start declaring your purpose. You see, the world doesn't need another critic. We have plenty of those. What the world desperately needs is a living testimony of redemption. And that's what you become when you refuse to stay down. I've watched people spend years preparing for their moment, and then when adversity hits, they act like they weren't trained for this. But think about it. Every setback you've survived has been part of your training. Every disappointment has developed your discernment. Every betrayal has taught you about character. Nothing has been wasted if you choose to extract the lesson. Let me tell you something powerful. Your setback is often God's setup for your greatest comeback. But here's the catch. You have to cooperate with the process. You can't cooperate with defeat and expect victory. You can't agree with failure and manifest success. Your words matter. Your thoughts matter. Your daily declarations matter. I remember counseling a young entrepreneur who had lost everything in a business venture. He came to me broken, defeated, talking about how he'd never take another risk. And I said to him, so you're going to let one chapter define the entire book of your life? He looked at me confused. I continued, you're on chapter 7 and you want to close the book? What about chapters 8, 9, and 10? What about the plot twist that's coming? What about the comeback that's going to make this setback look like a setup? 6 months later, he started again. Different approach, same passion. Today, that failed businessman employs over 200 people. But it almost didn't happen because he almost believed the lie that his failure was final. Here's what I need you to understand. Failure is an event, not an identity. You failed at something. You are not a failure. The business failed. You are not the business. The relationship ended. You are not defined by that ending. Separation is crucial here. When you merge your identity with your setback, you give that setback permanent residence in your future. Your comeback starts the moment you separate who you are from what happened to you. I've watched people become archaeologists of their own pain, constantly digging up old hurts, examining them, cataloging them, preserving them like sacred relics. They can tell you the exact date, time, and weather conditions of every disappointment. They've memorized the script of every betrayal. They've created museums in their minds where they give daily tours of their trauma. But here's what I need you to understand. You cannot simultaneously excavate your past and build your future. Your hands can only do one job at a time. Every moment you spend curating your collection of hurts is a moment stolen from constructing your comeback. Now, I'm not talking about denial. There's a massive difference between acknowledging what happened and anchoring yourself to it. Acknowledgement says, yes, that occurred and it was painful. Anchoring says, that occurred and it defines me. One is honest assessment, and the other is identity theft. You're letting your past steal your future self. Think about a scar. A scar is proof that you were wounded, yes, but more importantly, it's proof that you healed. The scar doesn't hurt anymore. You don't wake up every morning and reopen it to prove it was real. The injury was valid. The pain was real, but healing transformed it from an open wound into a testimony of survival. Your comeback requires this same transformation. You've got to let your wounds become scars, visible reminders of what you survived, not open gashes that you keep fresh by constantly touching them. Here's principle number 3, and this one might sting a little. Your comeback demands that you forgive, even when they don't deserve it, especially when they don't deserve it. I can feel some of you bristling right now. Dr. Munroe, you don't know what they did to me. You don't know how they betrayed me, how they lied, how they destroyed what I built. You're absolutely right. I don't know your specific story, but I know this universal truth. Unforgiveness is drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. Every day you refuse to forgive is another day you give your offender free rent in your head, free influence over your emotions, free control over your destiny. You think you're punishing them by holding that grudge, but look at your life honestly. Who's really being punished? While you're replaying that betrayal in your mind for the 1,000th time, they've probably moved on. They're sleeping peacefully. They're pursuing their dreams. And you're stuck in a prison cell where you're both the prisoner and the guard. The most powerful thing about forgiveness is this: it's not about them. It never was. Forgiveness is how you take back your power. It's how you reclaim the energy you've been wasting on resentment and redirect it toward your purpose. Let me tell you something that might shock you. When you forgive, you're not saying what they did was okay. You're not excusing it. You're not forgetting it. You're simply refusing to let it define you anymore. You're saying what you did was wrong, but I will not let your wrong steal my right to peace, joy, and progress. I've seen people literally transform overnight when they finally released forgiveness. I remember counseling a woman who had been bitter toward her father for 30 years. 30 years of anger. 30 years of emotional distance from everyone who tried to love her. When she finally forgave him, and he had been dead for 15 years, it was like watching someone take their first breath after nearly drowning. Her face changed. Her posture changed. Her entire countenance shifted. That's what unforgiveness does. It suffocates your spirit slowly, so gradually that you don't even realize you've been dying inside. You just know that life feels heavy, joy feels distant, hope feels like a foreign language. Here's what I want you to understand. Forgiveness is a gift you give yourself. It's not earned by the offender. It's not contingent on their apology. In fact, the people who hurt you the most might never acknowledge what they did. They might never say sorry. And if you wait for their apology before you release your bitterness, you're giving them power over your healing that they don't deserve. You have the authority to forgive unilaterally. You don't need their permission. You don't need their participation. You simply make a decision that their debt is canceled. And the moment you do that, something supernatural happens. The bitterness that was eating away at your joy, it loses its grip. The anger that was poisoning your peace, it begins to dissolve. The resentment that was blocking your blessings, it starts to crumble. Because unforgiveness is not just about the other person. It's about you. It's about your freedom. It's about your future. Listen to me carefully. The person you refuse to forgive may be sleeping peacefully tonight while you're lying awake rehearsing their offense. They may have forgotten what they did while you're replaying it like a movie in your mind. They may have moved on with their life while you're still stuck in that moment of pain. Who's really being punished by your unforgiveness? I've counseled people who held grudges for 20, 30, 40 years, and you know what they all said? I wish I had let it go sooner. Not one person ever said, I'm so glad I held on to that bitterness all those years. Not one. Because unforgiveness is a luxury you cannot afford. It's too expensive. The price is too high. It costs you your peace. It costs you your health. It costs you your relationships. It costs you your destiny. And here's what makes it even more tragic. Most of the time, the person you're refusing to forgive doesn't even know you're upset. They're out there living their best life while you're drinking poison, hoping they'll get sick. That's the insanity of unforgiveness. So let me ask you again, who do you need to forgive today? Is it a parent who disappointed you? Forgive them. A spouse who betrayed you? Forgive them. A friend who abandoned you? Forgive them. A business partner who cheated you? Forgive them. A church member who gossiped about you? Forgive them. But most importantly, can you forgive yourself? Because sometimes the hardest person to forgive is the one you see in the mirror. You've been carrying guilt and shame for decisions you made years ago. You've been punishing yourself for mistakes that have already been covered by grace. Listen to me. If God has forgiven you, who are you not to forgive yourself? You cannot move forward while you're chained to your past. Your past does not define your future. I want you to understand that. The mistakes you made last year, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, they are lessons, not life sentences. God is not in the business of recycling your failures. He's in the business of creating new beginnings. When you hold on to guilt, when you replay your mistakes like an old broken record, you're actually insulting God's forgiveness. You're saying His grace isn't enough. You're saying the blood of Jesus wasn't sufficient. And I'm here to tell you that's a lie from the pit of hell. The Bible says in Lamentations, His mercies are new every morning. Every morning, not every year, not when you finally feel like you deserve it. Every single morning, you wake up to fresh mercy. That means the grace you need today is already waiting for you. But here's what happens. We sabotage ourselves. We create invisible prisons in our minds and we lock ourselves in. We rehearse our failures instead of rehearsing our victories. We meditate on what went wrong instead of what God is making right. I've watched people destroy their future because they couldn't let go of their past. Talented people, gifted people, people with incredible potential. But they were so busy looking in the rearview mirror that they crashed their lives into trees that could have been avoided. You cannot drive forward looking backward. It's physically impossible. And it's spiritually impossible too. God is not behind you, He's ahead of you. He's already in your tomorrow, preparing things you cannot see. But if you're stuck in yesterday, you'll never reach the future He's designed. Here's what I want you to do right now. I want you to make a decision. Forgive yourself. Say it out loud if you have to. I forgive myself for the mistakes I've made. I receive God's mercy. I am not my past. I am becoming who God created me to be. That's not just positive thinking, that's spiritual warfare. You're taking authority over the lies that have been holding you captive. You're declaring that God's word is bigger than your mistakes. Now, here's where it gets revolutionary. When God forgives you, He doesn't just remove the sin, He restores your position. He doesn't leave you in the aftermath of your failure. He brings you back to the place of authority and purpose He designed for you. Think about Peter. After denying Jesus 3 times, he could have disqualified himself permanently. He could have said, I'm done, I failed at the most critical moment, I'm not apostle material. But Jesus didn't allow that narrative. After the resurrection, Jesus specifically sought out Peter. He asked him 3 times, do you love me? Not to shame him, but to restore him. 3 denials, 3 affirmations. Jesus was rebuilding Peter's identity, reminding him that his purpose was still intact. And what happened after that restoration? Peter became the bold preacher at Pentecost. 3,000 souls were saved through his message. The same man who denied Jesus in fear became the foundation of the early church. That's the power of restoration after forgiveness. Your past failure is not your future disqualification. When God forgives you, He reinstates you. He brings you back to your assignment. You might think, but I've lost so much time. I've wasted years. God is the master of redeeming time. The Bible says He restores the years the locusts have eaten. What the enemy stole through your disobedience, God can restore through your obedience. I've watched this happen in real time. I've seen people who spent decades in addiction come out and accomplish in 5 years what others couldn't do in 20. Why? Because when God restores, He accelerates. He makes up for lost time. He gives you supernatural momentum. But here's the condition. You must forgive yourself. You cannot walk in God's forgiveness while holding yourself hostage to your past. Now here's what makes this so powerful. When you forgive yourself, you're not just releasing yourself from guilt, you're releasing your future from the limitations of your past. Think about it. Every time you rehearse your failure, you're programming your mind to expect more failure. Every time you remind yourself of what you did wrong, you're creating a mental pathway that leads you back to that same place. But forgiveness rewrites the script. It says, that was then, this is now. It creates a new narrative where you're not defined by your worst moment, but by God's redemptive purpose. And let me tell you something that will blow your mind. God doesn't just forgive and move on. He actually uses your past to qualify you for your future. You see, the greatest ministers of healing are often those who've been broken. The most effective counselors are those who've walked through darkness. The most powerful testimonies come from the deepest pits. Your past mistake isn't just forgiven, it's being transformed into ministry. It's being converted into message. It's becoming your mission field. I know a man who was an alcoholic for 15 years, lost his family, lost his business, lost everything. But when God restored him, he didn't just get his life back. He started a recovery program that has saved thousands of men from the same destruction. His past became his pulpit. His pain became his platform. That's what forgiveness does. It doesn't erase your history, it reframes it. It doesn't delete your story, it gives it a redemptive arc. And suddenly, what the enemy meant to destroy you becomes the very thing God uses to deliver others. So stop running from your past, stop hiding it, stop being ashamed of it. Forgive yourself and watch God turn your testimony into someone else's survival manual. Your scars become signs of victory. Your wounds become windows of hope. And your failure becomes the foundation of your greatest success. This is the power of divine restoration. God doesn't just fix what's broken, He makes it better than it was before. Think about the caterpillar for a moment. When it enters the cocoon, something absolutely remarkable happens. Scientists have discovered that inside that cocoon, the caterpillar doesn't just grow wings and change a little bit. No. It literally dissolves. It turns into liquid. Everything that made it a caterpillar, its legs, its body, its very structure, breaks down completely. Now, if you open that cocoon halfway through the process, you wouldn't see a caterpillar and you wouldn't see a butterfly. You'd see what looks like complete chaos. You'd see soup. You'd see what appears to be total destruction. But here's what's powerful. Hidden within that liquid are special cells called imaginal cells. And these cells carry the blueprint for the butterfly. They know what the caterpillar is supposed to become. And while everything else is breaking down, these cells are building something entirely new, something that can fly, something that was always inside the caterpillar, but couldn't be revealed until the caterpillar was willing to go through the process of complete transformation. You see where I'm going with this? Your breakdown isn't your ending, it's your metamorphosis. What feels like you're falling apart, you're actually being reconstructed according to your original design. The pressure you're under isn't destroying you, it's dissolving the false version of you so the real you can emerge. And here's what the enemy doesn't want you to know. You can't become who you were meant to be without going through what you're going through. The butterfly cannot exist without the cocoon. The gold cannot be purified without the fire. The diamond cannot form without the pressure. You're not in this difficulty by accident. You're in a divine process. And every moment of pressure is creating something in you that comfort never could. It's developing character. It's building faith. It's strengthening your spirit. It's preparing you for a dimension of purpose that requires the version of you that's being formed right now, not the version of you that existed before the pressure started. You see, God isn't just interested in what you can do, He's interested in who you can become. And those two things require completely different processes. What you can do is often about skills, abilities, talents, things that can be trained, refined, improved through practice and repetition. But who you become, that's about character. That's about integrity. That's about spiritual maturity. That's about the internal transformation that can only happen when everything external is stripped away. And here's what most people miss. God will never promote you beyond your character. Never. He might give you a gift, a talent, an anointing that operates at a high level. But your gift will only take you where your character can keep you. I've watched people with extraordinary gifts lose everything because their character couldn't sustain what their gift attracted. I've seen individuals with phenomenal talents destroy their own destiny because the internal development didn't match the external opportunity. That's why the wilderness isn't a waste. That's why the waiting isn't pointless. That's why the pressure you're feeling right now isn't punishment, it's preparation. God is developing the character infrastructure that can support the weight of your calling. Think about a building. Before you ever see the beautiful structure rising into the sky, there's months of work happening underground. Foundation, reinforcement, systems you'll never see but everything depends on. If a contractor tried to rush that process, tried to skip the foundation and go straight to the visible structure, the building wouldn't stand. Your life is the same way. Right now, God is doing foundational work. He's installing systems of integrity. He's reinforcing your character. He's testing the strength of your commitment when nobody's watching, when nobody's applauding, when there's no immediate reward, because he knows what's coming. He sees the platform he's preparing for you, the influence you'll carry, the lives that will depend on the decisions you make. And he loves you too much to put you in that position before you're ready to handle it with wisdom and humility. So when you feel like you're being tested, understand you are, but not in the way you think. It's not a test to see if you're good enough. It's a test that's making you strong enough. There's a difference. God doesn't test to expose your flaws. He tests to expand your capacity. He's not trying to embarrass you. He's trying to enlarge you. Every season of pressure is preparing room inside you for the weight of what he's about to release. And here's what you need to understand about that enlargement. It's painful. Nobody grows in their comfort zone. You don't develop muscle while you're resting. You develop it under resistance. The weight tears the fiber, and when it heals, it comes back stronger. That's exactly what God is doing in your life right now. He's allowing enough resistance to tear what's weak so it can heal into something powerful. That's why you can't keep running from difficult seasons. That's why you can't keep praying for ease when God is offering you expansion. You say, God, make it easier. He says, no, I'm making you stronger. You say, God, remove the pressure. He says, no, I'm increasing your capacity. Because the truth is, you cannot carry tomorrow's anointing in yesterday's character. You cannot steward next level influence with this level integrity. God has to build something in you before he can release something through you. And that building always happens in the pressure. I've watched people abort their destiny right at the edge of breakthrough because they couldn't handle one more day of the process. They were so close. The promise was right there, but they got tired. They got offended. They started comparing their journey to someone else's highlight reel, and they walked away from the very season that was about to produce their promise. Don't do that. Don't abort in the 9th month. Don't give up in the final round. Don't walk away when the test is almost over. Because I promise you, God doesn't waste your pain. Every tear has been collecting. Every prayer has been recorded. Every night you cried yourself to sleep, heaven was taking notes. And when your time comes, all of that is going to be converted into testimony. And the enemy doesn't want you to know this. He wants you to think that your suffering was meaningless. He wants you to believe that all those years were wasted. But I'm here to tell you today, nothing is wasted in the kingdom of God. Not one tear, not one sleepless night, not one moment of pain. See, the devil thought he was destroying you, but God was developing you. The enemy thought he was breaking you, but God was making you. What looked like a setback was actually a setup. What felt like a burial was actually a planting. And everything you've been through has been preparing you for what you're about to step into. You know why some people can't handle the next level? Because they didn't go through what you went through. They don't have the character you've developed. They don't have the depth you've gained. They don't have the wisdom you've acquired through the fire. So when God looks for someone to carry the weight of greater blessing, greater influence, in greater territory, he's looking for you. Because you've been trained, you've been tested, you've been proven. I remember meeting a woman who had spent 17 years believing for her breakthrough. 17 years. And when it finally came, people said, oh, you're so lucky. Lucky? She spent 17 years building the spiritual capacity to contain what God was about to release. She spent 17 years learning patience, persistence, faith, and endurance. She wasn't lucky, she was qualified. That's what your delay has been doing. It's been qualifying you, building your capacity, strengthening your foundation. Because if God gave you everything you prayed for when you first prayed for it, it would have destroyed you. You weren't ready then, but you're getting ready now. And here's what I need you to understand. The length of the wait is proportional to the size of the blessing. Nobody waits 25 years for a $25 miracle. The longer the process, the greater the promise. The deeper the preparation, the higher the promotion. So if you've been waiting a long time, get ready. Because something massive is about to manifest in your life. But here's what most people don't understand about promotion. They think it's about visibility. They think it's about being seen, being known, being recognized. But true promotion isn't about being seen, it's about being trusted with more. You see, when you move from one level to another, you're not just receiving a title, you're receiving a responsibility. You're receiving an assignment that requires everything you learned in the preparation phase. And this is why many people fail after promotion. They get the position they prayed for, and they crumble. Because they wanted the platform, but they didn't want the process. They wanted the crown, but they didn't want the crucible. I've watched ministries collapse after expansion. I've seen businesses fail after funding. I've witnessed marriages crumble after the wedding. Why? Because promotion revealed what preparation didn't develop. Listen to me carefully. Your promotion will expose everything your preparation didn't cover. If you're insecure, promotion will magnify it. If you're undisciplined, promotion will reveal it. If you're unprepared, promotion will destroy you. That's why God is so patient with your process. He's not withholding blessing, He's withholding destruction. He loves you too much to promote you into a position that will crush you. Think about it. Would you give a 16-year-old the keys to a Formula One race car? Would you hand a toddler a chainsaw? Would you put someone who's never managed $1 in charge of $1 million? Of course not. That's not punishment, that's protection. Your delay is not denial. Your waiting is not wasting. God is developing in you what He wants to demonstrate through you. And when the time is right, when the preparation is complete, your promotion will be undeniable. But here's the question you need to ask yourself today. Not when will I be promoted, but am I becoming promotable? Not when will my season change, but am I changing in this season? Because the truth is, you're always being watched. You're always being evaluated. Not by people, by life itself. Your character is being tested in obscurity so it can be trusted in opportunity. How you handle the small things determines what you'll be trusted with in the large things. Because here's what most people don't understand. Promotion doesn't come from man. It comes from preparation meeting divine timing. And that preparation happens in the private places nobody sees. Joseph didn't become prime minister of Egypt because Pharaoh liked his resume. He became prime minister because 13 years of prison and slavery had forged in him a character that could handle national responsibility without corruption. The same prison that broke other men made him. And that's the paradox of delay. What feels like life holding you back is actually life holding you up. Building the foundation strong enough to support the weight of your destiny. I've watched it happen again and again. The person who gets promoted too quickly before their character catches up to their calling almost always self-destructs. They get the platform before they develop the integrity. They get the influence before they build the wisdom. And the weight of the opportunity crushes them because the foundation wasn't ready. God is not slow, God is thorough. He's not trying to frustrate you, He's trying to complete you. Because He knows something you don't. He knows exactly how big your assignment is. He knows the pressure that's coming with that next level. And He loves you too much to promote you into something that will destroy you. So when you feel like you're running in place, remember this. Character is built in the valley, not on the mountaintop. Your resilience is being forged in resistance. Your faith is being strengthened in the waiting. Your humility is being refined in the hiddenness. Don't despise the delay. It's not denying you, it's developing you. Because when your time finally comes, and it will come, you won't just be ready for the opportunity, you'll be ready for everything that comes with it. The criticism, the pressure, the responsibility, the loneliness of leadership, the weight of influence. And you'll stand there, solid, unshaken, because the years nobody saw prepared you for the moment everybody will see. That's the purpose of delay.